Chapter 401 Tantai Night Talk. The night was as cold as water, and Kakashi sat on the rooftop of the hotel, looking at the crescent moon in the sky. How many years have I watched this round of bright moon? Kakashi can't remember. He only knew that when he came into this world, he was looking at this round of bright moon. I watched it when I refined the chakra, and I watched it when I practiced the knife. Unfortunately, the moon in this world is not the moon in the previous life. It has signs of life, and even the last boss in this world. Kakashi sometimes thinks, if there is a teacher Wutan in this world, at daughter's school Kaigon will destroy the moon, maybe he won't have to work so hard. Unfortunately, there is no teacher Wutan in this world, only oneself. Kakashi sighed and murmured, I'm really tired. At this time, a big hand was placed on Kakashi's shoulder. Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, and he didn't notice when he was so close. Is he too slack? Kakashi, what are you thinking about? Such a bold voice. The entire Hokage is probably only owned by Jiraiya. Master Jiraiya, why are you here? How is Naruto? Kakashi asked. Jiraiya also sat next to Kakashi and said, Naruto's injury has been almost recovered with the help of Nine Tails chakra, and I should be able to wake up tomorrow. Really? That's good. Kakashi nodded. Jiraiya also took a serious look at Kakashi, and saw Kakashi inexplicably. Kakashi, seeing you this time seems to be a little different from before. Jiraiya also said. Kakashi chuckled softly when he heard the words, really? People always change. No, this change is not in character, but in ... feeling. Jiraiya also said, looking at Kakashi's left eye, which was covered by the forehead. Kakashi was taken aback for a while. Did Jiraiya find anything? Jiraiya also seems to be bold and unobtrusive, but in fact there are fine things in the rough. Today, when facing Naruto Nine Tails, if Kakashi uses the writing wheel, he can quickly solve it. But Kakashi did not. There are only two reasons for this. Either Kakashi doesn't think it is necessary, or Kakashi's writing wheel cannot be used. For these two interpretations, Jiraiya is also more inclined to the latter, because Jiraiya also remembers that the reason why Kakashi disappeared for 2 years seemed to be to deal with the problem of writing round eyes. Now that Kakashi comes back early, it has become a problem to write about whether the wheel will be resolved. Therefore, Jiraiya will look at Kakashi's left eye at this time. Master Jiraiya, I'm sorry for some things that are not convenient for me to tell you. Kakashi apologized. Sure enough, this is the case. Forget it. It doesn't matter if you don't say it, as long as your heart is still in Konoha. Jiraiya also smiled heartily. Kakashi smiled, did not answer, but moved to another topic. Master Jiraiya, how far do you think Naruto is today? Kakashi asked. After hearing the words, Jiraiya thought for a while, and then said, Naruto, when it comes to strength, Naruto already has the level of Shinobu, but when it comes to the mind of doing things, it is far worse than the standard of Shinobu. After all, following me, there won't be so much task experience, and Naruto is far from enough in handling some things. Same as I thought. Kakashi nodded. Kakashi, Naruto has made rapid progress. I plan to teach him the fairy mode in a year. At that time, Naruto may be able to surpass me. Jiraiya also laughed. Is the fairy mode? Naruto has more things to do this year. The practice of chakra attributes should also be on the agenda. Kakashi said. Well, I'm already thinking about this. After some time, Naruto will start practicing. Since Jiraiya-sama already has plans, then I won't say more. Kakashi said. Relax. Teach Naruto. I'm still pretty sure the way you teach Naruto to practice with the shadow clone is really good. If it weren't for this method, I'm afraid that Naruto's progress will not be so fast. Jiraiya also praised. This method is good, but it can only be used by people like Naruto. For ordinary people, they may have a nervous breakdown if they don't die. That's right, Kakashi, I got information. Akatsuki will probably act in a year at most, and I will trouble you to take care of Naruto when that happens. Kakashi frowned upon hearing this and said, Master Jiraiya, Are you planning to face the Akatsuki organization alone? Jiraiya also smiled and said, of course not. Just to collect some intelligence. This organization is really too dangerous. My lord Jiraiya, don't go head to head with Akatsuki. According to my investigation, the people inside are all powerful traitors. Even if your strength is extraordinary, you will be outnumbered. Don't worry, one of my 3 forbearances, Immortal Miyomu Mountain Toad, will not die so easily. Jiraiya laughed, and then patted Kakashi on the shoulder. Seeing that Jiraiya said the same, Kakashi couldn't say anything more. Suddenly, Jiraiya showed a wretched smile, took out a book with a green cover from his arms and handed it to Kakashi. Kakashi was taken aback, and said, Master Jiraiya, this is the intimacy tactics that I spent 2 years compiling. It is the sequel to Intimacy in Paradise. Kakashi heard the words and looked at the little green notebook with different eyes. This. Kakashi didn't know what to say for a while. Jiraiya also showed a confident smile and said, this is my painstaking work, and it will definitely satisfy you. Thank you, Master Jiraiya. By the way, I feel a little tired. I will go to bed first. I will talk about it tomorrow. Goodbye, Master Jiraiya. Kakashi said. A flash step disappeared on the roof. Seeing this, Jiraiya smiled proudly. Sure enough, my intimacy series is so charming, even Kakashi can't stand this temptation. I believe that as soon as it is published, it will be popular again. Ha ha ha, I really am a genius of writing. Jiraiya happily returned to his room, ready to rest. And in Kakashi's room, a small lamp was on. Kakashi was flipping through the small green notebook with the bright light. Under the mask, could not help showing a wretched expression. From time to time, he made unexplained laughter, which looked quite strange. And in this atmosphere, time passed by minute. When Kakashi turned the last page of the book, the sky was already light up and white. Ah, it's such a rare and good book. It's really unfinished. It's torn without knowing it. Chapter 402 Dirty Deal. It was getting light, and Kakashi was not in a hurry to get up. Without sleeping all night, Kakashi also felt a little tired. It's still early, and an hour or 2 of sleep is enough. When I woke up again, it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. Seeing this, Kakashi got up from the bed numbly and tidied his clothes. Looking at the little green notebook on the bedside table, Kakashi treasured it into his ninja bag. Collector's edition. It must be kept well. This hotel has breakfast, so Kakashi went straight to the breakfast place. As soon as I walked in, I saw Jiraiya sitting in a corner having breakfast. Kakashi saw this and walked over. Master Jiraiya. Oh, it's Kakashi. I got up a bit late today. Wouldn't it be because I didn't sleep last night? Jiraiya also smiled. Those eyes seemed to be able to see Kakashi through. Kakashi didn't care about Jiraiya's ridicule. After all, this is the author of his favorite book. Even if he reads his novels all night, there seems to be no shame. The two had breakfast together and went to Naruto's room. Naruto was lying quietly on the bed at this time, and the skin on the outside had returned to normal. I have to sigh, Kyuubi's repairability is really amazing. Such severe burns can be restored to this degree overnight. It seems that Naruto hasn't woken up yet. Jiraiya-sama, I have to go back first. I have just returned to Konoha. There are still a lot of things waiting for me to deal with, and if it's too late, I guess Tsunade-sama, it's time to go crazy again. Ha ha ha, Kakashi, I didn't expect you to have today. That's why I don't want to stay in the village. It's too much trouble. Okay, you go back quickly, otherwise Tsunade's iron fist will make people unbearable. Jiraiya also smiled. Thank you Jiraiya for your understanding. Kakashi just wanted to start the Thunder God's technique to leave, suddenly thought of something, and stopped. What's the matter? Jiraiya asked strangely. Master Jiraiya, when Naruto wakes up, tell him that Sasuke, I and Sakura are waiting for him in Konoha. 1 year later, I hope he can become stronger. Also, tell him that Sasuke's already about to become a shinobu. Kakashi smiled. Jiraiya was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled. You brat, You are really well-intentioned. Don't worry, I will pass it on. Kakashi smiled and said, "Thank you Lord Jiraiya, then see you next time." As soon as the voice fell, Kakashi shook and left here. Seeing this, Jiraiya took a seat on the side, not knowing what he was thinking. After a while, Naruto woke up. "Ah, why am I here?" Naruto said in a daze. "Naruto, are you awake?" laughed a fairy. "Why are you in my room? Are you peeking at me to sleep?" "Hey, it's abnormal," Naruto said, picking up his quilt, looking scared. Jiraiya also heard the green veins crit and punched Naruto in the head. Glang! With a crisp sound, Naruto screamed while clutching his head. "Ouch! It hurts." Lecherous fairy. "What are you doing?" "Help you sober up, lest you talk in sleep again," Jiraiya said naturally. "Really? I know, do you want to make such a heavy hand?" Naruto touched his head with a grudge on his face. Jiraiya also smiled. Naruto is still cute sometimes. Suddenly, Naruto said, "That's right." "What about Mr. Kakashi?" Naruto said, looking around, but he saw the familiar figure. "Don't look, Kakashi has left just now," Jiraiya said. "Ah? Why is it so fast that I finally met Mrs. Kakashi?" Naruto said quite disappointedly. "Well, everyone is gone, it's no use being lost. Kakashi has something for me to tell you. Do you want to listen?" When Naruto heard the words, his spirits suddenly appeared. What is it?" "I want to listen." Seeing this, Jiraiya showed a wretched smile, and Naruto had a bad feeling in his heart when he saw Jiraiya's performance. This old and disrespectful guy, shouldn't he want to? Sure enough, Jiraiya said trivially in the next second, "It's okay to tell you, but you have to become a beautiful woman, so I am interested in telling you." "Remember, it's that kind of plump beautiful woman." Naruto's expression instantly became extremely helpless. Laughter fairy, "You do this again." "Hey, Naruto, don't you want to know what Kakashi said?" Jiraiya smiled trivially. Naruto gritted his teeth and said, "Okay." Hands not printing. The technique of boom. Smoke was everywhere, and immediately, a plump but naked girl with yellow hair appeared in the room. She was playing with enchanting posture, and no normal adult male could resist that style. "Master Jiraiya, what do you want to do to others?" The charming voice, sparkling eyes. Every move has an intoxicating power. Jiraiya's eyes are straight. The saliva flowed down uncontrollably, and immediately, the nosebleeds also flowed out of the nostrils. 100 points. No, 200 points. Jiraiya couldn't help but yelled. "Master Jiraiya, what the did Mr. Kakashi say? Tell me." "Okay." The yellow-haired girl's right-hand fingers were in her mouth, and she looked pitiful. No problem. Kakashi said that he and Sasuke Sakura are waiting for Naruto to return in Konoha, and hope that Naruto can become stronger in a year, and that Sasuke and the others are about to endure. The yellow-haired girl was taken aback when she heard the words, and with a bang, the smoke rose again. After the smoke cleared, the yellow-haired girl had disappeared and was replaced by Naruto. "Nani? Sasuke and the others are about to become the upper ninja? How come? I still have the ninja." "No, I have to practice harder, lecherous immortal. Let's hurry to the next practice. I definitely can't lose to Sasuke," Naruto cried. At this time, Jiraiya hadn't shook his mind, the nosebleed was still flowing, and he turned a deaf ear to Naruto's words. Laughter fairy. Naruto called again, but Jiraiya still didn't respond. "Damn it, I have to do a trick." The technique of the girl with yellow hair reappeared, and Jiraiya had a reaction. "Master Jiraiya, come and teach me the practice." "Okay, good job, no problem. This beautiful lady, what do you want to learn?" At this moment, the door of the room was pushed in. "Hello, it's time for your room." The waiter hadn't finished speaking yet, and was speechless when he saw the scene in front of him. What are you doing?" Chapter 403 Warpost. The country of Iron, Beachin Institute. A handsome young man is wiping the long knife in his hand. The blade is silvery white and cold. At this time, a samurai came in and said respectfully to the young man, "Iron Sword Sama, the latest information about Konoha has arrived. This young man is beat an iron sword. Taijian narrowed his eyes slightly and said softly, "Say just a word, but people feel a kind of unparalleled domineering." The samurai was shocked by this powerful aura, shaking slightly. Master Iron Sword, Minister Konoha Zanb, and Kakashi Hagai, returned to Konoha a week ago. Hearing the words, Taijian showed a hint of excitement on his face. "Reliable news?" "Reliable," the samurai answered. "Very well, I see. Go down." Taijian said. "Yes, Lord Iron Sword." The samurai finished speaking, got up and left. In the courtyard, once again only Iron Sword was left. "Kakashi, you are finally back. My 6-year agreement has been over 2 years now. It's time to end it," Taijian murmured. Originally, Iron Sword went to Konoha to find Kakashi for a decisive battle 2 years ago, but unfortunately, Kakashi had just left Konoha at that time and went to Dragon Vein. Therefore, Taijian rushed into the air. Originally wanted to find Kakashi, but within the past 2 years, in the ninja world, there was no news of Kakashi at all. In desperation, Iron Sword had to give up searching and waited for Kakashi's return in the Country of Iron with peace of mind. It can be said that the Iron Sword in the Country of Iron is born of wind and water, and Mifune completely regards the Iron Sword as the future heir of the Country of Iron, and spares no effort to teach the Iron Sword. Today's Iron Sword, in the eyes of Mifune, has surpassed himself. The Iron Sword also became the captain of the guards of the Iron Kingdom. You know, this position is equivalent to Konoha Zanbu Minister. Just when Taijian was excited, a person walked in. "Iron Sword, what is so happy?" Taijian was taken aback, turned around to look, and then respectfully said, "Miss Fune." The person who came was Sunken. Mifune had already accepted the Iron Sword as his apprentice, otherwise, how could he teach his unique skills without reservation? "Looking at you, I know that Kakashi has returned to Konoha," Mifune said. "Yes, Miss Mifune, I have been fighting with Kakashi for more than 2 years, and it's time to break it." Mifune sighed and said, "The sword has no eyes." "Actually, I don't want you and Kakashi to have this kind of duel." "Teacher Mifune, I have waited for 8 years on this day." This is the persistence of a samurai. "Whether it is for me or for my family, this battle must be fought." Taijian said solemnly. "Well, I knew it would be like this. Since you insist, I won't say anything anymore. Remember, come back alive. This Iron Country will eventually be handed over to you. I am old and can't hold it anymore." How many years? At this time, Sunken was 63 years old, and indeed he was no longer young, and his physical skills were gradually declining. Taijian nodded solemnly, and said, "Teacher Mifune, I won't let you down." After Taijian finished speaking, a terrifying sword intent rose up. Seeing this, Mifune couldn't help but feel slightly shocked. Iron Sword's talent is really terrifying. Has it condensed the sword intent to this level? "I don't know what level Kakashi has reached now," Mifune secretly said in his heart. Although I don't know the specific level of Kakashi, Mifune believes that the Iron Sword at this time will definitely not be weaker than Kakashi if it is just a sword technique. A war post, sent from the Country of Iron, to Konoha. At this time, Kakashi didn't know that there was such a person thinking about himself. Kakashi has actually forgotten the so-called 6-year agreement. After all, so many things have happened over the years. Kakashi really can't focus on this. And originally Kakashi didn't want to face Iron Swords and swords. But what should come will come. Some people will forget. Some people will not. Konoha, Uchiha's family home. Fuayu and Kakashi sat in the courtyard with a game of shogai in front of them. Kakashi's speed will take the picture, forming a must-have situation. Fu smiled bitterly, as expected of Kakashi. "I lost this round." Kakashi smiled and said, "Fuayu Patriarch, you have too many concerns, so you will lose sight of one and the other." Hee, as a person like me, how can you be without any worries? Upon hearing this, Kakashi picked up Fuayu's Jade General card and said, "So, Is the Fuyu patriarch worried about his jade? Fuyu's face was slightly constricted. He was quite serious, nodded, and said, Kakashi, I'm a little worried about Sasuke and Itachi. Worried about the future? Kakashi whispered. Yes, as you said, the enemy in the future is extremely terrible, so according to their temperaments, they must be the first to bear the brunt. As a father, I don't want to see this scene. Kakashi placed the card in the middle of the chessboard and said, Patriarch Fuyu, there are some things that we can't control. Needless to say, that guy's temperament just likes to carry everything on him. Nor is it an escape person. Their future will always follow that path. This is inevitable. Moreover, even if they want to escape, others may not let it go. Fuyu sighed and said, I know that I have paid attention to the XIA organization you mentioned in the past few years. They are very low. They seem to be hiding something, and I can't get much information. In the gaming mansion, the 12 Uchiha tribe members did not find much clues under the full investigation, but lost 2 manpower. Kakashi lightly nodded the 2 chess pieces, the speed and the corner row, and said, Patriarch Fuyu, now is not the time to provoke the XIA organization. With the strength of the Konoha family, the victory or defeat is 5/5. In the meantime, even if it can win, I am afraid it will hurt both sides. When the magic claws of the XIA organization are revealed, the right way to unite the 5 powers is the right way. Is it really possible to unite the 5 powers? Fu remained skeptical. The reason is simple. In the 3 wars of Ninja World, the hatred among the 5 great nations is too much. How can this kind of hatred be so easy to eliminate? If there is hatred, how can we unite together? I am afraid that at best, it is just a disagreement. How can things in the world be so easy to say clearly? This is an opportunity and an opportunity. Perhaps, with this one enemy, the 5 great nations can be brought together. There are many things with the friendship of war. It will become a lot easier. After Kakashi finished speaking, he put his jade hand card on Fuyu's territory, showing a slight smile. Fu looked at Kakashi and found that the man in front of him seemed more and more ugly. Chapter 404 Hyuga Tiger. After leaving Uchiha's house, Kakashi returned to Anb. The meeting with Uchiha Tomitake today was just to confirm something. Futake, Itachi, and Sasuke will surely become the main force on the battlefield in the future. Kakashi didn't know whether he could defeat Madara and Kagyu in the end. Therefore, Naruto and Sasuke, the 2 last saviors, Kakashi must ensure that they have the strength they should have. Today's Sasuke lacks eyes, kaleidoscope writing round eyes, and eternal eyes. Kaleidoscope writing round eyes is okay. But the Eye of Eternity, should it be given to Sasuke's eyes? No, Kakashi didn't want that. Itachi definitely far surpasses Sasuke in the use of writing round eyes. If the eyes were given to Sasuke, Itachi would be half-worn. This is what Kakashi didn't want to see. So, what about the Eye of Eternity? Kakashi sighed. Things are always going to be solved. But now, it is still too early. Let's wait until Sasuke opens the kaleidoscope to right the wheel. In the courtyard, Fu looked at the chessboard in front of him, thoughtfully. Kakashi's words brought Fu a great impact. This boy who was hostile by the Uchiha clan because of the writing wheel eyes, has now grown to such a stage. Strength, status, and even vision seemed to far surpass himself. Fu didn't see what Kakashi was going to do. But what is certain is that in Kakashi's eyes, Fu can't see the slightest ambition for power. Hyuga Kakashi, what kind of person are you? Fu sighed and put away the shogai. What will it look like in the future? And Kakashi looked at the fox mask in front of him. That was something that teacher Watergate gave to himself when he joined Anbu. It's just that things are still there, but people are gone. Gently put it on his face. Kakashi at this time is just the minister of Anbu. My minister. A man with a tiger head mask walked into Kakashi's office and cried respectfully. Well, it's Xio. What's the matter? Kakashi said softly. Hyuga Tiger said, my minister, the information that just came. Recently Konoha's prison has been commotion, and there have been many deaths of prisoners. Oh, who moved the hand? Kakashi asked. It's Fengshen and Thor. Is it the two of them? Are these two foodies recently and have not eaten enough? Kakashi said helplessly. Fengshen and Thor are two brothers, and they are also the people of Konoha. It was just two civilian ninjas who once killed their companions because they had no food to eat during the mission. Known by Tsunade at the time, he immediately captured the two and sent them to Konoha's prison. The strength of these two people is extremely powerful, and their strength is only below Tsunade, who possesses strange power fist. Today's Sakura and Xianglin are probably not as good. The two are strong, but there is a fatal weakness, that is, IQ deficiency. As long as there is food, they will be very quiet. In the same way, using food to lure them is also a test of luck. Two brothers called idiots, but once annoyed them, their small punches are also very scary. No, their food is custom made, so you don't have to worry about getting enough food. After all, the guards of the prison also know that the strength of these two people is strong. If they don't feed them, escape from prison will take minutes, said rather helplessly. These two brothers can be said to be the most troublesome two in Konoha prison. Although they can be sent as long as they are given food, once they are not full, the two men will look like they are going to rebel. What's the problem? Kakashi wondered. I don't know. The two suddenly became very manic. In addition to some prisoners killed by them, the guarding ninjas were also injured. Hyuga said. Oh, let's go and see, Kakashi said with interest. Yes, Mr. Minister. Hyuga nodded slightly and said. The two got up and walked towards Konoha's prison together. On the way, Kakashi looked at the forehead guard on Hyuga's forehead and said, Little Tiger, how is the bird curse in your cage now? Hyuga was taken aback, and then said, Thank you, Lord Minister, for being concerned. The bird curse in the cage is still the same. There is no change. Really? It seems that the previous method is not working. Don't worry, I will continue to think of ways, Kakashi said. Hearing this, Hyuga was very moved, and became more respectful to Kakashi. Yes, Mr. Minister, I'm bothering you, said Hyuga. Kakashi waved his hand and said, This is what I promised you. I will do it naturally, and the Japanese foot patriarch has also agreed. This is all the credit of the minister, otherwise, the Japanese foot patriarch would never agree to it. Birds in cages are one of the important methods of the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan has a long heritage, and the powerful power of the white eyes has made a bunch of people remember it. In order to prevent the blood of the Hyuga clan from flowing out, but also for the Hyuga clan to be better passed on, birds in cages came into being. The Hyuga clan was divided into two, becoming the clan and division. There is only one family in the clan, and the rest are divided. The divided family has the obligation to protect the clan. Once it resists the clan will activate the caged bird. When the family is separated, the bird in the cage will disappear, and the eyes will be destroyed. At this time, the sect family is Hyuga Hizu, Hyuga Kyuo, and Hyuga Hinata. It is precisely because of this mechanism that the white eyes have not been plundered a lot, and for so many years, only the Misty King got one. It's just the appearance of this caged bird that makes it difficult for the Hyuga clan to appear top masters anymore. For the separation of families, it is extremely difficult to reach the shadow level, because the caged birds will hinder their progress and get stuck on the bottleneck. As for the clan family, not every clan family has a strong talent that can break through to a higher level. But the Hyuga is different. The Hyuga's talent is so strong that it abruptly broke the limit of the caged bird and reached the level of a shadow. Of course, this has nothing to do with Kakashi's guidance. However, if you want to get more powerful power, Hyuga must eliminate the bird in the cage, otherwise, it will be hopeless to break through. At this time, Hyuga was only 22 years old, with enough potential to make breakthroughs. How strong is the white eye that can be juxtaposed with the writing wheel eye and the reincarnation eye? Kakashi wanted to see the answer in Hyuga. At the same time, if the bird in the cage can be broken, Kakashi doesn't mind lifting the shackles on Ninjai. After all, Ningsu was so talented that he was no longer under the assistance. Konoha's future still depends on the power of these people. Originally, Hyuga Nippon Football did not agree with Kakashi to study the birds in the Hyuga Tiger's cage, but Kakashi only said one thing, and Nippon Football agreed. That is, Fuyu has a kaleidoscope of writing round eyes. As the head of the Hyuga clan, Nissa naturally knows how strong Uchiha's kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes are. The Uchiha clan has such a character, but the Hyuga clan has not yet seen a top master, which makes the Hyuga Nisuda feel a sense of crisis. Therefore, Hyuga Nisu asked Kakashi to study the bird in the cage. After all, there is no way to release the bird in the cage, even the Zong family. Of course, the real purpose of Hyuga Nisu is to relieve Neji's caged bird. After all, Hinata Tiger, Hyuga Nisu's feelings for Neji are naturally deeper. Moreover, Hyuga Nisu also believes that Neji's talent can definitely surpass the ancestors of the Hyuga clan. At that time, Hyuga will be able to maintain his equal status with Uchiha. Chapter 405 Konoha Prison. Konoha's prison is located at the lower level where Anbu is, and is made of extremely strong stone. Konoha's criminal ninjas are being held here, and there are also some spies who are mixed with Konoha. Everyone here is wearing heavy handcuffs and handcuffs. 2 years ago, there was a big riot in these. After the suppression, the supervision of these prisoners became stricter. Riot? Kakashi said puzzledly. Hyuga Tiger said, yes, Mr. Minister, speaking of it, this matter has something to do with you. Oh, it has something to do with me? Come and listen, Kakashi asked curiously. Yes, 2 years ago, not long after you left, the Zonran teacher Mizuki of the Lockleaf School where you were sent to Konoha prison used food to instigate the Wind and Thunder God to launch a riot together. He wanted to escape Konoha and went to follow Oshimaru. But unfortunately, before leaving Konoha's sphere of influence, Uzumaki Naruto and Umino Iluka stopped him. And Tsunade-sama himself took action to subdue Fengshin and Thor. That's it. This Mizuki really doesn't stop. Even in prison, this kind of moth can still be produced. Kakashi shook his head and said, yes, the incident also let Tsunade-sama know about the loose management of Konoha prison. At this time, the supervision of Konoha prison has been strengthened. Hyuga Tiger said, well, this is a good thing. Then Mizuki was caught back again? Kakashi said, yes, Mizuki seems to have taken a potion of overdraft potential, which has overdrawn its vitality. Although Tsunade-sama took the action, Mizuki is only holding his life now, and his body has completely aged and turned into a white man. The old man with grey hair. Oh, I didn't expect Mizuki to have this ability to make potions of overdrafting life. Kakashi said in surprise. No, Lord Minister. The formula of the potion seems to be a semi-finished product developed by -1. I don't know how it got into Mizuki's hands. Mizuki only knows that the potion can increase strength, but he doesn't know that it will overdraft vitality. So, this Mizuki is really self-inflicted. Kakashi chuckled lightly. For the character of Mizuki, Kakashi's evaluation is very low. Have ambitions, but don't have the corresponding strength. Not even the relative means and wisdom. It would be if such a person can succeed. Soon, the two came to Konoha prison. At this time, the of Wind and Thunder were confronting several ninjas in the open space in the prison. It seems that we are here at the right time, and these two guys really started to quarrel again. Kakashi said, I saw that in the open space in the prison, the two Wind and Thunder were roaring. We want to eat. Eat. Ananbu cried. Didn't you give you food before? Not enough, not enough. We want to eat something more delicious. Thor called. Yes, there are obviously more delicious things in the prison. Why don't you feed us? Fengshin roared. Damn it, what are the nerves of the two of them? Where is the food in the prison? Anbu whispered. Hurry up and give it to us. Otherwise, we will hit someone. Fengshin shouted. Yes, my brother is right. Thor called. Damn it. If the two of them mess around, I guess they will be in big trouble. Anbu whispered. At this time, a hand was placed on the shoulder of the Anbu. You have worked hard, leave the rest to me. The Anbu was taken aback. The voice was, looking back, that familiar figure and hair color. My lord minister, the Anbu called. Kakashi nodded and looked at Fengshen and Thor in front of him. These two people are very tall, estimated to be more than 2 meters, plus a strong body. They look like a hill. Just by this visual impact, you know how powerful these two people are. Unfortunately, the combined IQs of the two people may not be more than 20 years old. Who are you? Can you give us that kind of food? Fengshen cried. That kind of food? What do you mean? Kakashi asked. It's the kind of very fragrant food. Just by smelling the taste, I know it must be delicious. Yeah, brother, Fengshen shouted. Brother is right. Thor cooperated. Kakashi frowned slightly. The two said that the ghost knew what it was. If you don't give it to us, we will hit you, Fengshen shouted. Kakashi-sama, don't talk nonsense with them. Let me take action to subdue them. Hyuga Taurus said respectfully. Kakashi nodded, and the emotions of the two in front of him seemed a little unstable. Instead of wasting time to continue talking, it is better to subdue and ask again. Perhaps the effect will be better. With Kakashi's permission, Hyuga Tiger is naturally not polite. Taking a step forward, looking at the two of them, showing a disdainful expression. Aeolus and Thunder God, be quiet. This is not a place where you can make noise. Hyuga Tiger said. Who are you? It's noisy. Brother, let's get rid of him, Fengshen said. Okay, brother, I just want to hit someone. Raytheon replied. Then do it. Together, brother. Okay, brother. After Fengshen finished speaking, he ran towards Hyuga Tiger, waving his fists, bringing up a breeze. Hyuga Tiger didn't care about it, and said softly, you have entered my gossip field. After Hyuga Tiger finished speaking, a green gossip plate with its center as its center, diverged in all directions. Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, and he secretly said in his heart, I haven't seen it for 2 years. Hyuga Tiger's strength has become stronger. But the bird in the cage is all imitation, and it seems that we must find a way as soon as possible. The future can help. 1 is 1. Not to mention that Kakashi was thinking here, Hyuga Tiger put on a weird posture, and said softly, soft fist. 120 palms. In an instant, Hyuga Tiger turned into an afterimage, coming and going freely within the gossip realm. Fengshen and Thundershen only felt that their bodies were constantly being hit by people, but they couldn't see where the people were at all. Only the voice kept reverberating in their ears. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms, 128 palms. Boom. With the last utterance, the huge bodies of Fengshen and Thor fell to the ground. Ah, it hurts. I'm completely out of strength, brother, Fengshen cried out in pain. Yes, brother, me too, Thor screamed similarly. The Hyuga Tiger stands back. The Anbu on the side was already stunned. This person should be Tiger Hyuga? Such a powerful soft fist. Even the two brothers of Fengshen and Thunder God were knocked down in an instant. Who said no? I heard that Lord Minister is his strongest. I thought it was an exaggeration, but now it seems that it should be true. It's terrible. Hyuga Tiger turned a deaf ear to these discussions and silently returned to Kakashi's side. Your Excellency, complete the task. Thanks, Kakashi whispered, and then stood in front of the of Wind and Thunder, and said, calm down. Can you tell me, what exactly are you talking about? Fengshen Thor was sealed chakra by Hyuga Tiger, and his mind became clearer. Fengshen said, I don't know. I just smelled the smell coming from Brother Mizuki's room. Mizuki? Chapter 406 Mizuki's Private Goods? Kakashi was taken aback for a moment. Where does this fellow Mizuki come from? Didn't it mean that this kid has become an old man? How come there are moths? Is this guy Mizuki still hiding private goods? Kakashi was a little strange. You guys sent the Wind God Thunder God back to the cell. Hungry them for 2 days. If something similar happens again, 3 days. Kakashi ordered. Yes. You bastard. Actually want to deduct our food. Absolutely cannot tolerate it, Fengshen said angrily. Brother, beat him. Thor called. Kakashi sneered. his aura exploded in an instant. The terrifying aura like a mountain torrent and a tsunami directly pressed on Fengshen and Thor. For a moment, the pressure of horror made the two almost breathless. Brother ... this guy ... is so strong, Thor said with difficulty. Yes. Younger brother. Even more terrifying than Tsunade's elder sister, Fengshen was also under tremendous pressure. Kakashi looked at them coldly, and said, the criminal will look like a criminal. The next time, it won't be that simple. If you still want to enjoy more food for a few years, give it to I'll stay obediently. Although Fengshen had a big nerve, he still had a clear understanding of the two words danger. They could feel that Kakashi was definitely not joking. If they really provoke the man with a fox mask in front of them again, I'm afraid they will definitely end badly. The dark part present was also shocked by this terrifying aura. Fortunately, Kakashi was not against them, so they did not have the intuitive feelings of Fengshen and Thor. Hyuga Tiger looked at Kakashi with a fanatical look. This is the strength of the minister. It is indeed the man I am determined to follow my life. Since the day Kakashi rescued Hyuga, Hyuga has made a vow in his heart that he will become Kakashi's most loyal supporter. The Hyuga Tiger who came from a separate family was actually not taken seriously in the Hyuga family. His talent is indeed very strong, but in the division, he can't get good guidance. At best, he is at the level of Shinobu. Hyuga Tiger was not reconciled to this, so he joined ANB, and also fortunately became Kakashi's men. Kakashi has never been stingy with his men. As long as he can help and teach, he has no reservations. However, this is just to make Hyuga Tiger grateful. The real reason Hyuga Tiger gave birth to the idea of dying for Kakashi was in a mission. It was a rainy night. Hyuga Tiger clutched his chest. There was a stab wound with blood flowing. Kakashi stood beside Hyuga Tiger. Captain, let's go first. I'm running out of it. Don't drag you down because of me. Hyuga Tiger looked at Kakashi and said. Kakashi ignored Hyuga's words, but walked to Hyuga's side, looked at Hyuga's injury, and said, the knife is very deep. It seems that you can't use chakra for the time being. Sorry, Captain. I can't help you anymore. This task is very important. You should go as soon as possible, and wait for the enemy to come up. None of us can leave. Hyuga Tiger said. Kakashi did not speak, and directly carried Hyuga Tiger on his back. Hyuga Tiger was taken aback, and said, Captain? What are you doing? Kakashi chuckled. Little Tiger, my companion, as long as I am not dead, I will never give up. Hearing this, Hyuga Tiger felt a shock in his heart. Captain. Okay, stop talking nonsense. I don't care about those goods. They can't stop me. I want to take away, and I have to complete the task. Kakashi said. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and then he looked behind him. But in a moment, dozens of ninjas surrounded Kakashi. Konoha's Kakashi Hagai. I didn't expect it to be you. It's really a big fish, the ninja said excitedly. Unfortunately, my fish is not something you can eat. Arrogant, with a seriously injured person, still want to escape? Ridiculous. The lead ninja mocked. No, you made a mistake. Kakashi chuckled. What? To deal with you, I can't use the word flee for Kakashi. When you surround yourself, your death date has already arrived. Kakashi said coldly. It's not ashamed to say it. The lead ninja shouted coldly. In this world, there are always people who are so overbearing, Kakashi seemed to say with emotion. Next, Hyuga Tiger saw a scene that he will never forget. In an instant, dozens of ninjas all died in Kakashi's hands. The sword was floating. Hyuga Tiger couldn't even see how Kakashi shot. The feast of murder. The curtain fell. Look, I said. They can't keep us. Kakashi smiled and said, in that rainy night, it seemed to be the most brilliant sun. Hyuga Tiger looked at Kakashi in a trance, forgetting the pain in his chest for a while. At that moment, Hyuga Tiger not only realized the feeling of being valued by others, but was also conquered by Kakashi's personality charm. Therefore, Hyuga Tiger became Kakashi's most staunch supporter. That is the die hard as the saying goes. Before Kakashi left Konoha, Hyuga Tiger had always suspected that Tsunade was running Kakashi, so that something unpleasant happened. Fortunately, Kakashi came back, and Hyuga Tiger also knew that it was his own misunderstanding, so he stopped. The memory ended in Hyuga's mind. Looking at Kakashi's back in front of him, Hyuga was more determined. Your Lord Minister is already so strong. I must become stronger so that I can keep up with the Lord Minister and do things for him. Hyuga Tiger secretly said in his heart. Little Tiger. At this moment, Kakashi called out suddenly. Hearing this, Hyuga Tiger immediately replied, yes, Lord Minister. Take me to Mizuki's prison. I want to see what is this guy doing. Yes, Lord Minister. As Hyuga Taurus said, he led Kakashi to another room. Fengshen and Thor were taken down by other Anbu. After being tapped by Hyuga Tiger and shocked by Kakashi Sora, the two did not resist at all. Not long after walking, Hyuga Tiger stopped and pointed to one of the cells and said, Master Kakashi, because Mizuki's physical potential is overdrawn, although he has saved his life, he can no longer become a ninja. He is judged to be the least threatening Class D criminal, so I'm locked here. Kakashi heard the words and looked up. Through the dark iron railings, Kakashi clearly saw a grey-haired man lying on the bed. The face is full of wrinkles. This person is the lingering Mizuki. Chapter 407. Chitsubaki opened the door. Kakashi said, yes, Lord Minister. Hearing this, Hyuga Tiger inserted the prepared key into the keyhole. With a bang, the iron prison door slowly opened. The sound was not loud, but in the empty prison, it seemed very abrupt. Hearing the sound, Mizuki, who seemed to be sleeping, raised his head and looked at the door. Seeing that it was Kakashi, Mizuki was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't expect to see this famous ninja here. Yo, Mizuki, Master Kakashi. Why did you come here? Mizuki sat up from the bed. Although he had grey hair and wrinkles on his face, it did not affect his actions. At least, there is no big problem like an ordinary person. The intersection of Mizuki and Kakashi is not deep, so I don't know much about Mizuki. Most of the impression of Mizuki comes from the original work, as well as the information on the anb. But Mizuki has long heard of this famous person. When Mizuki entered this prison, it was also the blessing of Kakashi's disciple, Naruto Uzumaki. It's just curious to come over and take a look. I didn't expect that you are also the abandoned son of Oshimaru. It's really funny. Kakashi laughed. Kakashi originally thought that Mizuki was just one-sided yearning for Oshimaru. But based on the current situation, this Mizuki and Oshimaru really had an intersection, and even got another alternative curse in the hands of Oshimaru. Or, it is the most superficial curse seal. When Mizuki heard this, his face was a little ugly. Becoming an abandoned child is not a glorious thing. Master Kakashi, if you just came to taunt me, you would be too demeaning. Mizuki sneered. Don't worry, I'm not so bored. Just come over to confirm something, Kakashi said. What? Mizuki was taken aback. Before Mizuki could react, Kakashi's hand was already on Mizuki's body. A huge force pressed on Mizuki's shoulders, making him unable to move, even unable to speak. Hyuga Tiger is a bit weird. What is Kakashi going to do to this Mizuki? Does this guy have any value? But Hyuga Tiger obviously wouldn't ask these questions. In his eyes, as long as Kakashi did something, it was right. At this moment, at the door of the prison, a young and beautiful woman came over. The woman was carrying a rice box, as if she had come to visit the prisoner. Seeing that Mizuki was immobile by Kakashi, the woman was shocked. What are you doing? With that, the woman rushed over, trying to stop all of this. But with the Hyuga Tiger, how could this woman succeed? Hyuga Tiger was just a point, and the woman softened. The lunchbox in his hand also fell to the ground, and in an instant, a scent spread out. Interference is forbidden when working in Anbu. Hyuga Tiger said coldly. What? The woman also reacted at this time. The dressing of these two people is indeed the dress of Anb. But why they should start with Mizuki? The woman's eyes were full of anxiety, and she shouted, What are you going to do to Mizuki? Mizuki is already an ordinary person. As the woman said, she even brought a hint of crying. When most people see such a scene, I'm afraid they can't bear it already at this time. It's a pity that this woman met Hyuga Tiger. This guy doesn't feel pity for Xiangyu at all, so he doesn't feel unbearable at all. But at this time, Kakashi also took back his chakra. Don't worry, I didn't do anything to Mizuki, just confirmed something. It's you. Who are you? How come you are here? Kakashi asked. As soon as Kakashi's chakra was recovered, Mizuki also regained his mobility. Hyuga Taurus said, My Lord Minister, this woman is Chitsubaki, Mizuki's former fiancée. Now she is a leisurely Zongnin who comes to take care of Mizuki every day. Minister? Kien Huichun was taken aback, obviously not expecting the status of the person in front of him to be so high. Kakashi heard the words and looked at Kien-chun in front of him thoughtfully. He couldn't think of someone like Mizuki, someone would be so infatuated with him, and they all became like this, and they were willing to look after him every day. Sure enough, the power of love is really great. Kakashi picked up the lunchbox Chitsubaki had dropped on the floor, and the scent became stronger. Kakashi looked inside, and it turned out to be a ramen of Yile. So, is this the so-called delicacy that Feng Shenlixin said? Kakashi smiled secretly in his heart, but he didn't expect the Yile ramen to be so attractive now. And this ramen seems to be the catfish noodles made in the first place. Such a taste is indeed tempting. These thoughts flashed through Kakashi's mind, and then he handed the lunchbox to Chitsubaki, who was still lying on the ground, and said, Chitsubaki, isn't it? Sorry, your lunchbox seems to have fallen. Mizuki is okay. Don't worry. Xio, let's go. Yes, Hyuga Tiger replied. The two left immediately. Chichin got up quickly. Hyuga Tiger did not use much power this time, so it was only temporarily paralyzed and did not cause any damage to the body. After all, this is Konoha, and those who come are all companions in a village, and it is always bad to be cruel. Kien Huichun hurried to Mizuki's side, and whispered, Mizuki, are you okay? Mizuki also slowed down at this time, and said coldly, it's okay. I don't know what kind of nerves this flag Kakashi has. It's okay, come, eat, this is the ramen I bought for you, although I just spilled a little soup, but fortunately there is nothing else to lose. Chitsubaki said softly. Seeing this, Mizuki felt soft. Mizuki is really lucky to have such a fiancé. Even if I did something like that before, I still didn't drive her away. Little Chun, my body will decay in 5 years at most. You don't need to wait for me. Find a good person to marry. I think Iluko is good. Mizuki whispered, covered by white medium and long hair. With his face, it made people unable to see his expression. Chitsubaki smiled and shook his head, and said, Mizuki, I believe it is you in this life. Even if you only have 5 years of life, I will always guard you and will never change. As for Iuka, I just think of him as a friend. You don't want to talk like that anymore. Come and eat. Mizuki's heart twitched fiercely, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Seeing the steaming noodles in front of me, tears slipped silently. It was only because of the occlusion of her long hair that Chitsubaki did not find it. Mizuki. Chitsubaki couldn't help but cried when seeing Mizuki lingering. It's okay, Xio-chan, thank you. As Mizuki said, he took the bowl of ramen and ate it all in a few bites. People always think of the beauty they once had when they are at the end of their lives. Chapter 408 Abandoned Research. Kakashi walked out of Mizuki's cell, greeted Anbu not far away, and said, after Feng Shenthor's punishment is over, you will give Feng Shenthor an extra bowl of ramen every day, so they should be able to stop. The Anbu was a little confused when he heard the words, but Kakashi had said so. He naturally wouldn't object. Yes, your Lord Minister. Okay, let's go down, Kakashi said. That Anbu heard the words and went on obediently. Kakashi said to Hyuga Tiger again, Xio, did you find the laboratory abandoned by Oshimaru in the previous capture of Mizuki? Yes, Lord Minister. Where are the laboratory materials? Kakashi asked. narrowing his eyes. If Kakashi asked someone else, maybe he really didn't know. But Hyuga Tiger was responsible for this matter at the beginning, so he knew it very well. In the archives of Anbu, come with me, Kakashi said. Yes, Lord Minister. As Hyuga Taurus said, he followed Kakashi. Anbus archives contain a lot of Anbus data. In addition to Hokage, only the Minister of Anbu has the power to arbitrarily mobilize to watch. Others, without permission, are not allowed to get involved. Even the group of elders is the same. The two turned left and right, and soon came to a gate. Your Excellency, the information is inside. As Hyuga Tiger said, his head turned to the other side to avoid suspicion. Kakashi looked at the heavy door. His hands were sealed and pressed on the talisman at the door. This door is not opened with a key, but requires the way of chakra's seal to open. With a click, the door opened. Your Excellency, the pile of materials was placed on the 10th bookshelf, in the 7th file on the 3rd row, said Hyuga Tiger. Okay, I'll go in and take a look. Here to guard, Kakashi said. Yes, your Lord Minister. Hyuga Tiger stood guard at the door meticulously, while Kakashi walked into the archives room. It's been a long time since I came. Kakashi chuckled lightly. The last time he came to this file room, he was investigating the cause of his father's death. Now that the times have changed, there is really a big difference. Mizuki's body does have the phenomenon of using vitality to increase strength and then depleting. From this point of view, Dashimaru should have studied how to extract vitality. Perhaps it is the branch line results obtained when studying the cells between the pillars. Kakashi secretly said in his heart that this was also the reason why he had to confirm the situation in Mizuki's body before. According to Kakashi's observation just now, the reason why Mizuki's vitality disappeared was because it was forcibly consumed by a drug. It is precisely because of this that even Tsunade can't heal him and restore him to his original state. Speaking of medical ninjutsu, Orochimaru is naturally unable to catch up with Tsunade. But when it comes to experimenting, Tsunade is not as good as Oshawan, the father of Naruto science. Maru, no one objected. If the curse mark on Mizuki's body is also very strange, it stands to reason that Mizuki's talent is so poor, and Maru absolutely looks down on him. Then how can he give him a curse mark? Even the most shallow curse mark, Kakashi couldn't figure it out. So he came here to find information. According to the direction that Hyuga Tiger said, Kakashi quickly got what he wanted. There is a layer of dust on the portfolio. After all, it has been here for nearly 2 years, and it is normal to get dusty. Sweeping away the dust on the surface, Kakashi took out the information inside. Part of this information was originally obtained by Mizuki from the abandoned laboratory in Dashimaru, and part of it was discovered by Anb in that laboratory. Another part is Tsunade's summary of Mizuki taking medicine. The more Kakashi looked, the tighter her brows frowned. After a long time, Kakashi put down the scroll, lost in thought. Sure enough, Daishiwan has studied the issue of vitality potential. It is recorded in the scroll that in the laboratory, a note that Dashwin did not have time to take away was found. The above clearly records a failed experiment of Daishiwan. After obtaining the intercolumn cells, Daishiwan discovered the huge vitality in the intercolumn cells. And it is this vitality that makes Kaienzu's Eugene possess an immortal body that is different from ordinary people. After Daishiwan came to this conclusion, he was so excited that he even put aside the experiment of interpillar cells and conducted research on vitality. But it is a pity that after researching -1, he found that vitality is extremely difficult to control. The most intuitive display of vitality is the interpillar cells, because no one has a greater vitality than Senjujima. In the course of this experiment, a failed experiment appeared, that is, the curse mark of Orochimaru. It was from this experiment that Dashimaru got the inspiration for the curse seal. The curse seal was originally created by the big snake pill to alleviate the problem of life force consumption. But after it was created, Dashimaru discovered that the immortal chakra possessed by the curse seal could slightly alleviate the consumption of vitality, but if it wanted to completely offset it, I am afraid it was a little short. The Xianzu chakra is the highest level of energy that Orochimaru can master. In Dashimaru's view, natural energy and vitality are two very similar things, and there is the possibility of offsetting each other. However, the level of the chakra and the life force of the natural energy formed by the Orochimaru is still a bit short. So in desperation, Daishiwan gave up this idea. However, Dashwon's experiment was not entirely without gain. After all, there was a curse seal. However, Kakashi was surprised when he saw this. Vitality, create life, isn't that yin and yang escape? It is no wonder that Orochimaru will fail. Although Xianzu chakra is one level higher than ordinary chakra, but compared to yin-yang escape, it was still a bit worse. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru has also studied yin and yang. It is really a genius studying forbidden techniques. I am really curious. There is something in this world that he has not studied. It is a pity that he has not touched that field yet, Kakashi murmured, and then put the scroll back on the shelf. But at this moment, Kakashi's heart moved. Yin and yang done. Xianzu chakra. By the way, I remember the Slug Fairy once said that the fusion of the three immortal arts will produce terrifying power, isn't it? Kakashi suddenly sounded his silver-white fairy chakra. No, it's not. Yin and yang escape is something that maximizes the power of the mind and body, and has nothing to do with natural energy. Kakashi vetoed himself. Where is the problem? Chapter 409 Dismissed Test Pain's Black Rod is a product of yin-yang escape, and it is just a function of the reincarnation I. The yin-yang escape and yin-yang attributes are different from the yin-yang power. The yin and yang attributes are similar to the 5 attributes of wind, thunder, fire, earth and wind. Although they are special, they do not exceed this category. The yin and yang attribute is not mysterious. Many ninjas have this attribute. For example, illusion. Almost all need the participation of yin attribute chakra, as well as Uchiha's writing round eyes, and the Nara family's shadow series. These are the yin attributes corresponding to yin attribute chakra. Another example is the doubling technique of the Kudao clan, the Kaienzu clan, the Whirlpool clan, and the Huai clan's powerful physical functions, all of which belong to the category of yang done. This is the yin and yang attribute. The ninjutsu used by yin and yang attributes is yin and yang. Yin-yang done is different. Yin-yang done is a ninjutsu that combines yin done and yang done. For example, it is like Bing done, which is formed by the combination of feng shui attributes. The yin-yang escape is formed by the combination of yin and yang attributes. And the difficulty of combining the two is even more difficult than creating the boundary of blood succession. After all, yin-yang escape is a ninjutsu that can create life. As for the last power of yin and yang, it was the ability that the 6 immortals gave Naruto and Sasuke to seal Otsuki Truya. After the seal, it would disappear and cease to exist. Yin and yang escape? There is no specific method. I am afraid it is not so easy to practice, Kakashi murmured. One of the yin and yang escapes that appeared in the original work was derived from the eyes of Madara's reincarnation. One was obtained by Naruto from a Ludao immortal. The last one is to become the 10-tailed person's Yulai. Yin and yang escape is no longer a problem. No matter which one it is not obtained by conventional means. Therefore, Kakashi wants to get this kind of ninjutsu. I am afraid it is impossible. Yin and yang escape was just something Kakashi remembered accidentally when he saw this thing. There was no way but to temporarily suppress it. Kakashi possesses the 7 attributes of Feng Shui. Feng Shui, Yin and Yang, the official book of formation information. No nonsense. And has unlimited possibilities. It seems that yin and yang escape now seems hopeless, but in the future, there may not be no chance. It seems that this research doesn't have much value. No wonder Orochimaru will give up in the end, Kakashi murmured. Just as Kakashi was about to leave, suddenly a violent spirit remembered something. Xianzu chakra? By the way, maybe Xianzu chakra can come in handy. Kakashi's heart moved, and he had a new idea of the bird curse in the cage of the Hyuga clan. The caged birds of the Hyuga clan use yin chakras to block the entire brain, especially the optic nerve. Once there is an external force, they will have a huge response. But if a higher level chakra intervenes, there may be different effects. Kakashi secretly said in his heart that he had a new idea of cracking the bird in the cage. The general celestial chakra may not be able to suppress the yin attribute chakra in the caged bird, but Kakashi's celestial chakra may not. The silver-white celestial chakra formed by the fusion of the three celestial arts. Kakashi has not yet fully mastered it, but through previous use, Kakashi knows that this silver-white chakra is stronger than a single celestial chakra. If the general fairy chakra is one level higher than the ordinary chakra, then the silver-white chakra is 2 levels higher than the ordinary chakra. In this way, you might be able to suppress the caged bird with absolute advantage. Once the yin chakra in the bird curse mark in the cage is suppressed, it will become possible to remove the bird in the cage. This method is worth a try, but the risk is not small. It requires careful operation. Kakashi muttered to himself, and then walked out of the reference room. My minister. Seeing Kakashi coming out, Hyuga said respectfully, I have something to discuss with you. Kakashi said, my minister, please give orders, said Hyuga. I just got some inspiration from the experimental data of Dashimaru, and also thought of a way. Maybe it can remove the bird from the cage, but there are some risks. Would you like to try it? Kakashi said. Hearing that there is no emotional fluctuations in Hyuga in these days, Kakashi has actually experimented a lot of methods on Hyuga. Although there is no effect, but there is no damage. Everything is subject to the orders of the minister. Okay, let's go to the secret room, Kakashi said. One after another, the two came to a secret room in Anbu. This secret room is actually used for confinement by the Anbu. It is very quiet, and there is no need to worry about being disturbed. Sitting on it cross-legged, Hyuga released the forehead protection on his head, revealing the green bird curse mark in the cage. The curse of the bird in the cage is in the shape of a green fork, with 2 green lines connecting the pattern and running through the entire forehead. This is a shame for the separation of the Hyuga family, but it is also a means of self-protection by the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan is not as strong as the Uchiha clan. If you don't rely on caged birds to protect your blood, the number of Hyuga clan who died will probably increase exponentially. Therefore, not all birds in cages are bad. Hyuga Nizu is also an enlightened patriarch, but he did not abolish the bird in the cage, and he saw this. Once they lose the restraint of the bird in the cage, the enemy may not be able to resist frantically attacking the Hyuga clan. At that time, the Hyuga clan may not escape the fate of annihilation. After all, the succession of white eyes is really exciting. You know, Hinata has been spotted by Leon village again and again, which shows the attraction of the people from the outside village. Some branch families recognize this point, and they admit their fate. Some branch families can see this point clearly and hate the clan. There may be a little pain later. Bear with me, rest assured, I will ensure your safety, Kakashi said. Your Excellency, please do whatever you want. I still have the endurance of Hyuga. Hyuga said softly. It is good. Kakashi stood behind Hyuga, and the chakra inside his body turned slightly. The silver-white curse on the back overflowed with a hint of silver-white chakra. Kakashi's silver-white curse seal has not yet been completely integrated, so there are few silver-white chakras that can be used at this time. Fortunately, there is no need for too many silver-white chakras, so there is no need to worry about not enough. The silver-white chakra gathered on Kakashi's right hand, and then sank into Hyuga's head. Hyuga snorted, but his body remained motionless. Kakashi nodded. This Hyuga's will is indeed very firm. Kakashi's powerful mental strength exercises and the silver-white chakra moved toward the bird in the Hyuga's cage at the same time. Chapter 410 Mutated White Eyes. Hyuga only felt that there was a lot of snake in his mind, circling and swimming constantly. There is a slight pain, and there is also a cool feeling. Kakashi closed his eyes and followed his silver-white chakra. his mental powers swimming in Hyuga Tiger's mind. In the brain, a strange chakra hovered in Hyuga Tiger's mind, connected to the optic nerve. It is in a state of activation at any time, and only the nerve that connects life is broken. It will immediately activate, instantly destroying the white eyes. Of course, if external forces tried to move it, it will also activate. Upon seeing this, Kakashi secretly said in his heart, "The chakra sensitivity of this caged bird is really scary." Kakashi did not observe any more. He had known these things before. The silver-white chakra slowly intruded into the chakra of the bird in the cage and turned into a chain, trying to restrain it firmly. At this time, the chakra in the cage seemed to have turned into a fierce bird, constantly resisting the invasion of the silver-white chakra. But unfortunately, the silver-white chakra's level is much higher than it, and its resistance is completely futile. Kakashi was overjoyed and secretly said, "Sure enough, my silver-white chakra can completely restrain the launch of this caged bird." The silver-white chakra was turned into a chain, and the chakra of the bird in the cage was firmly bound and immovable. Kakashi nodded secretly, and then looked at the port where Chakrana, the bird in the cage, was connected to the optic nerve. The silver-white chakra moves at will, cutting off the port directly. At this time, Hyuga Tiger only felt a pain in his mind, and then he felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. It's like the pleasure of a girl wearing high heels for the first time and then taking off the high heels. Hyuga Tiger couldn't help groaning. But Kakashi's actions did not stop there. The silver-white chakra completely wrapped the bird curse in the cage, and then slowly removed Hyuga Tiger's mind. Outside the body, Kakashi's right hand moved away from the top of Hyuga Tiger's head. A dark green chakra was wrapped in a thin layer of silver-white chakra and stayed in Kakashi's right hand. Kakashi took out a scroll, directly pressed the dark green chakra on it, and immediately sealed his hands. The dark green chakra was as if absorbed by a scroll, directly submerged in it. The word cage appeared on the scroll. At the same time, the dark green curse on Hyuga Tiger's forehead gradually faded, and then disappeared. But Hyuga Tiger didn't open his eyes immediately, but showed a pained expression. Kakashi was taken aback, surprised. "What's the matter?" Mental power sneaked into Hyuga Tiger's mind again, and Kakashi cried out secretly. Worse, because the control of the silver-white chakra is not proficient, there is a trace left in Xia's mind. Kakashi wanted to take back the silver-white chakra, but at this moment, the silver-white chakra unexpectedly slipped into Xia's eyes. "This is bad," Kakashi secretly said in his heart. His silver-white chakra ran into Hyuga Tiger's eyes, and Kakashi didn't know what would happen. The expression on Hyuga Tiger became more painful. Kakashi had no choice but to stand in front of Hyuga Tiger and wait quietly. At this point, Kakashi has nothing to do. The rest depends on the good fortune of Hyuga Tiger. Hyuga Tiger only felt that a domineering chakra had entered his eyes. Originally, Hyuga Tiger thought it was a bird in the cage, but the pain did not come as expected. Instead his eyes felt a cool feeling. What's going on? Hyuga Tiger was uncertain in his heart, not knowing why. The silver-white chakra wandered around in the white eyes, but soon, it wandered still. The white eyes seemed to find this uninvited guest, and the white eyes that had just been freed were also in a state of excitement. They directly absorbed the silver-white chakra. The silver-white chakra was not to be outdone, and wanted to rise up. But it's just a trace, and it's on the home court of others' eyes. But for a moment, the resistance will fail. Whitey-eyed and unceremoniously swallowed up this silver-white chakra. But for a moment, Hyuga Tiger felt that his white eyes seemed to have become stronger. Kakashi was looking at Hyuga Tiger worriedly, and Hyuga Tiger suddenly opened his eyes. The pure white eyes exuded a wave of coercion, and then, there was a faint golden light in the pure white eyes. Kakashi was surprised. What's the situation? Xio, how do you feel? Kakashi asked. My Lord Minister, I feel better than ever. Hyuga Tiger said with joy. You try to roll your eyes. Yes. Roll your eyes. Open. For an instant, a black and white image appeared in Hyuga Tiger's mind. Originally, Hyuga Tiger's eyes had a blind spot, but now, This blind spot no longer exists. An unprecedented clear vision appeared in Hyuga Tiger's mind. Kakashi looked at Hyuga Tiger's eyes, and the faint golden color became more obvious when Hyuga Tiger used his white eyes. "What's going on?" Kakashi was surprised. Hyuga Tiger said in surprise, "My lord, has the bird curse in my cage been lifted? This feels so perfect." Kakashi nodded and smiled. "Yes, look at it," Kakashi said, pointing to a mirror not far away. Hyuga Tiger looked over, and sure enough, the bird curse mark in the cage on his forehead had disappeared at this time. But before Hyuga could be happy, he was taken aback by the golden light in his eyes. "This is," Hyuga Tiger said in a puzzled way. "Xio, when I was just for treatment, there was a trace of Xianzu chakra that was absorbed by your white eyes. Now it seems that it was merged by your white eyes, so this strange change has occurred." "You feel like you? Is there anything wrong with the white eyes?" Kakashi asked. Hyuga Tiger shook his head and said, "No, but it seems to have become stronger. I can feel that the ability to roll eyes is stronger than before." Kakashi heard the words and said to himself, "Could the silver-white chakra make Baiyan some kind of abnormality?" Seeing how Kakashi was thinking, Hyuga said on his knees, "Thank you, Mr. Minister. If it were not for Mr. Minister, I would never be able to get rid of the bird in my cage. And this whitey-eyed, fused chakra with Mr. Minister will definitely become stronger." Kakashi was taken aback, helped Hyuga Tiger up, and said, "Little Tiger, there is no need to say thank you between you and me, but I am a little worried about your eyes." Chapter 411 Ninja Village. "Don't worry, Lord Minister, I feel good. There is no problem at all," said Hyuga Tiger. "That's good. If you feel any discomfort, tell me as soon as possible," Kakashi said. "Yes, your Lord Minister." "Well, don't tell others about this matter for the time being. Your eyes need to look at the situation again." "I see." This is the end of Hyuga Tiger's eyes. Although the bird in the cage was unlocked, something strange seems to have happened again, and this change was unexpected by Kakashi. The silver-white Xianzu chakra will have such a strange effect on the white eyes. So what about the Shalonian? Kakashi didn't know, and now is not the time to try. His eyes of eternity have not yet been merged. Hyuga Tiger's pure white eyes looked no different from ordinary white eyes. But as long as the chakra of Hyuga Tiger rushed to his eyes, intending to open the power of white eyes, then, in an instant, the pure white eyes would turn into a faint golden color. At this time, Hyuga Tiger couldn't tell what that feeling was, but he can clearly feel that this state is very good. It can even be said to be very good. The removal of the caged bird greatly strengthened Hyuga Tiger's ability to whiten his eyes, and the original blind spot disappeared without a trace. At this time, she turned into golden eyes, and it seemed that her field of vision had become larger. There was a joy in Hyuga Tiger's heart, and he could feel that the door that blocked him from leading to the shadow grade had been released. As long as he worked a little harder, he would be able to break through the level that ordinary people would never be able to surpass in a lifetime. At this moment, Hyuga Tiger's heart was extremely excited, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly. As if seeing the excitement of Hyuga Tiger, Kakashi smiled and said, "Well, don't be too excited. You take a break these 2 days and adjust to your new eyes, so that you don't go wrong when you perform the task." "Yes, Minister, I will definitely adapt as quickly as possible," said Hyuga Tiger. "Okay." After leaving the ant prison, Hyuga went back to his room and started thinking about the problem of rolling his eyes. Kakashi was called to the Hokage office. "Tsunade-sama, are you looking for me?" Kakashi asked. Tsunade didn't speak, but nodded, and handed a scroll to Kakashi. Kakashi was a little confused, took the scroll and took a look. After just 2 glances, Kakashi's expression became a little dumbfounded. "Iron Sword, this guy is still thinking about competing with me. This kid really has a leisurely sentiment," Kakashi said helplessly. "The Beijing Iron Sword came here 2 years ago, but you happened to leave the village at that time, so you staggered it. Now it is estimated that I have heard from you, so I will send someone to send the war post immediately, said. This kid is really persistent. Kakashi, this is the problem you caused. You solve it yourself. Tsunade said. Yes, Tsunade-sama, I will take care of it properly. Kakashi said sternly. Well, this Beijing Iron Sword is said to be the next leader of the Iron Nation by default. You should pay attention to it. Although Konoha is not afraid of the Iron Nation, unnecessary contradictions should not be established. Don't worry, Tsunade-sama, I'm also friends with Tetsuken, so I won't mess around. That's good. When are you going to leave? Tsunade asked. Just in these 2 days. The time for the fight will be 7 days later, and it will take some time to go to the Iron Country, Kakashi said. Well, since you are going to the Iron Country, I will leave this to you by the way. Tsunade said, took out another scroll from the table and handed it to Kakashi. Kakashi was taken aback, took the scroll and looked at it again. But this time, Kakashi's expression became a bit solemn. This is something that happened in a small country on the other side of the country of Iron, the country of Kawa. It is said that the village of Shinin and Yunin village in the country of Kawa were all destroyed. You go to see the situation. Tsunade said. Kakashi nodded slightly and said, understood. Do you need any manpower? Tsunade asked. Not for the time being, it's convenient for me to move by myself. Well, good. Pay attention to safety. Kakashi left the Hokage building, looked at the scroll in his hand, and muttered, Korean country, Tainian village. Is it him? Kakashi shook his head, wondering if he had to go to see it. But after this matter has to be suppressed for the time being, it is serious to go to the country of Iron to find the Kid Iron Sword. He had promised Taijian to compete with him before, but he had breached the contract for 2 years now. This is a very embarrassing thing. But Kakashi really forgot. If it weren't for this war post, I'm afraid Kakashi wouldn't remember it now. It just happened to be out for a walk. These days, I've been doing things with Anbu so much. Kakashi was originally a lazy person, and it was really difficult for him to do so many official duties. Kakashi was walking on the way home, but suddenly saw a few familiar figures. The green tights and vest, and the bushy eyebrows. Yo, K, long time no see, Kakashi said with a smile. At this time it was the K team that had just completed the task. Kai saw Kakashi for a moment, and then excitedly said, Kakashi, my forever opponent, you are finally back. Come on. Let us fight for a long time. This is the 411th game. Now we are 205 to 205. Whoever wins this game will be ahead. Since Kakashi used to practice with Kai before, the competition between the two became more frequent. Kakashi was a little helpless when he heard this. This Kai is indeed a very nervous creature. Nings and Tantan on the side have already raised their foreheads. Having such a Hyuga teacher is really a bit distressed for people with personality like Nings and Tantan. As for Xiaoli, he has already started to take notes. Really worthy of teacher Kai. Youth has been swayed like this all the time. Xiaoli's pen was furious. And then tears of emotion were revealed. K, you just came back from the task, so let's talk about it later. You have to report the task to Tsunade-sama, Kakashi said. Kai suddenly realized, and said, Kakashi, you are here to wait for me. I will report back to the task immediately. After K finished speaking, he rushed away, leaving Kakashi far behind in a mess. Well, this temperament is no one. Upon seeing this, Ningsi bowed respectfully to Kakashi and said, Teacher Kakashi, long time no see. Tanshin and Xiaoli also greet Kakashi when they see this. Kakashi smiled and said, long time no see, Neji. I heard that you are going to be a shinobu. There is still an A-level mission, Ningsi said calmly. Ah, very good. Kakashi smiled. Compared to Mr. Kakashi, it's far behind. Ms. Kakashi became Changnin at the age of 12. After all, it was a war period, and it is very different from today. You can be forbearance at this age, which is enough to show your talent. Nisa-senpai has a good son. Thank you Mr. Kakashi for the compliment, Ningse respectfully said. Okay, you go to work. I still have things, so I won't tell you more. Just after Kakashi finished speaking, The green figure in the distance rushed again. Kakashi, let's have a showdown. Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, and looked at the guy who came here with dumbfounding. I said, you don't have to be in a hurry to open 6 doors, right? Chapter 412 Make things difficult. Kakashi's enthusiasm for the battle was naturally not easy to refuse, and finally adopted the fairest noodle battle. Well, to put it simply, whoever finishes a bowl of ramen first. Needless to say, Kakashi's instant noodle eating method won the final victory with an undoubted advantage. Kai regrets the defeat and declares that he will definitely defeat Kakashi next time. Kakashi was non-committal. It is really interesting to have such a good friend in life. Kakashi went home to pack his things, and set off for the Iron Country. 3 days later, Kakashi rushed to the territory of the Iron Nation. I haven't been to the country of Iron for 8 years. At this time, the country of Iron has undergone tremendous changes compared to the past. Perhaps because the Iron Nation has made a lot of money in the past few years, Kakashi clearly felt that the gates of the Iron Nation looked more magnificent than before. It seems that the Iron Country has developed well in the past few years. At this time, Kakashi was wearing a white robe and his forehead was not worn, just like the image he had when he came to the country of Iron. This young man, you haven't come to the country of Iron for a long time, have you? Kakashi was sighing. An old man walked over behind him, and it seemed that he should also be the one who was going to enter the country of Iron. Sir, you are right. The last time I came here was 8 years ago, Kakashi said. 8 years. It's no wonder that I feel so emotional. A few years ago, the leader of the Iron Kingdom, Michonzama, accepted an apprentice named Beachin Iron Sword. This Beachin Iron Sword is amazing. It was the heir of the Beachin family back then. Because of the Beachin Iron Sword, the Beachin family has once again joined the Iron Nation. With the help of the Beachin clan, the development of the Iron Nation has accelerated a lot. Isn't the Beachin family long gone? Kakashi asked in confusion. This is not right. The Beachin family is said to have been forced to live in seclusion and develop strength secretly, the old man said with relish. Kakashi pondered for a moment, then smiled. Old sir, you know so much. What's the matter? Everyone in the Iron Kingdom knows. Thank you, old gentleman, for telling me this. Welcome. Welcome. Looking at the young man, you should be a samurai. Do you want to join the guards of the Iron Kingdom? The old man went sipping. Kakashi smiled and shook his head, and said, I just came to see an old friend. It turned out to be like this, the old man said suddenly. Then he'll go first. Goodbye, old gentleman. Kakashi finished speaking and left. This old man is really familiar, and he said a lot when he came. But it's no wonder that this kind of elderly people really talk a lot. It is estimated that usually alone is too lonely. Kakashi didn't care either, and walked slowly to the mansion of the leader of the Iron Kingdom, following the memory. It is also the place where Mifune lives. People stop here. This is not a place where you can go in and out casually. The young samurai at the door said. Kakashi smiled and said, please report to Mr. Mifune, just ask Kakashi Hagai to see you. The young samurai was taken aback when he heard the words, and then said in a cold voice, you said, your name is Hagai Kakashi? Kakashi frowned, feeling something wrong, but still said, yes, I am Kakashi Hagai. Sure enough. You, the Kima family kid. Take the move. The young samurai directly drew the long sword from his waist and slashed towards Kakashi. This sudden scene made Kakashi stunned. Looking at Han Guinglin's long knife, it was obviously with killing intent. The sword pointed at Kakashi's head. Kakashi hit slightly, and the long knife fell through. My friend, if you have something to say, you just start to do it. It seems a bit unreasonable. I have nothing to say to you. People with the surname Kimu, the young samurai snorted coldly, and the long knife that had failed was lifted up again and swept towards Kakashi. Kakashi stopped talking nonsense when he saw it. Although he was gentle, he was not a bully. If something doesn't make sense, then fight your fist. Speaking of fighting, Kakashi didn't pay attention to the kind of goods in front of him. Even if there were 10 more. The young samurai's long sword was about to hit Kakashi, and his eyes couldn't help showing a look of joy. What guy Kakashi, this can't hide, it's too weak. The young samurai secretly said in his heart. At this moment, Kakashi lifted his right hand slightly, clamped the young samurai's long sword, and then moved, the blade clamped by the fingers pressed against the young samurai's neck. All this is just between the electric light and flint. When the young warrior reacted, the coolness on his neck had made his hair stand upright. What do you want to do? This is the residence of Lord Mifune. If you dare to mess around, you will definitely not be able to leave the country of iron, the young samurai said with some guilty conscience. Kakashi shook his head and said, I have no interest in you. The one I want to see is Mr. Mifune. Kakashi said, loosening the tip of the knife between his fingers, and gave the young samurai a cold look. In this eye, there was a cold killing intent. Seeing this, the young samurai was frightened and sweated. At this moment, a middle-aged samurai came out and said, what happened? It's noisy. The young samurai seemed to have found a backer, and immediately ran over and said, Mr. Okishiyuki, this man is good at mansions. Kakashi was speechless. This guy also slew the wicked first. After hearing this, Okishiyuki looked at Kakashi, and was a little confused at first, then suddenly said, are you Hakiki Kakashi? Kakashi was taken aback, looked at Okishiyuki, and also remembered who this person was. This person is Mifune's right-hand man, Okishiyuki. Mr. Okishiyuki, it was you. Kakashi, why are you here? Come and visit Mr. Mifune, Kakashi said. That's it. Come with me. Thank you, Mr. Okishiyuki. Kakashi smiled. Okishiyuki looked at the young samurai and said, I know what you are thinking, but if there is another time, you will know the consequences. The young samurai knew that things were going to be bad the moment Okishiyuki recognized Kakashi, and sure enough, that's how the plot developed in the following way. The young samurai couldn't help swallowing when he heard this, and said in fear, I see, Master Okishiyuki. Okishiyuki ignored the man, but took Kakashi away. The young samurai watched Kakashi leave, and he couldn't help showing a bitter expression. No, I want to tell the people in the clan, the young samurai murmured, and then left. On the way, Kakashi looked at Okishiyuki head and asked, Mr. Okishiyuki, why does the young samurai at the door hate me so much? Okishiyuki smiled helplessly and said, because his surname is Beachin. Chapter 413 Goodbye Iron Sword. Kakashi was taken aback when he heard the words, and said, so, it's no wonder. Has the Beachin family returned to the Iron Kingdom? Okishiyuki nodded, and said, yes. The development of the Iron Kingdom has fallen into a bottleneck over the years. Mifune has been trying to break it, but the limited manpower has been unable to let go. Then Mifune accepted the Iron Sword as a sly Taiji and proposed to let the Beachin family come back and join the Iron Kingdom. Master Mifune readily agreed upon hearing this. So, it seems that the Iron Country has become so prosperous now, and it has a lot to do with the Beachin family, Kakashi said. Okishiyuki said, yes, the comeback of the Beachin family has not only brought more than 100 good players, but also a lot of wealth. With these, the Iron Country has today's prosperity. Today, the Beachin family can be regarded as thorough, completely integrated into the Iron Country. When Kakashi heard the words, not only did he show no joy, but frowned. Mr. Okishiyuki, the Beachin family has so deeply penetrated the Iron Country, you are not afraid? Okishiyuki smiled and said, don't worry, the Beachin family has been reflecting on their mistakes in those years, and now their temperament has become a lot more low. Among the family, more of them are as open and upright as iron swords. Those who do not do any harm to the Iron State. Moreover, Lord Mifune is not a fool. Although he trusts them, he should also take precautions. Kakashi was slightly relieved when he heard that, since Mifune could think of this, he also had a way to deal with it. The name of Mifune is not blown out. Kakashi doesn't need to worry about these things. That's good. But that person just now, that person is in the line of the second elder of the Beachin family. You may not know this, you just need to know that the person who offended and suppressed by Konohamabeya back then is the second elder's son. The rest, with your wisdom, because I don't need to say anything more. Okishik said. Kakashi couldn't laugh or cry. Well, I didn't expect to meet an enemy when he came. Most of the Beijing family have now let go of their hatred of Beifang, but these two elders have never given up. By the way, Iron Sword is also the second elder. Don't worry, Iron Sword is not someone that the second elder Beichin can control. You are here this time because of the war post issued by Iron Sword, right? Chongsyuk said. Kakashi nodded and said, yes, I had an appointment with Iron Sword for 6 years, but I never thought that I had left Konoha 6 years ago. I have never had time. This delay took 2 years. I know that. I thought that Iron Sword came back from Konoha, but I was very unhappy for a while, saying that your kid is a credible person. Chongsyuk laughed. Kakashi was helpless when he heard the words, but this matter did have something to do with him. After all, he had forgotten. This agreement was originally made with Taijian to make Taijian feel at ease. Kakashi was unwilling to confront his friends with swords. Well, since it's here, the so-called battle should also be carried out. Mifune is in that room. You can go in. I still have something to do. Oksyuk pointed to the house not far away and said, Excuse me, Mr. Akatsuki. Chongsyuk nodded, then turned and left. As Mifune's first assistant, Akatsuki has many things. Kakashi watched Chongsyuk leave without wasting time, and walked directly into the room. I should have looked for Iron Sword, but as White Fang's friend, Mifune was his elder, and the master of the Iron Kingdom. He should come and visit first because of his feelings and reason. Kakashi knocked on the door softly, and a deep voice came from the room. Who? Mr. Mifune, it's me, Kakashi Hyuga. The people inside were obviously taken aback, and then they heard the sound of standing up. After a while, the door of the room opened. After 8 years of absence, Sankun looked a little old. The hair is still wrapped in a bandage, and the few beards left have become more stylish. Seeing that it was really Kakashi, a smile appeared on Mifune's face. Kakashi, you are finally here, Iron Sword guy. But I'm talking about you day and night. Sorry, I missed the appointment. Kakashi apologized. Mifune waved his hand when he heard the words, and said, it's okay, as a ninja, I can't help myself. I also heard that it took you 2 years to complete the task, which shows how dangerous this task is. Thank you Mifune for your understanding. Kakashi said. It's not me who should understand you. Since you are here, come with me to see Taijian at the Beijing courtyard. This kid might be practicing the sword. Mifune smiled. Yes, then trouble Mr. Mifune, Kakashi respectfully said. Mifune touched his beard and said with a smile, haha, it's not troublesome, originally I had something to go through. So, Mifune took Kakashi and walked towards Beijing Yuan. Beijing Court is a branch of the Beijing family, and what lives in it is the Beijing Iron Sword with the highest status outside of the Beijing family. Most people are not qualified to go to Beijing Academy, but everyone knows that there is a terrifying samurai hidden in it. It may even be someone who will become the #1 samurai in the Iron Country in the future. Under the leadership of Mifune, Kakashi naturally entered the Beijing Temple unimpeded. It's just that the people in Beijing Academy are very curious. Who is this guy, who is actually qualified to be by Mifune's side? And it seemed that Mifune was very polite to him. In the Beijing Temple, the Iron Sword held the long sword named Lake Toya and waved it with him. One move one by one, full of terrible aura. Sweep, chop, swipe, cut, plunder, nae, chop, and burst. The 8 methods in the knife are presented one by one in the hand of Iron Sword. This is the most common sword technique, but in the hands of Iron Sword at this time, it has the effect of returning to the basics. Kakashi and Mifune stood at the door, quietly watching Iron Sword rehearsing the sword technique in the courtyard. Kakashi was secretly surprised when he saw this. What a terrible sword intent. Kakashi could clearly feel that in the Iron Sword's long sword, there was a sword intent that was not weaker than his own. And just under that terrifying sword intent, Iron Sword's ordinary moves and styles have terrifying power. He really got stronger. And it's stronger than imagined. Thousand Ting, who straddled Kakashi's waist, uttered a low whisper at this time, seeming to be extremely excited. Kakashi gently pressed the handle of the knife to signal Kianting to be quiet. And this sound of the sword attracted the iron sword that was practicing. Taijian stared at Kakashi closely, without the slightest surprise in his eyes, but said softly, "You are here." Chapter 414. Drink. Kakashi smiled slightly and said, "Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry, I'm late." "It's not too late. It's never too late for a good opponent. It seems you are looking forward to this battle." Kakashi smiled. "Of course, I waited for 6 years, and then waited for another 2 years, in order to continue our unfinished battle at the Samurai Conference." Taijian said. "So, start." Kakashi said, looking at Iron Sword. The Lake Toya in Iron Sword's hand moved slightly, and the sword intent instantly rose, but soon it disappeared. Kakashi was a little puzzled when he saw this, and said, "What do you mean?" "Yinchai, you just rushed to the country of iron and the boats and cars are tired. At this time, the competition is not fair to you. After you rest for a night, we will try again." "I have been waiting for 8 years." Engraved. Kakashi was taken aback when he heard the words, and the kid was still the same. "Well, since you said that, I won't refuse." Kakashi smiled. The iron sword threw a knife flower out of Lake Toya, and then inserted it into the scabbard. The action was clean and neat, and it looked very unrestrained. Experts will know if there is any. The iron sword is enough for an average warrior to practice for most of his life. The long sword was sheathed, and a smile finally appeared on Iron Sword's face. "Since the silver hour is here, it is better to have a drink fight before the competition." Taijian laughed. "Drinking?" Kakashi was a little confused, but soon thought that this Iron Sword was originally an alcoholic, but now it is estimated that he is addicted to alcohol. At this time Mifune said, "Iron Sword, do you want to drink again, don't you?" "Hey, Teacher Mifune, I haven't drunk it for a long time." "It's not silver time this time. How can I not drink with him?" "Miss Mifune, you let me go this time?" Taijian looked at Mitsubun with scorching eyes, looking forward to Mitsune's reply. After worshipping Sunken as a teacher, Iron Sword drinking has been preached by Sunken. Drinking alcohol will make the sword dull, so Mifune prohibits Iron Sword from drinking. But Iron Sword has only a little hobby. It is really uncomfortable not to drink. Therefore, Iron Sword always hides and drinks a little secretly. "Every time I was discovered by Sunken, I always had a preaching meal." Therefore, when it comes to this matter, Taijian still has lingering fears. Mifune looked at Taijian's small expectant gaze. His heart softened, and Mifune was quite indulging in his only apprentice. "Well, only this time. Within the next first month, if I find you drinking, your kid will be dead." Mifune scolded with a smile. Taijian shrank his neck when he heard the words, quite a little frightened. However, Mifune had agreed, and Taijian's mood was naturally extremely happy. Taijian said, "Thank you, Teacher Mifune." Immediately, the Iron Sword grabbed Kakashi's neck and said, "Yinchai, go, please have a good drink." Kakashi was helpless. This guy still looked like this, but this made him quite miss the time he spent in the Iron Kingdom 8 years ago. "Mr. Mifune, then I will leave first," Kakashi said. Sanquen nodded and said, "Go, help me look at this guy like Iron Sword and drink less." Before Kakashi could answer, he was pulled out by the Iron Sword. Seeing this, Mifune shook his head, and said in a low voice, "Iron Sword, this guy is really suffocated." Iron House, the most famous restaurant in Iron Country. Taijian directly booked a private room inside, and then walked in with Kakashi. The two sat down. Taijian looked at this man who was more mature than 8 years ago, and for a moment he felt like a world away. "Yin-Shay, long time no see," Taijian said again, but his tone was a bit more vicissitudes of life than before. Kakashi smiled when he heard the words and said, "What? Miss me so much?" "You are still the same as before, like joking. I am not as free as you now," Taijian said with emotion again. "Oh, I didn't expect that Iron Sword would have such a day, Kakashi teased. I am really envious of my previous days. Since the Beachin family joined the Iron Kingdom, I have been dealing with the family and the Iron Sword. I am really tired. Why? Didn't it mean that the Beachin family has been integrated into the Iron Nation? Kakashi wondered. To be precise, most of them, and a small part, are still stubbornly dying, always wanting to make a big news. Taijian said helplessly. Second elder in the same vein, Kakashi asked. Taijian was taken aback, and said, how do you know? I heard what Mr. Okazaki said before. He said that he is restless now, that is, there is the second elder line where you are, Kakashi said. Taijian sighed when he heard the words, and said, yes, the second elder is still my grandfather. I really can't do anything with him. What does he want to do? It's nothing more than wanting the authority of the Iron Kingdom. A lot of age, and the ambition is still so big. Taijian said helplessly. Does Mifune know? Kakashi asked. I know, but he didn't care. After all, it is good for a family to have ambitions for the Iron Country. Taijian said. Kakashi nodded. As a leader, he should not blindly suppress the power underneath, but must balance and develop it so that his country can become stronger. Of course, if this ambition swells to overthrow the three ships, then it is not a question of laissez-faire. You are really unlucky, Kakashi said sympathetically. Who said no? Hey, there is no way. I can only run on both sides now, otherwise, the conflict is inevitable. At this time, the door opened and the waiter put the sake on the table. Well, Yin-Shay, let's not talk about this, let's drink, Taijian said. He picked up the small hip flask and poured a glass, drank it, and showed an expression of enjoyment at the same time. Ah, it's such a good drink. I haven't drunk it for a long time. It's been a shameful life. Taijian sighed again. Kakashi smiled and also had a drink. The two chatted and laughed, and soon drank dozens of pots of sake. It's really enjoyable. Taijian laughed. Come on, let's serve wine, Taijian shouted. The waiter said, Master Iron Sword, Master Mifune has ordered. These are all, I can't give it to you anymore. Taijian was taken aback, and said, isn't it? Miss Mifune still ordered this? Yes, Lord Iron Sword. Hearing this, Taijian instantly turned into a constipation-like expression. Kakashi smiled when he saw it. Well, I'm almost drinking it today. There will be a duel tomorrow, for the time being. Well, it can only be done like this. When we finish the competition, we will have another one. Taijian said excitedly. Kakashi smiled and said, wait until you let Mifune agree. Hearing this, Taijian turned into a bitter face again. Chapter 415 Problem Beach in Courtyard. A slightly drunk Iron Sword returned to his room. Kakashi had already returned to the hotel. It was dark, and the moon was hanging high. Taijian pushed open the door of his room, and saw an old man with white hair and beard sitting on a chair, looking at him coldly. Taijian was taken aback, and his drunkenness dissipated in an instant. Grandpa, why are you here? Taijian said. This person is not someone else, but the second elder, Grandpa of Iron Sword. Huh? Why? I am not welcome as an old man? The second elder asked rhetorically. Taijian smiled bitterly when he heard the words, and then said, of course not, it's just so late. I don't know what's the matter with you, Grandpa. The second elder looked at Iron Sword, and then said, Hammer Kakashi is here. Hearing this, Iron Sword had a secret message in his heart, as expected, about Kakashi's coming to the Iron Country. Iron Sword didn't want to conceal the Beachin clan. After all, this matter cannot be concealed. Moreover, the Iron Sword allowed Kakashi to come to the Iron Nation, which originally meant to reconcile Kakashi and the Beachin clan. After all, in Taijian's eyes, this was the grievance of the previous generation, and the two of the previous generation had already passed away, and revenge on the next generation for this was indeed unreasonable. What's more, the original incident was originally his father's fault. Furthermore, Jiraiya did not kill anyone from the Beachin family. It just made the Beachin family lose face. The most important point is that the current Beachin family can't beat Kakashi at all. A minister of Konoha's Anb, you a small family of samurai, be tough with them. This is an act of seeking death. Yes, Grandpa. HMPH. Then why didn't you tell me? If it wasn't for the cup just to find out today, are you going to hide it from me? The second elder snorted coldly. Taijian said helplessly, Grandpa, I didn't mean that. I didn't tell you, because I don't know when Kakashi will come over. Then what did you do before? The second elder asked. Drink in the Iron Tower. Taijian said embarrassedly. And Hyuga Kakashi? The second elder said angrily. Iron Sword did not deny either, and said, yes, asshole. Do you know that your father was so depressed by this Kakashi's father, you actually drank with him? It's just unreasonable. The second elder angered. Grandpa, what happened back then was that my father was wrong, and Jiraiya didn't kill his father. In the final analysis, it was because his father's mind was not enough that he ended up depressed. It has nothing to do with Jiraiya. Shut up, you beast. That's your father. You actually said that. You still have a little awareness of being a son of man. It's stubborn. How could I have a grandson like you? The second elder roared. Taijian closed his mouth when he heard the words, and squeezed his fist fiercely, obviously restraining something. At this time, the second elder continued, I order you now. In tomorrow's duel with Hyuga Kakashi, kill him. In this way, even Konoha will not be able to hold us accountable. Just say it's Hyuga Kakashi who is inferior to others. Impossible. Kakashi is my friend, I will never kill him. You bastard. Don't you give up your father's hatred. Grandpa, I have already said that the death of my father cannot be counted on Jiraiya's head. Even if it is counted on Jiraiya's head, it has nothing to do with Kakashi. Taijian argued. Absurd. Your father was killed by White Tooth. Now White Tooth is dead, and his father pays his debts. This hammered Kakashi must die in your hands, said the second elder. Grandpa, can you tell me something? Please. Taijian felt a little helpless. These two elders now insisted that the Iron Sword's father was killed by White Fang, and then Kakashi became the target of revenge. But how Taijian's father died in the first place, the second elder knew better than anyone else. But now he is still such a mess, and Iron Sword is also extremely helpless. What I said is right. You are my grandson, you must listen to me. Otherwise, you are greatly unfilial. Your dead father and mother will have no peace in the underworld. The second elder said viciously. Grandpa ... you. Taijian didn't know what to do at this time. Iron Sword, I don't care what friendship you have with that Kakashi, you must kill him for me tomorrow. I believe you, you can do it. Don't let Grandpa down on me. The second elder said, patted Iron Sword on the shoulder, got up and left. Taijian was left alone, standing in the room blankly. Moonlight projected in along the window, shining on Taijian's pale face. For a long time, there was an expression of pain on Taijian's face. I really shouldn't let Kakashi come to the Iron Country this time. I should go to Konoha myself. Now it's a mess. Iron Sword never thought that his grandfather's hatred for Kakashi was so strong. Obviously two people who have never met before. With the death of his father, his grandfather fell on Bai Fang's body like this. Taijian couldn't figure it out. Father provoked first, and Bai responded later, and finally let the Beijing clan go. In the eyes of outsiders, this is already a great tolerance. But for the second elder, this is a great insult. Not only an insult to his son, but also an insult to himself, an insult to the Beijing clan. Therefore, the second elders have been thinking about revenge all the time for so many years. He has conducted the most rigorous training on Iron Sword since he was a child. At this point now, the second elder is obviously impossible to give up. People in the world are always like this, never looking for reasons in themselves, only to feel how other people are wrong. If there is a pair of wise eyes missing, then this whole life may be living in this chaos. The second elder was blinded by selfishness, completely unable to see the situation in front of him, not to mention anything else. Even if the Iron Sword killed Kakashi, then in Anbu for so long, is it possible that Kakashi was not diehard? Has Kakashi been in Konoha for so long without his comrades and students? Konoha might take care of the overall situation and let the Beachin clan go, but these people won't. Revenge is never one person's patent. Assassination is precisely the specialty of ninjas. Iron Sword was caught in a huge problem at this time. Of course, the problem is not Kakashi, but how to resolve the hatred in it. Oh my god, Grandpa's bad temper. This is really too difficult. Taijian wailed. It really doesn't work. I can only take one step and see one step tomorrow. As the night darkened, Kakashi was already lying on the bed. After 3 days on the road, Kakashi also felt quite tired. At this time, he still didn't know that there was such a group of people in this place who wanted his life. Chapter 416 Land of Decisive Battle Iron Canyon. Kakashi looked at this familiar place with emotion in his heart. 8 years ago, he had a fight with Kairabi in the 4th generation of Raikage here, but he ran away before finishing the fight. In 8 years, everything has become too much. The traces of the battle left by the battle with your Kairabi had a great impact on the Iron Canyon. The years have not completely erased these traces. Kakashi and Iron Sword stand separately on the middle stone platform of the canyon. Yinsei, are you satisfied with this decisive battle location? Taijian said with a smile. Kakashi nodded and said, not bad. It reminds me of some things before. Huh? Have you been here? Taijian asked in confusion. 8 years ago, after leaving the samurai conference, I was here to fight Kairabi, Kakashi said. That's the case. No wonder the rocks here were destroyed so much. It turned out to be a good thing you did. Taijian said suddenly. How to choose here? I thought you would put on a ring. Kakashi smiled. Hey, the ring or something. It's too much trouble. Moreover, how can the little ring be enough for the two of us to perform? This place is suitable. Taijian smiled. Yes, this place is really good. I don't like being watched by so many people as monkeys, Kakashi said. Hey, me too. Taijian smiled. Oh, really? When you first participated in the samurai meeting, it seemed quite enjoyable to look at you. Don't mention it. If it weren't because my grandpa asked me to go to the Iron Country to make a name for himself, and to build momentum for the Beachin family to re-emerge the Iron Country, I wouldn't bother to do these things. Taijian said helplessly. It seems that living in that big family, there are still many involuntary things. Kakashi said with emotion. There is no other way. Although you are the only one in your family, the same is true for you in Konoha. Kakashi nodded. Living in a group, many things are sometimes involuntary. But listening to Taijian's words, Kakashi remembered one thing. Kakashi left behind the Flagwood clan during the Warring States period. I don't know if it still exists at this time. It seems that I need to take a moment to look at it. At least the Hajime clan must be combined with Jinrenkan first. The fusion of the two forces may make Jinrenkan's strength even further. Mifune stood not far away from the two. Beside him, stood Chongsyuk. Okinyuk looked at the two people on the high platform, and said to Mifune, Master Mifune, who do you think will win the Iron Sword and Kakashi? Mitsune pondered for a moment, and said, if it is the overall strength, Iron Sword wants to beat Kakashi. It is extremely difficult, but if it is only sword skills, I am afraid it is difficult to say. After hearing this, Oksyuk was stunned for a moment, and said, Master Mifune, the sword skill of the Iron Sword has reached that level. Still can't beat Kakashi. Mifune shook his head and said, Kakashi is a ninja. Swordsmanship is part of his strength, but not all. I don't know how much his full strength is, but I can be sure that I am not him. Opponent. What? How could this be possible? Mifune's armor is so powerful, even if Hyuga Kakashi is a genius, it is impossible for him to surpass you at a young age. Oksyuk shocked. Mifune didn't answer Oksyuk's question, but instead said, Oksyuk, do you know when I first saw Kakashi? Oksyuk was taken aback, wondering why Mifune suddenly said this. Subordinates don't know. Mifune looked at the blue sky, fell into memory, and then said, "The first time I saw Kakashi was when he was 14. At that time, he was like a knife still in a scabbard. The sword in it is not revealed. Although the sword skill has not reached the level of the sword intent, it has reached a very high level. At least I was 20 years old when I had that level." Chongsyuk was surprised again when he heard this. Mifune continued, "The second time I saw Kakashi, it was at the samurai conference. At that time, he was already 20 years old. It was like a sword out of its sheath, with a sharp edge. At that time, you also did his performance. I saw it. The younger generation, no one can compete with it. Even if it was an iron sword, it couldn't hold up to 10 moves in his hands at that time." Okishik nodded, agreeing with Mifune's statement. He was also on the scene at the time and still remembers the matchup between Yoki Rabbi and Kakashi. Wonderful battle of speed and swordsmanship. That kind of swordsmanship, Chongsyuk did not have the confidence to resist. And when I saw Kakashi this time, he seemed to be a scaling sword, and all his sharpness seemed to have converged. But I could feel his terrifying strength and the sword intent hidden in thousand things. What, Mifune-sama, do you mean that Kakashi also understood the meaning of the sword? Chongsyuk was surprised. Sanquan nodded and said, "Yes, and it's a very mature sword intent. It's been a long time since I wanted to comprehend it. This is too terrifying, right? Kakashi's genius name is indeed very loud. But I always thought it was in terms of ninja talents. I didn't expect it to be so terrifying in terms of swordsmanship. Iron swords can be described as such. He is a born samurai who didn't officially break through to the level of sword intent until he was 25 years old. And this Kakashi, in the case of distracted ninjutsu, can reach this level. It is terrifying." Chongsyuk was shocked. Mifune sighed leisurely, and said, "Yeah? Really terrifying talent. Should I say that he is the son of Tsukumo Hagai? He is even more terrifying than his father. Konoha really has an amazing character." Chongsyuk sighed. "Yeah, maybe this Kakashi will change the pattern of ninja world in the future," Mifune said suddenly. Okishik was taken aback, and said, "Master Mifune, what do you mean?" Mifune shook his head and said, "This is just my guess. To reach that level, not only is the strength strong, but I am afraid it will take some time." That's what Mifune-sama said. Okishik said, "Well, look at the duel between the two, it will be good for you. Maybe you can also use this to break through to the level of the sword intent." "Yes, Lord Mifune." After Okinawa finished speaking, he looked at the two people in front of him intently. In another part of the Iron Canyon, an old man with white hair and beard led a dozen warriors in ambush here. "Taiyi, how are things going?" the second elder said. "It's finished. Hagai Kakashi has been recruited." The second elder's eyes lit up when he heard this, and said, "Very good. Hagai Kakashi, this time, I see how you die." Chapter 417 Swordsmanship Duel. The wind blew gently, blowing the broken hair on Kakashi's forehead. Kakashi's gaze slowly moved upward, and finally fell on Iron Sword's eyes. Iron Sword's eyes also gradually became sharp. An invisible aura collided between the two. Sparks are flying. Iron Sword placed his hand on the hilt of Lake Toya and said softly, "Draw the sword." Kakashi's thousand tings stretched across his waist, and his right hand was also placed on the hilt. Kakashi chuckled, "As you wish." Stretching his right hand, the long knife slammed, pulled it out of the scabbard, held it with one hand, and pointed it at the Iron Sword. But Iron Sword did not move at all, holding the handle of the knife with his left hand and the handle with his right hand. His legs bent slightly. When Kakashi saw this, he smiled slightly, thinking about it in his heart. Taijian narrowed his eyes, and then his feet jerked. Bang! With a loud noise, a hole appeared in the stone platform at the foot of the Iron Sword, and the Iron Sword shot at Kakashi like an arrow from the string. And his right hand has not been pulled out of Lake Toya. Seeing this, Kakashi moved his feet and ejected. The difference is that the stone platform under Kakashi's feet did not show any damage. The distance between the two keeps getting closer. Accept the move, Yinshi. Withdraw your sword. Taijian gave a soft drink, and the long knife in his hand came out. There is not the slightest noise, only the sound of broken air when the knife is pulled out. Suddenly, an invisible cohesive fighting spirit erupted from the long sword. Excited, Kakashi frowned, Kianting in his hand whispered, and the blue thunder attribute chakra instantly wrapped around Kianting like a chain. Lien bursts. Ding. Lake Toya is split horizontally. Thousand Ting knife block. Two knives collide. The bodies of the two were also very close in an instant. Kakashi could even see himself in Iron Sword's eyes. Boom. When the two long knives moved, the two of them backed away and fell into the water under the stone platform from midair. The sound of water sounds. Ripples are blooming. The two of them stepped back a few steps, and finally stopped, standing on the surface of the water, standing with knives. The confrontation in the first round was actually evenly matched. Kakashi smiled and said, "Draw a knife and cut it." Sure enough, Iron Sword, you have a deep knowledge of one move. Taijian replied, drawing a sword and cutting the root is the most commonly used trick. Miss Mifune has even practiced this trick to the top. As his apprentice, I naturally can't lose his face. Kakashi smiled, non-committal. The technique of drawing a knife and cutting is indeed very practical. When drawing a knife, you can pour your whole body's energy into the knife, and it often has the ability to determine the winner with one blow. But again, the stamina of this trick is not enough. After a single stroke, the momentum tends to be weaker, and it is generally not easy to use. Kakashi has also practiced drawing swords, but did not study in depth. One is because Kakashi doesn't like to carry scabbards, and Kianting is often sealed in the thunder sword on the wrist. Of course, the sword draw can be activated without a scabbard, but the sword draw must be practiced to a very high level. The second is that if you want to practice well, you need not only talent, but also the daily swing of the sword, at least 10,000 blows a day, and it takes too much time. For Kakashi, this kind of practice is not worth the loss. After all, even if drawing a sword is a great achievement, its power is not necessarily stronger than the profound meaning of the flagwood sword method. Therefore, although Kakashi agrees with this trick, he is still unwilling to spend a lot of effort on his own practice. But Iron Sword was different. His draw sword was taught to him by Mifune, and it was more advanced than other draw swords. And Mifune believes that drawing a sword is conducive to condensing the spirit of a samurai, and it is very helpful to condense the samurai's sword intent, that is, the belief of the sword. And this trick is also Sanfun's signature trick. As soon as the Iron Sword came up, Kakashi knew what kind of moves he was going to make. This is not surprising. It just seemed that Iron Sword didn't use its full force in this stroke, and Kakashi didn't feel the power of the sword intent from it. In the Beijing Academy yesterday, Kakashi really felt the terrifying knife intent. The sword intent that was enough to excite Kianting. Taijian's right foot moved out slightly, and ripples swelled on the surface of the water. Yinshe, you are really strong, and you took my knife and slash with a single block. Kakashi smiled and said, this trick is probably not your full strength. Come on, the test ends here. Let me see how much you have grown in the past 8 years. An excited smile appeared on Taijian's face and said, I won't let you down. As he said, the momentum on Iron Sword's body changed, and a faint sword intent lingered on Lake Toya in an instant. Kakashi's face was slightly solemn, and even Kakashi had to wait for it as soon as the sword intent appeared. Beijing Kendo, catch the stars. I saw Iron Sword holding the knife in both hands, pressing the hilt on his forehead, and the tip of the knife confronted Kakashi. For an instant, the two of them seemed to be in the Milky Way, very quiet. Kakashi even felt that his perception seemed to be dulled under the influence of this knife. The corner of Taijian's mouth was slightly raised, and the whole person sprinted at a very fast speed. Bringing up the after images, There was not a single ripple on the surface of the water underfoot. It's near. Closer. The tip of the knife that revealed the cold light was getting closer and closer to Kakashi's throat. Kakashi didn't seem to react at all, so he stood there blankly. At this time, Iron Sword couldn't control so much. The swordsmanship was due to life and death, and he couldn't keep a little hand, otherwise, he would lose. Drink. The Iron Sword's long knife was finally clicked out. Target: Kakashi's throat. Off the court, Akatsuki couldn't help feeling very nervous when he saw this scene. Looking forward to the outcome, the second elder in the distance was extremely excited, and he wished that the Iron Sword would stab Kakashi to death. And Mifune touched his beard lightly, looking indifferent. Just as the long knife was about to pierce Kakashi's throat, Kakashi moved. Confronting appeared on the tip of the knife of Lake Toya from an incredible angle. Ding! There was a crisp sound, and sparks flew. Confronting's blade resisted the blow of the Iron Sword. Immediately, Kakashi pulled his right hand. Confronting drew an arc in midair, and gently moved Lake Toya. Then Kakashi picked out the Iron Sword with a knife and flew into the air. Iron Sword froze for a moment. All of this was between the electric light and flint, and the speed was so fast that Iron Sword could not react for a while. Kakashi didn't stop there. He leapt and caught up with the Iron Sword in an instant. With a wave of his right hand, Confronting slashed towards the Iron Sword, and Kakashi's left hand placed a kunai into the small bag at the waist of the Iron Sword before no one noticed it. The Iron Sword was shocked, and Lake Toya was blocking his chest. Ding! The huge force directly smashed the Iron Sword into the water. Chapter 418 Upanishad Collision. Splashing water. The body of Iron Sword sank into the water in an instant. What a fast speed! What a terrible strength. This Kakashi is so fast that I have learned about it 8 years ago, and I didn't expect the power to become so great. Chongsuke sighed. Mifune nodded when he heard the words and said, "It's really scary. It doesn't have the physique of Raikage 4th, but this strength is not lost to Raikage 4th. I don't know how Kakashi exercised it." If Kakashi had heard of Sunken, he would explain to Sunken that he can have this powerful body now, and it really has something to do with the 4th generation of Raikage. Kakashi has already had a plan from the beginning of the journey, how to enhance his strength. As for his shortcomings and lack of chakra volume, Kakashi has made 2 basic guidelines. The first is to lift the restrictions imposed on oneself by the writing wheel. This point, until now Kakashi can only use the method of sealing to overcome. The second is to strengthen physical fitness and spiritual strength. Spiritual power is something mysterious and mysterious. Kakashi didn't know how to do it at the beginning. The fusion of the 2 souls made the spiritual power soar, so Kakashi didn't worry about it after a period of time. Later, he obtained the spiritual power secret technique of the Xiri clan, and since then opened the door to spiritual power cultivation, and it has achieved remarkable results even now. In terms of physical fitness, Kakashi originally used the 8-door Dunjia practice method to strengthen his physical fitness. Later, he got the Thunder Dunk armor and did both. In other words, Kakashi's body is now composed of the 7th gate of the 8-gate Dunjia and the 2nd stage of the Thunder armor. Even if these 2 secret techniques are not used, the physical quality is also there. It is the advancement of this terrifying physical quality and spiritual practice that Kakashi can now support the practice of the 3 great magic arts. However, due to the evolution of writing round eyes, only about half of the body's chakras remain for the time being. Kakashi's ability to develop his current physical fitness depends on diligence. The name of Kakashi's genius is not reflected in physical fitness, but in ninjutsu's talent and high IQ. In the distance, when the second elder saw this scene, he couldn't help but said cruelly, "Iron Sword, this trash, was beaten like this by Kakashi, huh? Forget it. After a while, Kakashi won't be so comfortable!" The battle continues. The Iron Sword fell into the water, and Kakashi also soared into the sky. Boom! Both feet landed, and there was a wave of horror. Kakashi's eyes were fixed on the bottom of the water, alerting the sudden attack of the iron sword. 10 seconds passed, 30 seconds passed, 1 minute passed. There was no movement at the bottom of the water. Kakashi's brows were frowned, and he couldn't figure out Iron Sword's plan. The blow that I just made, although heavy, didn't hit the Iron Sword. Although the force could knock the Iron Sword into the water, it was still a bit short of hurting the Iron Sword. Then, why didn't Iron Sword come out? Master Mifune, why hasn't the Iron Sword appeared yet? Chongsyuk doubted. Mitsune pondered for a moment, and then smiled as if thinking of something. Iron Sword, the kid is clever. He is gaining momentum under the water. Gathering momentum. Okishyuk was puzzled. Don't worry, you will understand when you look at it, Mifune said. When Okishyuk saw this, he stopped talking. Kakashi looked at the bottom of the water. Suddenly his face changed. He noticed that a terrifying aura was accumulating at the bottom of the water, and he was now on the verge of breaking out. At this time, the originally calm water began to vibrate violently. Seeing that the situation was not good, Kakashi jumped up and landed on the side of the rock wall, quietly watching the huge vortex appearing on the bottom of the water. The vortex on the surface of the water gradually increased, and the entire surface of the water seemed to set off a terrifying vortex. The vortex is getting bigger and bigger, and the land under the water is gradually taking shape. And in the bottom of the water, one person stood with a knife. His expression condensed. This person is naturally not someone else, but an iron sword. Around the iron sword, there is an endless stream of water, but it is separated by an invisible energy, with the iron sword as the center. The vortex around it unwound like this. The underwater area occupied by the iron sword is getting bigger and bigger, and the terrifying knife intent has become more and more terrifying. What a terrifying sword intent. Iron sword concentrates all the intent of the sword in one place. Chongsyuk said in surprise. Mifune's brows were also slightly frowned, and he said softly, is Iron Sword trying to score the victory or defeat by a single move? It actually aroused the sword intent to this level. The second elder in the distance was even more surprised when he saw this. Unexpectedly, Iron Sword has grown to this point. It is worthy of being my grandson. The Beachin clan is bound to flourish in the hands of Iron Sword, and this flag Kakashi will surely become a stepping stone for my Beachin clan to move forward. The second elder looked at the dignified Kakashi standing on the stern wall from a distance, as if he had seen his death. There was a hideous sly smile at the corner of his mouth. Kakashi's heart moved, as if he felt it, but he didn't make any response. He quietly looked at the iron sword stirring the vortex under the water, and his right hand holding Qianting became tighter. It's getting more and more interesting. Then, let me see how strong the iron sword is, Kakashi murmured. The iron sword under the water suddenly raised his head and looked at Kakashi on the rock wall. Yinchai, you have to be careful about the next move. Don't die. Kakashi chuckled and said, don't worry, I've always taken my life very hard. Let me go. The green veins in the iron sword's hand were violent, and it was clear that the greatest effort had been used. The green veins are like green dragons, constantly wriggling on the back of the hand. Concentrate on the blade. The iron sword jumped up. Boom. The bottom of the water shattered instantly. Beachin Kendo, Beachin Slash. For a time, Lake Toya in Iron Sword's hand released a terrifying starlight. In the starlight, there seemed to be an aura of horror-like silence. Even if it was Chongsyuk and Mifune, who were far apart, they felt their skin tighten. What a terrible move, Mifune said in surprise. At this moment, there seems to be only one sword between heaven and earth. When Kakashi saw this, Qianting in his hand was also thunderous. The sound of dragons' roars instantly swept across the entire Iron Canyon. Qianting whispered, deafening. The powerful thunder dragon flow instantly wrapped around the body of Qianting blade. Long Yin Yin. The blade hasn't arrived, but the terrifying aura has been revealed. Dragon Yin Wu. Before the surprise of Mifune and others had time to recede, they were enlarged again. This Hyuga Kakashi absolutely can't stay. The second elders looked at Kakashi's eyes, full of bitterness. Starlight knife cut from bottom to top. The thunder dragon flows down from the sky. Boom. The collision of two kinds of knives. The collision of two beliefs. The collision of two swords. Boom. The terrifying airflow instantly shook up all the water below. For a while, it seemed like a pouring rain. Chapter 419 Thunderstep. Boom boom boom. Long Yin stopped abruptly. Starlight knife slashes dim and dim. For a while, the entire Iron Canyon fell into a weird silence. Iron Sword was like a cannonball, falling into the returning water, splashing countless splashes of water. Kakashi was smashed into the rock wall, leaving a human-shaped pit. The power of Bichon-san that the Iron Sword is gaining momentum is comparable to Kakashi's Dragon Yin-Wu. Of course, this has something to do with Kakashi's poor state. But this is also enough to show the extent to which the Iron Sword's sword intent has reached. With a move, Kakashi left the human-shaped pit on the rock wall and looked at the water below. Iron Sword, this guy is really good enough. With this trick, most people really have a bento. Kakashi secretly sighed. There was no discomfort on his face, but a little relief. Master Mifune, this move is really terrifying. I didn't expect Iron Sword and Kakashi's strength to reach this point. Chongsuke shocked. Mifune touched his beard with one hand and the long knife straddling his waist with the other, and said with emotion, "Yes, it's really scary." The waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves forward, and now it really is the world of young people. Originally, Mifune thought his time had not passed. But seeing the duel between Iron Sword and Kakashi at this time, Mifune knew that his own time might have passed. Neither one of these two is weaker than him, or even stronger. With the blow just now, Mitsubun was not sure that it would be able to take it intact. But at this time, neither of them seems to have exhausted their best. Although it seems tragic, the breath of the two of them is not messy at all, which shows that both of them have reservations. Kakashi stood on the rock wall, and the Iron Sword floated up from the bottom of the water. Kakashi was condescending and said with a chuckle, "Iron Sword, I haven't seen you in 8 years. You really make me look up at me." Yinchai, I should say this. I didn't expect that you are still so bottomless now. One of the tricks I prepared was actually crushed by your instant moves. Taijian said solemnly. My swordsmanship doesn't exist in the first place, so come on. Instant step. Kakashi's speed sword. In the after image, there is a feeling of volley and vein. The Iron Sword was startled. His eyes moved, and Lake Toya in his hand swung out. Ding! Lake Toya actually blocked Qianting's attack. Kakashi was slightly startled and stepped away. The reaction speed is so fast that I can see through the trajectory of my attack so easily, Kakashi secretly said in his heart. A smile appeared at the corner of Taijian's mouth, and said, "Shunbu Yinchai, this is not your own patent." Kakashi was taken aback when he heard the words, but before he could react, the figure of Iron Sword had disappeared as well. Shantu. Kakashi was shocked, and immediately, a silver-white long knife slashed out from behind Kakashi. At this moment, Kakashi seemed to have eyes growing behind his back. Qianting moved backwards from his right hand, which was able to hold the slash of Lake Toya. Kakashi turned a somersault along the way, hit the water with a few points, and distanced himself from the Iron Sword. Mifune smiled and said, "Iron Sword's instant step practice is pretty good." Kakashi was surprised at first, and then it became clear. I should have thought that since you were accepted as a disciple by Mr. Mifune, then Shunbu should have learned it. Of course. But having said that, this footwork is really hard enough. Taijian vomited. Kakashi didn't care. If this instant step was so easy to learn, it would have been flying all over the sky long ago. Although Mifune taught Shunbu to Iron Sword, Kakashi didn't have any disgusting emotions. Although this instant step was pioneered by Baiya, since Baiya taught Sanquin, Sanquin was naturally qualified to teach it to others. What's more, Kakashi's own instant steps are all learned from Sanquin. Mifune was not the kind of person who would conceal secret skills. He was very willing to teach Kakashi and Iron Sword. After all, one is the son of the deceased, and the other is his apprentice. I was just surprised just now and I was almost succeeded by you, but then, I am afraid you will not have such good luck. Although the same is the instant step. But there is a big difference. Kakashi laughed. Hearing this, Taijian's heart sighed slightly. He also knew that he had just hit Kakashi by surprise. When it comes to his mastery of Shunbu, I am afraid that even Sanquan dare not say that Kakashi is better than Kakashi. After all, Kakashi has been practicing instant step for 15 years. During this period, apart from mastering the instant step basics learned from Mifune, Kakashi also improved a lot of this step. Shunbu is indeed a skill that uses the power of the flesh, but because it only uses the power of the flesh, it has an upper limit. To break through this upper limit, one is to make the physical fitness stronger, and the other is to join chakra. Physical fitness is difficult to strengthen once it reaches a certain level. Therefore, joining chakra became the second feasible way. Kakashi tried to combine Shunbu with Shunbu. Speaking of the instantaneous technique, among the people Kakashi knew, the strongest were Watergate and Shisui. It is a pity that Prajanam has already received lunch. Therefore, Kakashi also asked Shisui for this. Given the relationship between Kakashi and Shisui, it is natural to communicate with each other. Come on, let me see how fast you are. Taijian shouted sharply. As you wish, Kakashi said softly, and then moved his feet, and the chakra with thunder attributes instantly condensed on his feet. Thunder step, boom. A splash of water exploded on the water, and then Kakashi's figure disappeared. Taijian's pupils shrank and exclaimed, "How is it possible? You can't see the figure at all." Not only the Iron Sword, but even Mifune, Akatsuki, and the second elder who watched the battle did not see Kakashi. What's going on? Akatsuki murmured. Unfortunately, no one answered his question. Because this moment was not long, Kakashi appeared in front of Iron Sword in the next moment. Taijian was taken aback for a moment, and did not react at all. Kakashi just chuckled and disappeared again. The light of thunder and lightning under that foot did not make a sound. This, Taijian said in surprise. Iron Sword, it's over. Kakashi's voice came from behind Iron Sword, and when Iron Sword reacted, he only felt a chill in his neck, and the chilly Qianting was already resting on his neck. Taijian can even clearly feel that his hair roots stand upright, and he has a tingling scalp. The terrifying speed like a ghost. Taijian couldn't react for a while, and he was hit by his neck. Chapter 420 Poison of the Red Sand Scorpion. The waves were rippling, and Iron Sword's face was depraved. Kakashi gently retracted Qianting and inserted it into the scabbard. In other words, this scabbard was used by Kakashi when he first came to the country of Iron, and it has been placed in the seal scroll ever since. Until this time, I found it and continued to use it. Well, it's not a waste. Taijian smiled bitterly, and said, I lost. You have this kind of speed, and my kendo is meaningless to you. I didn't expect that my 8 years of hard work would still be inferior to you. Kakashi heard the words with a smile and said, you are making progress, so naturally I won't stand still. That said, but I still can't see where your boundaries are. Taijian smiled helplessly. In your opinion, it may be out of reach, but in my opinion, it is still far away. Kakashi looked at Iron Sword and said. Taijian was taken aback for a moment and asked, Kakashi, where is your goal? Kakashi looked at the sky and said, maybe it's on the far side of the sky. Taijian was even more puzzled when he heard the words. It seems that the outcome has been divided, Mifune said softly. Chongsyuk nodded and said, yeah, I didn't expect Iron Sword to lose. This Kakashi is indeed ridiculously strong. Mifune smiled and said, yes, it's too strong. Just relying on swordsmanship, it can be equal to the Iron Sword. After using the improved version of the instant step, the Iron Sword is crushed. I really don't know if such a person, what would it be like if it broke out with all its strength? Master Mifune, do you mean his strength has reached the pinnacle of the ninja world? Chongsyuk asked. Mifune shook his head and nodded again. making Chongseok somehow inexplicably. This is nodding and shaking his head again. What does it mean? Mifune-sama, you are the pinnacle of the ninja world is still too early, but in today's ninja world, I can't think of anyone who can defeat it in battle, Mifune said. Chongseok was taken aback. Even if Kakashi was not the pinnacle of ninja world, he was not far off. Of course, this only exists in their cognition. Kakashi never thought so. Seeing Taijian's defeat, the second elder in the distance shouted and cursed, "It's a waste." Immediately, the second elder leapt, tapped his toes on the stone wall and fell in front of Iron Sword and Kakashi. Grandpa Taijian was taken aback when he saw this. Kakashi was not surprised at all. With his ability to perceive, he naturally knew who was watching around here. It didn't take long for the second elder to fall, and dozens of warriors also soared into the sky and landed behind the second elder. Taijian was anxious, and hurriedly shouted, "Grandpa! What are you going to do?" "HMPH, you rubbish, you actually lost to this guy surnamed Kimu. Not only did you not shame your father and the Beijin clan, but also shame the Beijin clan again. I really failed my many years of teaching you," the second elder said sharply. "Grandpa, why is it still limited to such a boring reputation? Can the Beijin family remain undefeated?" Konoha Whitefang and Konoha's first technician Kakashi Hagai. How good these two people are in the ninja world experts. Is it really unacceptable for the Beijin family to lose to them? Taijian cried. No matter who it is. Don't dispel the glory of my Beijin clan. The second elder looked at Taijian viciously and said. That expression didn't look like a grandfather, but an enemy. Taijian shook his head disappointedly, and said, Grandpa, Patriarch, Great Elder, and Third Elder have already let go of this grievance. Why are you so persistent? That's them, they are all traitors of the Beijin clan. They have forgotten the glory of the Beijin clan. They are all damned. Iron Sword, you are my grandson, you should listen to me, and hang all these traitors from the Beijin clan. At that time, I will be able to lead the Beijin clan to a higher peak. Grandfather. Well, stop talking nonsense. You just ask you one sentence, would you like to obey my order and kill this flag? Kakashi. Grandpa, even if I am willing to promise you, I can't beat Yinsei, you just saw it. Taijian said helplessly. The second elder looked at Kakashi when he heard the words, and sneered, Hammer Kakashi is exactly the same as the white teeth of the year, no matter from the appearance or from the knowledge of the sword. Thank you for the compliment. Kakashi smiled. But no matter how strong you are, there is no use at all, and the time is almost there. Do you feel a little pain in your chest now? The second elder sneered. Kakashi was shocked when he heard the words, his chest was indeed aching. This. How do you know? Kakashi asked in surprise. Hee, do you think that's the case? Did you still drink a cup of strong tea this morning? Kakashi was taken aback, and said, could it be you? Yes, I sent someone to poison the strong tea. This poison was obtained from the rebels of Cheyenne village, the scorpion of the red sand with a lot of effort, and it is worthy of being used on your body. Is you? When Kakashi heard the words, a mouthful of blood spurted directly from his mouth, and the whole person knelt on the ground with a painful expression. You mean? The second elder laughed at the words, ha ha ha, only the winner, and the power to say who is despicable, the loser, is not qualified. Taijian was shocked when he saw this, and quickly held Kakashi on, and asked, Kakashi, are you okay? Kakashi shook his head, but it seemed too painful to say a word. Seeing this, Taijian was anxious, and said to the second elder, Grandpa, hurry up and hand over the antidote. The second elder sneered, and said, do you think that a character like the Red Sand Scorpion will make poison for his own poison? This is the poison of no solution. Kakashi is bound to die. You are too much. Taijian roared. The anger that had originally accumulated against the second elder broke out at this moment. Well, you an inferior grandson, you actually talked to me like this. You turned it against you. Sure enough, it is impossible to expect you to kill Kakashi. You kid. just like your father, is a waste. Actually speaking for the enemy, the second elder said angrily. Taijian was taken aback when he heard the words, and said, "My father? That's right, that's your wimpy father." After losing to White Fang, not only did he not think about how to avenge him, but he also praised him extremely, saying that White Fang is a great ninja. It is ridiculous. He also stopped me from being right. He pursued and killed him, and was finally killed by White Fang at home. It was the biggest shame of my Beijing clan in a century. Taijian was shocked when he heard the words, Then how could my father die in depression? Depressed in depression? Ha ha ha, let me tell you, your father was imprisoned by me and starved to death. A disobedient chess piece. There is no need to live. What? How could it be possible? Taijian stood there, completely unable to believe what he had heard at this time. Tiger poison still doesn't eat seeds. How can you treat your son like this? Kakashi whispered at this moment. The second elder snorted coldly and said, "Who told you that he is my son? It's just that I took from my dead brother. What qualifications does he have to be my son? It's just a waste." That's it. Chapter 421 Ambush. What? Another heavy hammer hit Iron Sword's heart. For a time, his worldview was collapsing. It turned out that this old man who was so harsh on him was not his grandfather. No wonder. He never saw the slightest warmth in his eyes. Some are just disdain and indifference. No matter how well he did it, he didn't have the slightest encouragement. On the contrary, if you feel a little wrong, it is a scolding, and what is more serious is a severe beating. Taijian can't remember how many times he has been beaten. He only remembered that since he was sensible, the days with injuries on his body were longer than the days without injuries. At that time he comforted himself, grandfather was for his own good, in order to avenge his father. Therefore, you have to work hard so that you can defeat the name that is pressing on him like a mountain. Konoha White Teeth. But after hearing the news of Konoha Obito's death, he originally thought that grandpa would just let it go. But he didn't. My life has not improved. Still the life like hell. Because grandpa told himself that Jiraiya has a son, and your goal is to defeat him. Therefore, Taijian continued to work hard until today. But Taijian didn't expect that the so-called revenge was nothing but the conspiracy of this so-called grandfather. The father did not end in depression at all, but died in the hands of this old guy. It was simply because his father did not act according to his wishes after losing to White Fang. How could it be like this? Taijian muttered to himself in his mouth without a godly eyes, as if his whole person was devilishly impaired. Looking at you, you are as wasteful as your father. The second elder said coldly. You bastard. The iron frame was furious and slashed at the second elder. The second elder snorted coldly and drew the long knife to block the attack of the iron sword. You just used that kind of sword technique. It's not a small cost, right? Just relying on your current appearance. Want to defeat me? Whimsical. Damn it. You bastard. The iron sword shouted hoarsely, and then slashed it again. So stupid. As the second elder said, he stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed the handle of Lake Toya, and then snatched it away. Then his left palm slapped Iron Sword's chest. Boom. The Iron Sword was wounded, and blood was vomiting at the mouth. You grabbed the iron sword for me, the second elder shouted. Yes, I saw two people coming out of the queue behind, holding the wounded iron sword, one to the left and the other to the right. At this time, Mifune and Akatsuki also fell beside Kakashi. Looking at the second elder, Mifune opened his mouth and said, Tetsuo, those are old things, so why do you bite on it? And, what do you want to do to my apprentice? Ha ha ha, old things? No matter how long they have passed, I will never forget the humiliation left to me by the White Teeth. He is dead, and I want his son to atone for him. As for your apprentice, rest assured, it won't hurt him. After all, he is your apprentice, the future heir to this iron country, and my lovely grandson. Mifune frowned when he heard this, and said coldly, Tainan, don't go too far. I have the final say in this country of iron. Oh, really? If you die here today with Hyuga Kakashi, Guess who is in charge of the Iron Council? The second elder sneered. Mifune was surprised and said, "What do you want to do? Up until now, I still asked such a stupid question. Why do you think I came here? Only for Hyuga Kakashi? Of course not, but also for you. As long as you die, Iron Sword will be the next one. The leader of the Iron Nation. When the time comes, I will be able to control the Iron Sword and the entire Iron Nation." The second elder Wang Ruo said frantically. "It's a big tone. I want to see where your confidence comes from. You can keep me," Mifune said with awe-inspiring expression. "Do you think I came here without preparation?" The second elder sneered. Huh? Mifune was slightly startled, and felt something was wrong. "Do it, everyone," the second elder said coldly. Immediately, in addition to the dozen or so samurai behind the second elder, a large number of samurai appeared around the Iron Canyon. How is it possible? Mifune asked in surprise. "These are the dead men I have secretly cultivated for so many years, and I use them to give you funerals, but they are exceptionally favored," the second elder said, holding Lake Toya in one hand and the desperate and seriously injured Iron Sword in the other, and withdrew away. Upon seeing this, Mifune shouted, "I want to run." With that, Mifune and Akatsuki rushed forward, trying to catch the second elder. It's just that it's too late. A dozen samurai behind the second elder drew out long swords one after another, blocking Mifune and Akatsuki. "Damn it!" Akatsuki snarled. The dozen or so samurai in front of him were not weak. For a while, even Mifune and Akatsuki could not break through. The second elder was already holding the Iron Sword and ran away. Looking at Mifune and Akatsuki who were still fighting hard, and the half-dead Kakashi, there was a cruel smile on the corner of the second elder's mouth. The second elder released his left hand holding the Iron Sword, raised it high, and shouted, "Hands! Give an order." More than 100 dead soldiers around the Iron Canyon threw out a large number of kunai, and the kunai was wrapped in a detonation talisman. "Go to hell!" The second elder laughed grimly. Hundreds of kunai rushed to the sky with the detonating talisman, and rushed to the Kakashi and others on the water. Of course, they also included a dozen warriors brought by the second elder. The second elder didn't care about the life and death of these warriors, and used their lives to drag Mitsubune and the others. Mifune and Akatsuki swung their last sword, looking at the kunai detonating talisman that came all over the sky. "That's it," Mifune said in surprise. As soon as the voice fell, more than hundreds of Kyuwu detonating talisman had already fallen. Rumble. The horrible explosion sounded. Hundreds of detonating talisman are so powerful that they are not under Deidara's C2 bomb. There were countless splashes on the water instantly, and likewise, countless flesh and blood flew across. The screams resounded throughout the canyon. Upon seeing this, Taijian roared, "No." But it didn't have any effect. The second elder laughed grimly. "Ha ha ha, everything in the Iron Kingdom is mine." Mifune, Kakashi, you are all stepping stones on my road to success. Ha ha ha. "Really? You are very confident." An indifferent voice sounded from behind the second elder. The second elder couldn't help but was taken aback, turned his head and saw a scene that shocked him. The silver hair, fluttering in the wind, looked extremely cold. With a move of his right hand, Kakashi captured Lake Toyo in the hands of the second elder instantly, and said coldly, "You don't deserve to touch it." Chapter 422 Life is like a play. The second elder looked horrified and exclaimed, "Why are you all right?" "Impossible. Once this poison strikes, there is no reason to survive." Kakashi chuckled. "The reason? It's very simple. I didn't drink the cup of tea at all." "What? How is this possible?" The second elder was full of disbelief. As a ninja, or a ninja in the dark part, it is a big joke to be poisoned. Kakashi sneered. Time passed until morning. Kakashi woke up early and stretched. It's really comfortable to sleep." Kakashi touched her silver hair lazily and got up from the bed. He habitually touched the mask on his face, but found that he came out as a samurai this time, so the mask was not worn on his face. "After wearing it in Konoha for a long time, I felt a little uncomfortable for a while." Kakashi left the door and came to the hotel's dining place. "Boss, a bowl of rice, a grilled sori, and a cup of strong tea. Thank you. Okay, please wait a moment, guests. Kakashi sat on the floor in the restaurant, waiting for the arrival of breakfast. At this time, a waiter came over with breakfast. Guest, this is your breakfast. Thanks a lot. No, please take your time. The waiter left after speaking. Kakashi picked up the chopsticks, and when he was about to enjoy breakfast, suddenly his nose moved and he smelled an unusual smell. This smell, Kakashi was shocked in his heart, but on the outside, he didn't change his expression. He picked up the teacup in his right hand and drank it in a gesture, but in fact, he put it on the tip of his nose and sniffed gently. A slight almond smell, poisonous. Conan BGM here, Kakashi secretly said in his heart. But there was no change in his face. It seems that the itinerary this time is really not peaceful. It happens to be calculated. Maybe my plan can go smoother. Thinking of this in Kakashi's heart, he drank the strong tea without hesitation. Of course, it must have not entered Kakashi's belly. What? Since you found out a long time ago? Damn. I still underestimated you, the second elder said viciously. Kakashi gave a chuckle. Without speaking, behind Kakashi, Mifune and Akatsuki. At the moment when the detonating talisman Kyuwu was about to fall, Kakashi grabbed Mifune and Akatsuki, and used the flying thunder Kyuwu, who had already been placed on the iron sword, to escape from the detonation place. Akatsuki looked uncertain, and Mifune didn't seem to look surprised. Kakashi, you really can bear it. You didn't do it until the last minute. I almost thought it was real. Mifune laughed. Kakashi also smiled and said, it is natural to be more realistic in acting. If you want to deceive your opponent, you must first deceive yourself. Courageous, Mifune praised. At this time, except for Kakashi and Mifune, the rest of the people were all confused. What are these two people talking about? Seeing that Kakashi and the others were all right, Taijin was first overjoyed, and then listened to the conversation between the two, and fell into doubt even more. Yinchai, what do you mean? Taijin asked. Kakashi looked at Iron Sword, then looked at the angry second elder again, and said, it's very simple. All of this today is just to draw out the foxtail of the second elder Beijin. What? The second elder was surprised again. The matter may have to start from 8 years ago. After the samurai meeting that year, Mr. Mifune told me the grievances between my father and the Beijin clan. At that time, I actually had a question in my heart. My father was not a soft-hearted person. If my father's character is really as Mr. Mifune told me, then Taijin's father must be killed by my father's sword, and even the Beijin clan will surely suffer heavy casualties. But it turned out that my father let the Beijin clan go, and even Taijin's father escaped under my father's knife. This made me feel very confused. Either Mr. Mifune lied to me, or there was something wrong with it. But what I learned from Iron Sword is the same as that of Mr. Mifune, so I know that this is not Mr. Mifune's problem. But there are other reasons for this. In the past few years, I have been sending people to investigate the matter despite the fact that major and minor matters have been kept constant. Perhaps it was too long, and even I have forgotten a bit. But this time before I set out, I sent out to investigate this matter. The person who had the matter finally replied to me. Kakashi said, looking at the second elder with a pale face, and continued. That person told me that after the competition between my father and Taijin's father, they were actually sympathetic and there was no contradiction. However, the second elder Beijin was ashamed and not only used Taijin's father to trap and kill my father, but also persecuted him. Taijin's father participated in it, but he refused, so their pursuit also failed. Instead, my father went to the headquarters of the Beijin clan. In the end, Taijin's father pleaded with him. My father just let the Beijin clan go. Just want them to go into hiding for 25 years. Later, Taijin's father was punished by the second elder Beijin and died unclearly. The second elder declared that he was depressed, but the person I sent to investigate said that the person who handled his body at that time, the corpse I saw, was obviously yellow-faced and thin, with no flesh, and starved to death. Tai-Jian's face became even more bleak when he heard this. Yin-Shay, why didn't you tell me at the beginning? I haven't figured out how to tell you yet. Moreover, as soon as I came to the country of iron, I went to Mr. Mifune. Mr. Mifune invited me to participate in a plan, so I was temporarily stranded. After listening to Mr. Mifune's plan, I decided to tell you this way. Maybe it can convince you more. Tai-Jian frowned and asked, what plan? Let me talk about this. Sanquan stepped forward and said, these days, I found Beijin Tetsuo, your grandfather, the second elder in front of you, who made small movements in the Iron Kingdom very frequently. According to me, I know that he seems to have a plan and a group of dead men, and these seem to be aimed at Kakashi. However, under my careful investigation, I found that it is not that simple. Tetsuo is sending people to infiltrate all aspects of the Iron Nation. At that time, I knew how big Tetsuo's ambitions were, but I thought, if I and Kakashi appears outside of the Iron Nation at the same time, Tetsuo will definitely be unable to hold back, and I will solve Kakashi together. This will not only take revenge but also seize the position of the leader of the Iron Nation. So I am seeing Kakashi after that. I told him about it. Kakashi said, yes, I also told Mifune the information I knew, so the two of us made this plan. After Kakashi finished speaking, he looked at the second elder whose face was already extremely ugly, and smiled. You must be very strange. Why did you say all the secrets of the year in a grunt? That's because I have been giving you all the time. Give illusion hints. Damn it. You really did it. The second elder was furious. He was still wondering why he suddenly said everything. As for why Kakashi could give illusion hints without using the writing wheel, it was thanks to Zishui's teaching. The strongest phantom ninja is not just relying on Shiluyan to perform illusion. Tai-Jian didn't say a word when he heard the words, and stood blankly on the spot. Kakashi patted Iron Sword on the shoulder and said, I know it's cruel to you, but when it's time to face it, I still have to face it. Silver time. Tai-Jian whispered. For more than 20 years, he has never been as helpless as he is now. It seems that the original beliefs collapsed in an instant. The world has changed, becoming completely different from what he imagined. Seeing the look of Iron Sword, Kakashi knew that he had fallen into confusion. Kakashi sighed and said softly, since you can't make a decision, let me help you. It doesn't matter if you hate me later, Kakashi said, pushing the Iron Sword aside and looking at the second elder. Then, the story is over. We can calculate the account between us. Chapter 423. Old grievances are gone. Just as Kakashi's gaze was placed on the second elder couldn't help being surprised, and quickly stepped back, and at the same time shouted loudly, all the dead, please attack. In an instant, all the dead men swarmed down, jumped between the two elders and Kakashi. Kakashi sneered and said, it's naive. It seems you still don't know anything about me. Pulling out Kianting in the scabbard with his right hand, Kakashi coldly looked at the swarming dead men. Kakashi, do you need help? Mifune asked. Kakashi shook his head and said, Master Mifune, the Iron Sword will be taken care of by you. It is enough to leave it to me, but it is a matter of a moment. After Kakashi finished speaking, there was a sudden movement under his feet, and lightning suddenly appeared. Thunderstep. The electric arc kept flashing under his feet, and Kakashi's figure turned into a light of thunder. It was like a thunder and lightning rushing into the crowd of dead men, and then what came out was the screams of screams. What? The blood flew, dyeing the water scarlet. If you cut it down, you must take a life. But in a moment, all the more than 100 dead soldiers were killed. 3 boats and 3 people were surprised when they saw this. The speed of harvesting lives was really terrifying. It is rumored that Konoha's yellow flashing wave Feng Shuiman can cut the throats of dozens of ninjas in an instant. They have never seen it. But now, the other person I saw has the same ability. I just don't know who the two are faster. Kakashi crossed the blockade of dead men and saw the second elder again. There was no trace of blood on the snow white robe. The second elder's face was horrified. At this moment, He really felt the terrifying power of Kakashi that was famous in the ninja world. That is not bragging, nor is it an exaggerated strength. How is this possible? Didn't the confrontation with Iron Sword deplete your strength? Obviously used such a powerful move. The second elder said in disbelief. Waste? Of course there is, but the remaining power is enough to deal with you, Kakashi said lazily. The opponent in front of him really made Kakashi unable to take any interest. Resourceful? But you. Strength? After facing a powerful enemy like Uchiha Madara, such a character can no longer make Kakashi feel a crisis. Damn it, don't underestimate people. I am the second elder of the Beijing clan. The second elder yelled and drew out the long knife in his hand. The weak intention of the knife accumulating in the blade. Kakashi was slightly surprised, but only slightly. Beijing profound truth. Beijing slash. The same move appeared in the hands of the second elder, but it seemed a bit worse than the one before Iron Sword. Uninteresting, Kakashi whispered, and then Confronting moved and pierced the second elder's right shoulder. What? The second elder was in pain, and the right hand holding the long knife dropped instantly. The sword technique that had been activated halfway came to an abrupt end. Confronting moved forward again, and the blade fell into half in an instant. What? The second elder cried out again, and half of his gaze at Kakashi was spiteful and half fearful. Hyuga Kakashi. The second elder yelled angrily. Years of painstaking efforts have been completely spent in one dynasty. Now, even his own life is in the hands of others. This feeling makes it unacceptable for the second elder Beijing, who has always been aloof. What is going wrong? Obviously everything is so perfect. At this time, Iron Sword seemed to finally recover, and shouted, "Stop!" Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, and stopped Confronting, who was constantly advancing. Iron Sword seemed to recover a little, and jumped in front of Kakashi. Iron Sword, you Yinsei, although he did a lot of wrong things, he was the one who raised me after all. I can't do it, Taijian said embarrassedly. It's really my good grandson. Grandpa didn't support you in vain. The second elder resisted the pain in his chest and said happily. Taijian looked at the second elder coldly and said, Grandpa, this is the last time I call you this way. From now on, you and I will be absolutely gracious. I will report your actions to the patriarch. When the time comes, you will be expelled from the Beijing clan. What? You actually want to do this to me? The second elder said bitterly. You asked for all this. Taijian said with a sigh. At this time, Kakashi said, Iron Sword, you can think about it, you don't owe him anything. No, silver time, I owe him after all. I have to pay it back by nurturing. Iron Sword, if one person kills your biological father and mother, will you take revenge? Kakashi asked. Naturally want revenge. Taijian said without hesitation. Well, if a person raises you up with the mentality of using you, will you repay your kindness? Taijian hesitated. Can't answer? Then if one person uses your parents, then kills your parents, and finally wants to use you, and then raise you up, may I ask, is it a gratitude or a grudge? Kakashi finished, and went straight staring at Taijian's eyes. Taijian was even more speechless at this time, not knowing how to answer. Seeing Taijian seemed to be hesitant, the second elder who had been silent for a while suddenly violent and shouted angrily, Go to death. The long knife in the right hand of the second elder slammed into Taijian's body. Taijian snorted and looked back at the second elder in disbelief. I saw the second elder snorted coldly, if I die, I have to pull a backside. Hearing this, Taijian's eyes gradually faded, and replaced by a hint of relief. This way, maybe you don't need to be entangled, it's just father's hatred. Taijian secretly said in his heart. But his consciousness has gradually blurred. Kakashi and the three people of Sanfun, no one thought that such a situation would happen, and they were all horrified. These two elders are probably already crazy, so they would do such a thing. Go to hell. Old stuff, Kakashi yelled and slapped Qianting's hilt with his right hand. Qianting instantly turned into a meteor and penetrated the body of the second elder. The spiteful color on the second elder's face hadn't completely receded, and he had lost all the breath of life. Iron sword. Kakashi held the crumbling iron sword with his eyes full of anger. Unexpectedly, these two elders could actually fight back to death. Iron sword looked at Kakashi and said with a smile, Kakashi ... you say ... is my whole life ... failure ... it turns out that everything ... is just his conspiracy. It's ridiculous to think about it. What? Iron sword, the past is over, you still have a future. Is it the future? It's really, I don't know how to pursue it, Taijian murmured, before closing his eyes. Iron sword, Kakashi hurriedly called. But Iron Sword didn't respond at all. Oops, this knife seems to have injured the lobe of the lungs, and it must be treated quickly, Kakashi secretly said in his heart, and then disappeared where he was holding the iron sword. Mifune and Akatsuki were both taken aback when they saw this, and Akatsuki said, "Where is Kakashi going?" Taijian is okay. Mifune thought for a while, and said, "It should be brought back to Konoha with the iron sword. After all, the sword that the second elder Beachin just took is very heavy. I am afraid that only Konoha's Tsunade can cure it." "I hope so," Chongsuke sighed. Looking at the body of the second elder, Mifune sighed leisurely. Power is really harmful. Chapter 424 A Journey to Find Meaning in Konoha Building. Kakashi rushed in with an iron sword. "Tsunade-sama," Kakashi hurriedly called. Tsunade was busy with official duties, while Silent was working while holding the dolphin. Seeing the door opened, he looked at the door at the same time. They are all familiar with the figures of the people who come in. Today's minister of Konoha Zanbu, Kakashi Hyuga. But that face is a bit strange to them. A handsome face with a beauty mole on the corner of his mouth. Tsunade was slightly astonished, but for a moment he didn't even notice the iron sword in Kakashi's arms. Silent was also surprised, and then two red clouds flew out of his cheeks. "Kakashi," Tsunade called tentatively. Kakashi did not pay attention to the reaction of the two at this time, but said, "Soda-sama, this person is the leader of the Iron Country, Mifune's disciple. Iron Sword is also my opponent in this competition, because of one point. In the accident, he was stabbed in a lung lobe. Please ask Master Tsunade for treatment." Kakashi spoke quickly, but he spoke clearly, so Tsunade could hear him clearly. At this time, she finally set her eyes on Taijian's body. His back was bleeding. Blood stained his robe, and the depth of the wound was indeed not small. "Let it go, let me see," Tsunade said in an unquestionable tone. At this time, she was the sacred hand of medical treatment for countless people. When Kakashi heard the words, he put down the iron sword. Tsunade took it and examined it carefully. The silent gaze was still on Kakashi's face, and the blush on his face had not faded. Seeing Tsunade's move, Kakashi was relieved. As long as the person is still alive and the organs are complete, Kakashi believes that with Tsunade's level, there shouldn't be much problem. So, with a relaxed mind, Kakashi finally found a strange gaze looking at his face. Kakashi turned his head slightly in doubt, only to see Silent, who was holding a dolphin on the side, looking at him. Perhaps it was discovered by himself. Silent looked at Don't Come Out with some embarrassment, but the light remained on his face. Kakashi touched his face subconsciously, and sure enough, he forgot to wear the mask. Kakashi smiled helplessly. "Well, anyway, there are many people who have seen it, so I don't care about one more." Just not knowing what mentality he was in, Kakashi took the mask out of the ninja bag and put it on again. At this time, Kakashi became the familiar appearance of Konoha ninjas again. Silent felt a little disappointed when he saw this, but quickly calmed down and looked at the iron sword being healed by Tsunade. I saw Tsunade's hands appearing a powerful green chakra, which was an advanced medical ninjutsu, palm fairy that was very familiar to medical ninjas. Only the role that Tsunade can play in his hands is far beyond the reach of others. Tsunade's palm brushed the iron sword's back, and the wound that was still soaked with blood instantly condensed into a scar, and then the scar fell off, revealing white skin, as if he had never been injured. Kakashi looked slightly pleased when he saw this, so it seemed that there should be no problem. Tsunade stood up and said softly, "The long sword was inserted into the lung lobe, but it hasn't gotten deeper. I have used the palm fairy technique to heal the wound, but because the wound is still very fragile, it takes a few days to recuperate. Get well." Tsunade-sama trouble. Trouble is not troublesome, but it seems that a lot of things have happened to you in the Iron Country. Tsunade looked at Kakashi, especially the mask that was put on again. "Things are like this, so and so." Kakashi explained a little bit about the Iron Country. Tsunade and Silent were slightly surprised when they heard this. "I didn't expect the water in the Country of Iron to be so deep, but after this battle, the Country of Iron should be able to become a monolith," Tsunade said calmly. "Well, Mifune-sama will take care of the rest." "Okay. Then you take this iron sword to rest." "Yes, Tsunade-sama." Kakashi took the iron sword and left the Hokage Tower, but instead of going to Konoha Hospital, he took him back to the Hagaki house. After all, going to the Konoha Hospital requires all kinds of procedures, and Kakashi's temperament is troublesome, so naturally he won't do it. After all, Iron Sword's injury had been healed by Tsunade in 7 or 8 situations. The rest is just resting. Putting the Iron Sword on his bed, Kakashi separated a shadow avatar to take care of him, and then a flying thunder returned to the place before. The Iron Canyon at this time was more lively than before. The people Mifune arranged earlier had already arrived at this time. Of course, if you come here now, you can only clean the battlefield. The sudden appearance of Kakashi surprised everyone. The people around who didn't know Kakashi pulled out the samurai sword and put on a defensive posture. Kakashi didn't pay attention either, and pulled out Kianting, who had been stuck on the stone wall just after stabbing the second elder, and put it back in the scabbard. There is the mark of Flying Thunder God on it, which is why Kakashi was able to come back. "Who are you?" At this time a samurai shouted. Kakashi didn't answer, and Mifune walked over. "Retire, it's a friend." After hearing this, the samurai put away their long swords one after another, and stepped back to continue cleaning the battlefield. "Kakashi, how about Iron Sword?" "It's okay. But I haven't woken up yet, so I'm resting in Konoha for now." "That's good. I will trouble you." Kakashi shook his head and said, "Yes, leave it to Mr. Mifune for things here. I'll go back first." "It is good." One day later, Taijian opened his eyes in confusion and saw the familiar figure. "Silver Hour." Iron Sword whispered softly. Kakashi was overjoyed when he heard the words, and said, "Are you awake?" "It looks like I'm not dead yet." Taijian said quietly, "It's not that easy to want to die." "Thank you, Silver Time." "No need thank me. 1 Thank you for saving me, 2 Thanks for letting me know the truth, and 3 Thanks for treating me as a friend." Kakashi heard the words and smiled. "Since I am a friend, I'm not talking about it." A smile appeared on Taijian's pale face. "It's really a joy to have such a friend in life." 2 days later, Konoha door. "Iron Sword, don't you plan to return to the Iron Country?" Kakashi looked at the man in a black samurai costume and said. Taijian shook his head and said, "I won't go back for the time being. This incident has given me a great shock. I still have a lot of things I don't understand. Therefore, I need to understand these things before I can go back. So don't you tell Mifune-san." Taijian took out a letter from his arms and said, "This is a letter I wrote to the teacher, and the teacher will understand after reading it. Yinchai, I ask you to convey this letter to me. I know you have a way." Kakashi heard the word and took it. "Well, now that you have decided, I won't say anything. The world is big, so go out and see more." Taijian showed a relaxed smile, and said, "Yes, maybe I can find the meaning of life again, but it's not necessarily true. I hope that when I meet next time, I can make 2 moves with you." "I'll be with you anytime." Kakashi smiled. Taijian smiled when he heard the words, then turned and left, leaving Kakashi with an arrogant back. "Perhaps when I see Iron Sword again, he will be a completely different guy. Kakashi looked at the back of Iron Sword and muttered to himself. Chapter 425 Tangnin Kunkawa no Kuni. Yunin village is famous for its numerous hot springs. This is a rich ninja village, but also a peace-loving ninja village. People in this village love peace so much that this village is called a village that forgets war. With the end of the Third World War, Tangren village's combat power dropped sharply, and everyone in the village lived a peaceful life. Rumor has it that the origin of Tangren village comes from a couple. They accidentally got a broken scroll and invented a unique ninjutsu based on this, and established Tangren village on this basis. But now, this ninja village has been destroyed. Hundreds of villagers, whether old or weak, women and children, or young and strong, all died. No one knows who did it, only that when someone found it, there was already a mountain of corpses. The daimyo of Kawa no Kuni was shocked when he learned about it. After all, it was the shinobu village in his own country. It was actually extinct overnight. It is impossible to say that he is not afraid. After comparing the registered population list of the village, they came to a conclusion that Tangren village was completely destroyed. However, there is a registered ninja who never sees a person or a dead body. The daimyo of Kunikawa knows that this ninja is the culprit in all likelihood. But what about it? The first task of Kawa no Kuni, who has lost Shinobu village, is to restore the construction of the village, not to investigate who is the murderer. Even if he knew who the murderer was, he couldn't get revenge by relying on the power of the country of the river. Therefore, the daimyo of Kawa no Kuni intends to give up temporarily. But soon, the daimyo of Kawa no Kuni regained his interest, because Feiden is still doing evil in the country of Szechuan. Also because he heard about an organization, Dawn. An organization that few people know about is said to be extremely powerful. They can do very well what they entrusted to them, and they will not leak any news. It was decided that it was him. The daimyo sent someone to contact Akatsuki in a special way, and Akatsuki quickly arrived at the daimyo mansion in the country of Szechuan. It was a woman who came, and still a beauty, wearing a black robe with red clouds, light blue-purple hair, orange pupils, and a lavender paper flower on the right side of his head. Glamorous can't be anything. It's just that cold face that makes people stop thinking about committing crime alive. The cold eyes tell you that she is definitely not a woman who can be molested. My lord, I heard that you have a task to entrust us to Akatsuki. The icy voice made the daimyo shiver involuntarily. Ming dared to say that he had never seen such a terrible woman in his entire life. Yes, I have a task to ask you. Oh, what is it? Xiao Nan said lightly, as if nothing could arouse her interest. It's like this, the Shinobu village in the Kawa no Kuni, and the Yunin village was destroyed. I suspect that it was done by a Yonokuni rebel named Hidden. I hope you can eliminate it. At least, also let him never appear in the country of Szechuan. When Xiao Nan heard the words, he took a faint look at the name of the country of Szechuan, and said, yes, 30 million pls. What? So expensive? Ming said in surprise. It's absolutely worth the price to kill a ninja in a small village, Xiao Nan said coldly. The Ming gritted his teeth and was silent for a moment, and said, yes, no problem. Then, happy cooperation. After Xiao Nan finished speaking, a piece of confetti suddenly appeared on his face, and then the whole person turned into countless pieces of paper and disappeared in the daiming mansion. The daimyo was undecided, and muttered to himself, what a weird ninjutsu. What a terrible woman. Akatsuki. What kind of organization is this? The reason why the daimyo of the country of Kawa finds Akatsuki instead of looking for the ninja village of the 5 major countries is actually because he is afraid that the ninjas of the 5 major countries will take the opportunity to invade and occupy the territory of the country of Kawa. After all, the country of Szechuan lost a village at this time. It can be said that the combat effectiveness has been greatly reduced, and it can even be said that it has dropped to the freezing point. If the 5 great ninja villages really had this mindset, I am afraid that Kawa no Kuni would have no way to resist. Therefore, Finding this kind of organization to do this is the best choice. It is a pity that what the name of the country of Szechuan does not know is that the 5 big countries simply look down on such a small country as the country of Szechuan. For the 5 major countries, a small country like Kawano-Kuni is just like chicken ribs. It's a pity that the food is useless and discarded. It's better to keep it. Maybe it can be used as a battlefield when fighting. In this way, the impact on the country can be reduced. The country of rain, the tallest building. Pain. The daimyo Kunikawa has submitted a task. Xiaonan looked at the cold man who looked exactly like Yahiko in front of him, and didn't know what he was thinking. Oh, what task? Pain said lightly, without a trace of emotion. He asked us to hunt down a ninja named Hidden. I looked into it. This ninja is very interesting. It seems to have an ability similar to the immortal body. Oh, interesting ability. It just so happens that Akatsuki's staff is insufficient recently. The guy in Jiu always kills his partner at every turn. You take Jiao to see if you are a usable person. You join Xiao. Yes, Pain. I'm going to contact Jiu. Xiaonan said, just to leave. Pain suddenly said, wait a minute. What's the matter? Xiaonan asked in confusion. Call Itachi to go with him. He has nothing to do during this time. Itachi? Xiaonan was even more puzzled. She didn't think that if she and her horns were running, she would not be able to deal with the ninja called Fedyuan. Why did she call Itachi together? Well, let him go with him. This novel ability and Itachi's observation will help you draw conclusions quickly. Pain explained. Xiaonan suddenly said, I understand. I will set out now. Xiaonan once again turned into flying paper in the sky, disappearing invisible. Pain looked outside. The sky became gloomy again, and the rain was pattering. It's really disgusting rain. It always reminds people of many unpleasant things. Tan Dao Pain muttered. The country of Szechuan, Tangren village. At this time, a silver white-haired Konoha ninja was looking at something. It was Kakashi who came here after this person handed the letter to Mifune. Before going to the duel, Tsunade gave Kakashi the task of investigating the destruction of Yunin village. Now that the duel is over, Kakashi will naturally come over to perform the task. As for Mifune, after reading the letter, he said nothing except sighing. Kakashi frowned when he looked at the village in front of him that looked like a cemetery of the dead. The corpses here have long been cleaned up by the people of the kingdom of Szechuan, and now there are very few useful clues. Go and see the corpse of the deceased, otherwise, you won't find anything. Chapter 426 Fly Section. Kakashi turned into a streamer and disappeared in place. But after a while after Kakashi disappeared, Tang Renkan ushered in 3 uninvited guests. The same black robe with red clouds, the same grim face. 2 men and 1 woman. It seemed as if there was an invisible aura exuding. Xiaonan said, this is Tangren village. It's really a quiet village. Hee. I like this smell. With red eyes and green pupils, it was Akatsuki Bidu and Jiu who were talking. The remaining man looked very young, only about 20 years old. The 2 deep lines on the face not only didn't make it look weird, but they added a bit of firmness anyway. Konoha's forehead guard was worn on his forehead, but a horizontal bar was drawn on it. If you look closely, you will find that the forehead guard on his head is very neat and tidy. This person is naturally Uchiha Itachi. Itachi looked at the deadly Tangren village, and there was no wave in his eyes. It seems that there is no alive here, and even the corpse has been cleaned up. Itachi said lightly. Xiaonan looked around and said softly, it should be the daimyo of the kingdom of Szechuan who let people clean up. After all, a large number of corpses left untreated for a long time, it is easy to cause plague. Then it makes no sense for us to come here. Angle said with a cold snort. Don't worry, I gave me information before that flying section has been wandering in the territory of Kawano-Kuni after destroying Tangren village. It seems to be preaching a sect. We will pay more attention, and I will find this soon. People, Xiaonan said. So that's the case. Then let's leave here, Jiao said. Wait a minute. Don't worry, Xiaonan said that the flying section seems to have an immortal body, maybe we can find something in this village. Itachi said, And before the two of them answered, he walked into the village first. In cut, Itachi really likes to take the initiative. Jiaodu said rather uncomfortably. Jiaodu, this time I come out to find a partner for you, so don't complain. You should also converge, but within a few years, 4 partners have died in your hands. Xiaonan looked at Jiaodu, said, there is no trace of emotion in his eyes. I blame them for getting in the way. I hope this guy can let me play longer. Immortality, hee. It's really interesting. After finishing talking, he also walked into the village. Xiaonan didn't care either. Today, Xiao only cares about capable people, who are weak and die in vain. Thinking of this, Xiaonan couldn't help feeling a little heavy. The current Akatsuki has changed. Yahiko, is it true that Nagato is doing this right? The guy who claims to be Yuukai Hamadara, I always think he has something wrong. But Nagato trusts him quite a bit. Yahiko, if you return it if I were there, maybe things wouldn't be where they are now. These thoughts flowed through Xiaonan's heart. Looking at the clear sky different from the land of rain, Xiaonan suppressed the sudden flood of emotions and also walked into Tangren village. The words are divided into 2 ends. Here, Kakashi has found the place where the corpses of the villagers in Tangren village are placed. This is a funeral home, which has been filled with the corpses of nearly 1,000 ninjas and civilians in Tangren village. Kakashi disguised as an employee of the funeral home and sneaked into it smoothly. At this time, these corpses are being arranged for cremation one by one. These are unclaimed corpses, and the funeral home will not stay too much. After all, the corpses will be left for a long time, and various problems will occur. The first stench is enough to make people unacceptable. Kakashi sneaked into the mortuary where the corpse was placed and examined it carefully. Kakashi looked at the corpse in front of him, frowning slightly. Conan BGM sounds again. This corpse has only 1 shoulder wound. It should have been chopped by a large weapon, but the fatal wound was a broken heart. The beautiful penetration is just the direction of the wound. It does not look like it was pierced from the front. Insert it diagonally from the right hand side. No, the more likely reason is that your right hand is inserted into it with a weapon. Suicide. How is it possible? This corpse is not so complicated. It was just hacked to death by a large weapon. The blood on this body does not seem to be his own, and the dried blood on the clothes cannot correspond to any blood on the body. Could it be the murderer? Kakashi looked at the corpses of several ninjas, most of which were hacked to death with large weapons, and some of them were stabbed in the heart by sharp weapons. This kind of murder happened again in Tangren village. It should be the Fuan in all likelihood. Hasn't this guy joined Xiao yet? Kakashi muttered to himself, looking at the abnormal bloodstains on a ninja. Kakashi bit his finger, and his hands were sealed. Psychic art. Boom. In an instant, 2 ninja dogs appeared in front of Kakashi. It was Parker and Tetsuya. Yeah, Kakashi, Parker called casually, and Tetsuya respectfully exclaimed, Master Kakashi. Parker, Tetsuya, you can smell the blood on this corpse to see if it's his own. Kakashi said, pointing to the corpse. Parker said rather uncomfortably, Kakashi, really? You want me to smell the blood on this kind of corpse? Kakashi smiled and said, sorry, next time I will ask you to eat big bones as compensation. When Parker heard the words, he was energetic and said, it's pretty much the same. Parker and also stepped forward and sniffed them, and quickly came to a conclusion. Master Kakashi, this bloodstain is not the smell of the deceased. Tetsuya said first. Well, it's not, it's very different, it's not difficult to recognize. Parker said. Sure enough, can you find each other based on this taste? Kakashi asked. No problem, Parker said confidently. Z nodded in the same way. Then, let's go. Kakashi smiled. The 2 dogs left the funeral home and ran away after seeing a certain direction. Somewhere in the country, Hida, wearing a furry hood and leather jacket, is walking boringly on the road, holding a huge March sickle in his hand. He carried it on his shoulders. Gee, it's really boring. No one understands the greatness of Lord Cthulhu like me, So how can I spread the Cthulhu religion? Fedjuan said, showing a tangled expression. Fedjuan stopped, sighed, and said, "Oh, it's really troublesome, Lord Cthulhu. I will continue to work hard." At this time, a figure appeared in front of Fedjuan. It was Kakashi dressed in Anbu. "Ah, who is your kid? You actually stood in front of me, looking for death," Fedjuan roared. Kakashi looked at Fedjuan coldly. Tangren Village Rebels, Fedjuan? Chapter 427 Immortal. "Ah, you know me?" "I don't know you. Who is wearing a fox mask?" "Who are you?" Fedjuan said impatiently. Kakashi did not answer Feiden's question, but instead asked, "Did you destroy Tangren Village?" "Ah, you mean Tangren Village?" "It's me. Is there a problem?" "That kind of peaceful village is really annoying, and the Cthulhu Lord will not like it. Boy, I think you are good. Why not join me Cthulhu and follow me believe in Lord Cthulhu together?" "Lord Cthulhu is the greatest god." Feiden seems to have taken a fancy to Kakashi and is determined to invite him to join his team. After all, serving the Lord Cthulhu, from Fedjuan's point of view, it is obviously not enough to be alone. And after passing so many places, the flight segment did not find a suitable candidate. But now it seems that Kakashi feels quite suitable. For the Fedjuan invitation, Kakashi naturally would not agree. However, Kakashi was still somewhat interested in the evil Feiden said. Feiden's immortal body is said to be a product of some kind of experimentation by Cthulhu, which is a curse. And this kind of immortal body and the dead division cooperate with each other by blood. And there is no disadvantage. As long as you are not someone who knows this ninjutsu, you will inevitably get caught the first time. After all, the immortal body and the death division Pinksu are two powers that are completely beyond common people's perception. Just imagine, as long as you get the blood of your opponent, you can kill him. This ability is simply a bug. After all, as a ninja, who would dare to say that he never bleeds? No. However, since Kakashi knew this ability, naturally he would not give Fedjuan a chance to obtain his own blood. "Sorry, I have no interest in your cult." "What? You dare to refuse my invitation? This is a great disrespect to Lord Cthulhu. I want to dedicate you to Lord Cthulhu." Realize. Hearing this, Fedjuan was furious, waving his march sickle and rushing towards Kakashi. The huge weapon is to make it easy to obtain the opponent's blood. The physique of the flying section is not bad, but Kakashi is obviously not enough. Qianting instantly appeared on his right hand, blocking Fedjuan's march sickle. Ding! With a clash of steel, the huge march sickle in the flying section couldn't get close to Kakashi's skin. The power from the march sickle was quite large, but it was still within Kakashi's range. Kakashi slammed the march sickle of Fedjuan with force, and Fedjuan also flew out. Paragraphs, yelled, "Huh? I didn't expect your power is not small, you can actually throw me out." "But then it will not be so easy to do," Fedjuan said, holding the rope connecting the march sickle with one hand, and threw it out. Seeing this, Kakashi waved his knife to block, but saw that march sickle turned in midair and attacked Kakashi's back. Upon seeing this, Fedjuan was overjoyed and secretly said, "It's a success." Kakashi never looked back, and didn't know when he had finished the seal with his hands. Ninfa, Needle Jizo. The silver-white hair stretched instantly and was extremely hard. The march sickle hit it, and it made a sound like a clash of steel. Ding! The march sickle bounced out again. But all this is not over yet. Kakashi grabbed Thousand Ting with his right hand, and the chakra's change of the upper wind attribute was instantly cut on the rope connecting the march sickle. The sharpness brought by the wind attribute chakra directly cuts the rope. What? Fedjuan was shocked, but he didn't expect this person to be able to cut off his weapon instantly. You know, the rope is made of some kind of rare material and has great toughness. It is not easy to cut off. Damn it. Fedjuan became more angry, put down the rope that was of little use, and took out another weapon of his own, a black spear about 20 centimeters in length. With a light flick of Fedjuan, it instantly increased by more than 6 times. "Damn fellow, I will definitely dedicate you to Lord Cthulhu," Fedjuan said, attacking Kakashi again. Kakashi was unmoved, suddenly frowned, and looked away from a distance. Someone there. It seems that there are strange people who have just stared here. There are still 3. Chakra's feeling is not weak. It seems that it should be Akatsuki. One of them is still very familiar. Is it Itachi? These thoughts flashed in Kakashi's mind for a moment, and then the fly segment's attack had already attacked. Kakashi no longer hesitated, and immediately moved under his feet, and his figure disappeared instantly. Huh? What about people? Fejuan looked at the empty space in front of him with a dazed expression, not knowing where Kakashi had gone suddenly. In the next second, the sharp blade had penetrated Fejuan's body. Oh! Fejuan screamed, and saw a long knife pierced behind him, pierced out in front of him, and traversed his entire body. Not far away, the 3 of Itachi quietly watched this scene. Cut. This guy doesn't look very good. So easily the dark part of Konoha pierced the heart. Angle said coldly. No, I'm afraid the matter is not over yet. Fejuan claims to have an immortal body, and that Dan's strength is not weak, and it can be used to detect how far this so-called immortal body has reached. Xiao Nanking said coldly. Can I not die after being penetrated through the heart? That becomes more interesting. Zhao Du sneered. Itachi looked at Kakashi's figure, frowned slightly, and said in his heart, the Dan's attack technique, and ninjutsu, should be Senior Kakashi. Why is he here? But Itachi also knows that it's not the time to talk about this at this time. Asshole! How dare to do this to me? Fejuan roared, and the black spear in his hand pierced towards Kakashi behind. Kakashi didn't stay too much, so he drew his sword and left. There was another sharp pain, and Fejuan screamed again. Asshole! The hurt you gave me, I will double it back to you. Kakashi looked at the lively flying section in front of him, and couldn't help but wonder, this guy is really anti-beating. Although he knows that he is immortal, he didn't expect that this would not have much impact. Fejuan looked at Kakashi in front of him, and was quite distressed. This guy's physical skills are really too good, and the speed is so fast. If this goes on, how can I get his blood? Fejuan's IQ was not high, and now he was in trouble. However, Fejuan still rushed over regardless of his immortality. Take it. The black spear stabbed Kakashi fiercely. Chapter 428 Death by Blood. Ding. Qianting resisted the black spear and chopped off at Fejuan's arm. Stabbed. Blade into the bone. The Fejuan quickly backed away, only to save an arm. Asshole! Ida yelled and looked at Kakashi viciously, but did not continue to act for a while. Not far away, Zhao Du said coldly, this guy called Fejuan is a little too weak, and he is too weak to fight back by the dark part of Konoha. Can such a character join Akatsuki? Chiadu, it's not that this flying section is too weak, but that Konoha's dark part is very strong. With silver white hair and such a neat knife technique, that person is probably the head of Konoha's dark part. Chimuka. Cassie, did you mean it? Itachi? Xionan said and looked at Itachi with a grim face. Itachi said softly, it should be him. Apart from him, no one in Anbu has such characteristics. Oh? The legendary minister of Anbu? Interesting. I don't know how it compares to Senju's Yuma. Zhao Du heard the words and looked at Kakashi. At the beginning, Kok had fought against the first generation of Hokage. Although he was defeated, he escaped. So I became more interested in Kakashi, who was also from Konoha. Chiadu, I advise you not to provoke that person. He is an existence you can't afford to provoke. Itachi said coldly. Oh? I'm more and more curious to make you make such an evaluation. What exactly does this guy have? Zhao Du said disdainfully. To escape his life in the first generation of Hokage. The horns are naturally extraordinary. Coupled with the fact that there are few opponents in the ninja in these years, the only defeat after the first generation is probably losing to Pain. This also gave Zhao Du a lot of confidence. Although Kakashi is famous, but in Zhao Du's opinion, it is nothing more than that. Xiao Nan said at this time, well, it's not the time to discuss and this flying section's immortal body should be real now. And the physical skills are pretty good. and it can kill a small ninja village. There should be more later, wait and see. Itachi said indifferently, I'm afraid we have been discovered. Yeah, 3 of you, it's not a good habit to take a peek like this. Cold voices sounded behind the 3 of them. Xiaonan and Zhao were both surprised, but Itachi was not half surprised. It's just that the 3 of them looked behind them at the same time, and what caught their eyes was the fox's dark mask and the silver-white hair. The 3 of them dispersed instantly, landed not far away. At this time, Kakashi, who was confronting Fedyuan, banged and turned into smoke. Shadow clone, Fedyuan murmured. Xiaonan looked at Kakashi on the tree, frowning and said, when was it? We actually got close to the 3 of us quietly. It should be the shadow clone that disappeared at the moment before piercing the flying segment, and then he hid it. Itachi said. But did you make the action of separating the shadow clone and hiding yourself in an instant? It's incredible. Xiaonan was secretly surprised. Hello, who are the 3 of you? Wearing the same costumes. Is it a band? The big man with gloomy green eyes is bass. The blue-haired woman is the lead singer and keyboard. No, the red-eyed guy, it's more like a lead singer. It's really strange. How come I always meet strange people today? Fedyuan pointed at Itachi 3 people not far away and complained. Cut, this guy is so noisy. I really want to kill him. Jiaodu said coldly while watching Fedyuan. Jiaodu, the enemy right now is not but the guy in front of you. Xiaonan said. Cut, to deal with him. Do you want the 3 of us to come together? Jiaodu said coldly. Jiaodu, whether you like it or not, the situation in front of you seems to be like this. Itachi said rather solemnly. Before Zhao had spoken, Fedyuan said first, hey, don't you guys keep talking for yourself. Okay. Why do you suddenly intervene in someone else's fight? This is a matter between me and that kid, you guys. If there is any contradiction, wait until I finish fighting with this guy. Of course, it is absolutely impossible for this guy to survive under my hands. Jiaodu looked at Fedyuan coldly and said, I said, you are very noisy. As the corner spoke, the fist of his right hand suddenly flew out, and the black tentacles were connected to the fist. Tentacles punch hard. Hiss. The black tentacles punched directly through Fedyuan's chest. What? Fedyuan let out a painful cry, and the black spear in his right hand propped on the ground, so that it did not fall. Cut. It's really weak, you can't hide it. Zhao said disdainfully. Asshole. Actually playing a sneak attack. I absolutely want to give you a fellow as a sacrifice to Lord Cthulhu. Fedyuan said. The black spear of his right hand pierced the angle and had not retracted the black tentacles. Stabbed. The black tentacles were pierced in an instant, and bright red blood dripped. Angle frowned and retracted the tentacle. The flying section did not follow closely, but stuck his feet to the blood that had just flowed out, and drew a circle on the ground, and then drew a triangle in the middle. Fedyuan licked the blood from the upper corner of the black spear into his body, and then a pattern of black and white stripes appeared on his body. He. Then the ceremony begins. Fedyuan said with a wild smile. That means that victory is in sight. Kakashi was standing on the tree at this time, watching the battle between Fedyuan and Jiaodu. He is not in a hurry, and his mission is not to capture the flying section, so what happens in the end has no effect on Kakashi. At this time, it is a good choice to observe the ability of the flying section. Seeing that Kakashi did not move, Itachi and Xiaonan naturally did not move either. As for Jiaodu, the person he is interested in now has become Fedyuan. Oh, what kind of weird ninjutsu to become like this? Jiaodu murmured. Everything is ready. Go to hell, bastard. Fedyuan said, waving the black spear in his hand. His horns were taken aback, thinking that he was going to attack. But the next scene left everyone besides Kakashi stunned. Stabbed. I saw Fedyuan directly penetrated the black spear through his heart. The blood spilled out instantly. Ha ha ha, the feeling that penetrates through the heart is so happy. May the Cthulhu Lord be glorious forever. Ha ha ha. Fedyuan laughed wildly. At this moment, Jiaodu directly knelt on the ground, covering his heart, looking at Fedyuan. He was puzzled and hated you. Just as Jiraiya was about to say something, a black object with a white mask sprang out from behind, and then disappeared invisible. You are so courageous. I feel like you dare to ruin my heart. Jiraiya stood up again and said, Chapter 429 3-1 Hello, why are you still alive? Still have the strength to speak? This is unscientific. Fuan shouted, asshole. I killed you. Horny shouted, try it. You absolutely can't do it. Fuan said arrogantly. Xiaonan on the side shouted, Chiadu, don't do it. Why? I'll say it again. The opponent is that guy. Xiaonan pointed to Kakashi and said. The horns looked over, and saw Kakashi standing on the tree, watching the four people motionlessly. Kakashi coldly said, it's an interesting ability. One can attach damage to others, and one seems to have a lot of heart. As expected, there are some weird people in Akatsuki's organization. Itachi, you really have joined one interesting organization. Senior Kakashi overrated. Itachi responded coldly. Oh, Itachi, I didn't expect you to be familiar with this guy, Jiraiya said. Itachi didn't answer Jiraiya's question. Jiraiya asked himself to be boring. Hey, you guys always ignore my existence. Fudan angered. Itachi looked back at Fuan, and the three Hokage in his eyes turned slightly. Illusion. Fuan felt that the sky was spinning for a while, and then he fainted. The noisy guy is quiet, Itachi whispered. When Xiaonan saw this, he secretly said, Itachi's strength is really terrible, and the flying segment can be done without the magic of kaleidoscope. It's Yuakaiho Itachi, I'm afraid that few people in the entire ninja world can compare to you in the use of illusion. Kakashi praised. Senior Kakashi has praised. And the illusion of senior is definitely not under me, Itachi said. Xiaonan's heart shuddered when he heard the words. Kakashi's illusion is no longer under Itachi? How can that be? Although Xiaonan didn't know much about Itachi, he also knew what level of Itachi's illusion had reached. It can be said that Xiaonan has never seen a person who can use illusion to a realm like Itachi. Could it be that the silver white-haired man in front of him has the same illusion skills as Itachi? In fact, although Kakashi's illusion is good, it is still a lot worse than Itachi. After all, Itachi's left eye moon reading is a special illusion eye, and Kakashi's writing wheel eye power is space-based. There is no comparison with monthly reading. Itachi said so at this time, but it was to show the strength of the graphics card Cassie in front of Xiaonan and Jiraiya. Furthermore, Itachi didn't make a full shot in Akatsuki's organization. He always concealed his true strength. As an undercover agent, how can you show all your whole cards? Writing round eyes Kakashi. I don't know what your strength is compared to Senzu's Yuma. The corner looked at Kakashi and said coldly, oh, listening to your tone, it seems that you have played against the first generation adults. Kakashi asked, hee. The first Konoha ninja who fought me was the first generation of Naruto, Jiraiya said lightly. But in that tone, there seemed to be a trace of pride hidden. Indeed, anyone who can play against the first generation of Hokage and save their lives is worthy of pride. This record is definitely not something ordinary people can have. Then you really live a long life. Jiraiya was quite speechless when he heard this. Is your focus too strange? Shouldn't I say that I am very good? At least he should put on a surprised face, right? No. I can't see expressions even when wearing a mask. At least there should be a surprised tone, right? What's wrong with being so plain, bastard? Minister of Anbu, Hyuga Kakashi, shouldn't your mission target be this guy? Then, if we take it away, you should have no opinion? Xiaonan looked at Kakashi and said, what if I say no? Kakashi said flatly. Hearing the words, the three immediately assumed an alert posture. Itachi, since I met, then as Konoha's rebel, should you go back to the village with me to accept sanctions? Kakashi looked at Itachi and said with a smile, Senior Kakashi, please forgive me for not being able to agree to your request. Itachi said lightly, it seems that we still have to play one game. Kakashi said, looking at the three people in the field. "Arrogant boy, I will make you regret it." The corner was talking, and the right fist flew out again. Tentacles punch hard. Kakashi didn't rush. His hands were sealed. Earth escape. Earth array. The high wall rises, but it can't stop the offensive of Geodu. Boom. Geodu's fist had penetrated the earth wall and flew towards Kakashi. Kakashi frowned, and said in his heart, "This power is really terrifying. I'm afraid it's not far from Tsunade-sama's strange power punch." His thoughts turned sharply, but Kakashi's movements did not stop. With a quick move, he left the place. Paper rain. Behind Xiao Nan, white wings appeared. Upon closer inspection, they were made of paper. At this time, with Xiao Nan's soft drink, countless pieces of paper flew out of the wings, watching Kakashi fly away. When Kakashi saw this, Confronting in his hand was constantly dancing, shredding the pieces of paper flying towards him. These pieces of paper filled with chakras are not weaker than kunai. When colliding with Kakashi's thousand things, not only the sound of steel was heard, but also sparks. At this moment, Itachi also shot. Art fire escape fireball. A huge fireball spouted from Itachi's mouth. With the help of the paper rain, Hyuga became more fierce. Kakashi raised his eyebrows, holding Confronting's right hand and sending chakra in instantly. Bayashong. The white crescent flew out of the blade, directly cutting the huge fireball in half. Fire escape. Head hard. Wind escape. Suppressed damage. In a blink of an eye, Jiaodu had summoned a black monster with a mask. The two use ninjutsu together, which is the effect of ninjutsu bonus. In an instant, Feng Dun and Hyuga merged with each other, forming a tsunami of flames. Thousand Ting in Kakashi's hands turned around, forming a defense around his body. Hanmu sword technique. Return to the moon. The white knife light will fully protect it deeply, without revealing any gaps. That mighty fire escape was completely unable to get close to Kakashi's body. When the flames dissipated, Kakashi looked around, frowning involuntarily. The surroundings were empty and there was no one. Even the flying segment is gone. "Run," Kakashi murmured. On the other side, Itachi was carrying a comatose flying section on his back, and Xiao Nan and Jiaodu were behind him. "Why are you running?" Horn said, dissatisfied. "It's not the time to confront Konoha, and Kakashi owns Thunder God. We can't keep him. If we continue, it's just a waste of time. Maybe he will analyze our capabilities." Xionan said lightly, said Humphrey. Jiaodu coldly snorted and stopped speaking. He also knew that Xiao Nan was talking about the truth. Although it was only a moment of fighting, Jiao already knew that Kakashi's strength was never below him. Chapter 435 Dynasty's Wind Shadow. Kakashi stood there for a while, pondering, and then left. His task is to investigate the truth of the destruction of Tangren village, but not to catch the real murderer, so the pursuit is unnecessary. What's more, Kakashi has no chance of winning a Neta 3. If it's the heyday, it's possible, but now, it's too much effort. In addition, Itachi is also among them. There is no need to cause a big conflict. However, since the hidden has been taken away, I must become a member of Akatsuki. In this way, the last member of Akatsuki in the original book is also here, Kakashi murmured. On the other side, after Fuan woke up, Xiao Nan communicated with him for a while and let Fuan join Xiao. Akatsuki, who was engaged in terrorist actions, obviously had an appetite for Faiden, and Akatsuki would not interfere with Faiden to promote his so-called Cthulhu. So the two sides hit it off and Pain handed over the 3 vacant rings to Fuan. At this point, all members of the prestigious Xiao organization in the original work have officially arrived. The prelude of horror is about to begin. Konoha, Hokage building. Oh, Tangren village was killed by a person in the village. That person was a product of Cthulhu. Tsunade murmured. Yes. Does Tsunade-sama know about the Cthulhu? Kakashi asked curiously. Cthulhu. Tsunade showed a thoughtful look. Kakashi was a little surprised at the time, but he didn't expect Tsunade to really know something. When I was young, I seemed to have heard the first generation Hokage say, but the memory is a little fuzzy. Tsunade murmured. Kakashi listened carefully. The so-called Cthulhu is actually a ninja, but he studies all forbidden techniques, which is somewhat similar to today's Oshimaru. It seemed that it caused a lot of wind and waves at the time, but it was suppressed by the first generation of Hokage. The specific situation, I don't know. It seems that all the original information has been destroyed. All destroyed? Well, I have a bit of an impression of this incident. It seems that the original Hokage did not want this incident to spread, so all the records at that time were destroyed. But I was young and hid at the door and overheard it, Tsunade recalled. It turns out that the ninja who can make the original Naruto attach so much importance must be a terrible character, Kakashi whispered. Yes, I didn't expect that a believer of the evil appeared now. According to your statement, that person still possesses an immortal body and an inexplicable curse ninjutsu, which seems very troublesome, Tsunade murmured. Well, that person's skill is just ordinary forbearance, but the curse and the immortal body are too troublesome. If you fight against it, there are only two ways. One is not to fight close combat and use long-range attacks. The second is physical suppression, Kakashi said. You are right. Akatsuki's movements have really increased recently. I guess I can't help it anymore. It's really a troublesome organization. I can't find out where its leader is until now. No way. It's very low, and it's not the time to provoke them. Let's just look at what's going on. Once they start acting, we can turn passive into active. That's the only way. By the way, although I know that you have just returned from the task, there is still something you need to do. Kakashi was taken aback, and said, "What's the matter?" Tsunade directly took out a scroll and handed it to Kakashi. Kakashi took it. This scroll is the style of Sand Ninja Village. Could it be that there was an accident in Sand Ninja Village? Kakashi was puzzled and opened the scroll. This is, Gaara wants to inherit the position of the 5th generation of the Wind Shadow? Kakashi was surprised. Yes, since the death of the 4 generations of Fenning last time, Shin Village has been in a state of shadowlessness. It is under the management of the old lady, Ilozang, and Meki. A few days ago, the recommendation of the 5 generations of Fenning was once again on the agenda. Gaara recommended Gaara as the new Fenning. Although many people opposed it, Gaara was still successful with the support of Magi and the tacit approval of Chio and Ilao. I was elected, and now even the name of the Kingdom of Wind has agreed. Therefore, Gaara has become a 5-generation Fenning. It is already a certainty. If this is the case, Gaara really is the youngest movie ever, Kakashi said with emotion. Originally the youngest film was the 4th generation of Naruto Wave Feng Shuiman. Now this record has to be rewritten. After all, Gaara is only 15 years old now. Yes, Fenning taking office is a big event. As Sane's ally, we need to send someone to congratulate him. As Hokage, it is inconvenient to leave Konoha. The old man is old again and it is not easy to toss. So I'm the only one left, Kakashi said helplessly. Yes, you are the most suitable one in terms of status or strength. And I heard that you and Gaara also have an intersection. Well, they're all talking about it. I can't help it if I want to. It's true. Let's set off tomorrow. This time we will set off in the form of a mission, so you need to bring a small group of secrets. You can choose your own choice. Then you can write a list of entourage, Tsunade ordered. Yes, Tsunade-sama. After discussing the matter, Kakashi left the Hokage building. I didn't expect that one thing had just ended and another task would be started. Fortunately, this task shouldn't be too troublesome, just go through the process. It's just that the journey is far away, and the bumps are inevitable. Hey, I really miss the days when I originally led the 7th class, leisurely. Kakashi sighed in his heart. But time is gone. This kind of emotion can only be heard as a complaint. When Kakashi returned home, he had just changed Anbus outfit, and he saw a black crow by the window with scarlet A's. Okay, Kakashi frowned slightly, then disappeared in place. Jinren-kun, laboratory. Zishui, what do you tell me to come over? In the laboratory, The scarlet-eyed Shishui smiled while holding a bottle of green medicine. Kakashi, look, this is the intercolumn cell solution extracted by me and other experimenters. Successful? Kakashi was happy. Shishui nodded and said, it was successful, but in the course of the experiment, I found out that the intercolumnar cells are extremely domineering. I am afraid it is not so easy to fuse. I don't know when -1 transplanted my left hand. What method was used? Can you find it out? Kakashi asked. The problem is not big, it just takes a little time. After all, I have this case here, and the research work is going smoothly. That's good. I just met Itachi before, and his situation is getting worse and worse, so if you can be faster, or try to be as fast as possible. Hearing this, Shishui nodded solemnly. Chapter 431 Gaara and Shu. The news that Shin 5th generation Fenying took office was scattered everywhere, and almost the entire ninja world had received this news. However, except that Konoha sent an envoy to congratulate him, except for the good relationship with Shiyuki, the other 3 ninja villages did not move at all. The appointment of Kage was originally an internal matter in the village, and other shinobu villages naturally did not need to send someone to congratulate him. Although Uin village has established a good relationship with Konoha, its relationship with Sein is very ordinary. Shin village, Fenying building. Gaara was wearing a wind and shadow robe, looking at the constant wind and sand outside the window, not knowing what I was thinking. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Please come in. Gaara recovered and said softly. There was no longer the indifference of the past in the voice, but a hint of tenderness. If someone who once knew Gaara saw this scene, he would probably be surprised. After all, Gaara seems to be a different person. The original bloodthirsty Shura would actually speak in this tone. The door opened, and a middle-aged ninja entered, a long white cloth blocking the left eye. His face was firm. This person is the top of Sein and Gaara's former instructor, Maki. Master Fenying. Magi cried respectfully. Mr. Magi, don't have to be so polite. Even if I become Fenying, you will still be my teacher. Seeing the look of Gaara now, Maki couldn't help feeling sighed. Who could have imagined that the cold-blooded Gaara that used to be turned into this warm look now? This may be the only gain that Shin has gained in participating in the Konoha collapse plan. If it weren't for Gaara to become what it is now, Maki would not stand up to the crowd and stand Gaara as the shadow of the wind. Of course, the change in personality is one aspect, and the rapid advancement in strength makes Maki very optimistic about Gaara. In 2 years, Gaara has completely surpassed Magi and has the strength of a shadow. Now in Shin, apart from the reclusive Chio and Ilozang, I am afraid that no one is Gaara's opponent. Master Fenying, the courtesy must not be abandoned. Seeing how Maki persisted, Gaara didn't know what to say and had to give up. Okay, Teacher Magi. Don't you know what's the matter? That's it. Konoha congratulated you on your appointment to the position of the 5 generations of Fukiage, and sent the current minister of Anbu, Kakashi Hagai, to congratulate you. What do you think should be done? Magi said. Gaara was slightly surprised when he heard this, and said, Hagai Kakashi. I didn't expect him to come. Since Konoha's mission is coming, naturally they must be treated with the highest standards. This matter is left to Maki teacher. You go to do it. Master Fenying, I am worried that Konoha will take the opportunity to investigate the reality of our village. Magi said worriedly. Gaara was silent for a moment, and then thought of the silver man who was talking to him under the moonlight. Touching his stomach, Gaara said, don't worry, Konoha's Hokage has always loved peace and will not cause trouble for no reason. Moreover, if Kakashi Hagai really came to investigate the truth, I'm afraid we are also undefeated. Rather than being a villain, it is better to be open and open. This. Maki still hesitated. Mr. Magi, don't worry, it's me. If Konoha really wants to attack Sein, he must step over me. Gaara said decisively, and the firmness in that tone did not allow any doubt. Maki was slightly moved when he heard the words, and looked at Gaara's young face, feeling relieved. Although Gaara was young at this time, he gave Magi the feeling that it was more reliable than the 4 generations of Fenying. In time, Gaara will surely become the greatest wind shadow. Maki believes so firmly. Yes, Master Fennying. Magi nodded in response. Then I trouble Mr. Maki, Gaara said, showing a slight smile. Don't dare, this is a matter for the subordinate, and the subordinate resigns. Teacher, go slowly. Maki left the Fennying office. Gaara sat in the chair and closed his eyes. Gaara appeared in the darkness. In front of him was a giant beast with golden pupils and a violet tattoo. The giant beast said, Gaara, are you here? Shoo, the Hyuga Kakashi you said is coming to Shein. Oh, really? That funny kid, Shuzura said, showing a meaningful smile. Shoo, he asked me to communicate with me? Gaara asked curiously. You can say that. But I just wanted to try it, but I didn't expect you as a kid to be so interesting. Shu chuckles lightly, and his gaze at Gaara is also very satisfied. Kakashi relied on the power of the kaleidoscope to write round eyes to enter this space, and once communicated with Shu. Of course, Kakashi has no mouth to hide. It is impossible to directly let Shu accept Gaara. It was Kakashi's words that successfully aroused Shuzura's interest in Gaara. And then there was a trial phase of communication. During that time, Gaara's temperament changed drastically under the influence of Naruto. There was no rejection of Shuzuru, who suddenly spoke to himself by mistake. The relationship between the two today is pretty good. Although it didn't reach the tacit understanding between Ya and Kairabi, it was much better than other people. Really? He really is a funny person. Gaara thought of the lazy smile again. Hidden under the mask, no one knows the true emotions. It's just that Gaara knew that Kakashi Hagaki really helped himself. Although I don't know why. Gaara, that's a friend to make, Shu said again. I see, thank you. Shu, Gaara said while looking at the huge sand incarnation. One person and one beast seemed to have reached an unexpected harmony. Haki Kakashi, you are right. Gaara did not disappoint me. He is different from ordinary ninjas. It reminds me of the time I used to get along with Monk Fenfu. Shu looked at my love. Luo secretly said in his heart. Kakashi didn't know at this moment that his unintentional actions had caused Gaara and Shu to have a great harmony. If you know it, I'm afraid I will be surprised. Kakashi was in the Anbu at this time, and he chose to go with him this time. The 10 people in front of him are the good players selected by Kakashi. This time we have only one purpose for Shein. It's just a congratulation at the beginning. No unauthorized action is allowed. Do you understand? Kakashi coldly shouted. Understood, Minister. Everyone responded in unison. Very good. Let's go. Chapter 432. Chio and Ebina Kakashi and 10 people from Anb, a total of 11 people, formed a mission team and went to Shein village. The succession ceremony of the 5 dynasties Mifune was 3 days later, so everyone had to move faster. Fortunately, the worst of these people have the ability to forbearance, and there is no need to worry that it will be too late to hurry. My lord, will there be a battle going to Shein this time? Hyuga Toru asked behind Kakashi in a low voice. Don't worry, Shein doesn't have the guts. Today's Shein can be said to have withered talents. A 15-year-old boy, no matter how good he is, will never be able to sit in the position of Fennying. But now that this happens, the only possibility it's just that they don't have a better choice. It can be seen how weak Shein is now. Therefore, Konoha's alliance is very important to them. They will not kill themselves. If they are really so irrational, I will make them regret it. Speaking of the last, Kakashi's tone obviously brought a trace of killing intent. Hearing this, Hyuga Tiger nodded. Kakashi's words were indeed enough to convince him. Little tiger, what happened to your eyes? Kakashi asked suddenly. Thanks to the Lord Minister, the bird in the cage has been completely lifted, and I have broken through that barrier. Hyuga Tiger said calmly. It's as if it wasn't me who broke through. That's good. By the way, does the mutation of your white eyes still exist? Hearing the words, Hyuga Tiger shot his eyes directly, and the faint golden light still existed. It seems that this anomaly is not something that can be eliminated with time. Xio, do you feel any difference? Hyuga Tiger shook his head and said, no, I just think it's better than before. Really? If you think there is something weird, Let me know as soon as possible. Yes, your Lord Minister. Kakashi has always been very concerned about Hyuga Tiger's whitey-eyed mutation. He faintly felt that there might be some opportunities hidden in it. Along the way, Kakashi and others entered the territory of the Kingdom of Wind in only 2 days. Next, you only need to enter the sand-hidden village. But at this time, at the border of the Kingdom of Wind, there was a small group of sand-hidden ninjas waiting for Kakashi and others. Kakashi suddenly stopped at the border gate and shouted, "Stop!" With an order, the 10 Anbu stopped in an instant. The pace is neat, just like a person. The sand-hidden ninjas not far away were all taken aback when they saw this. Although this scene is not much to say, but the ninja of Saiyan can feel that the aura of these 11 people is concentrated in one place. If there really is a battle, the fighting power of these 11 people, it is absolutely terrifying. Is this the strength of Konoha? Sure enough, it was terrifying. Most of these people have not participated in the Konoha collapse plan 2 years ago, so they don't know much about Konoha. This is also the arrangement of Gaara. After all, the Sand Ninja who participated in the Konoha collapse plan will inevitably have some hatred with Konoha's ninja. When the conflict breaks out, it will be troublesome. Those who have not been to Sand Shinobu now can avoid these troubles. And the person who took the lead was also a Shinobu Kakashi knew. Kankuro. Welcome Master Kakashi to the Land of Wind. Kankuro stepped forward to greet him. Kakashi smiled when he saw it. It turned out to be Kankuro Kamenino, but I didn't expect you to come here to pick us up. I really trouble you. Kakashi's armor is polite. Please come with me from Konoha, and I will lead you to Sane. Then it will work. Kakashi didn't refuse, and gestured slightly to the person he had brought, and then set off with Kankuro and the rest of Seigo. Somewhere in Shane village, above a high mountain, in a hut. Sister, the succession ceremony of the 5 dynasties Fenning is tomorrow. Shall we not go and see it? Ilo Zhang said softly. Chio closed his eyes and sat on the ground to fish. Without opening his eyes, he said, "Let's succeed as you succeed." What shall we do? I have worked for Sane for a whole life. Let's take a good rest for the rest of the time. Yes. Leave it to their juniors to do it themselves. It's not easy for my sister to think so openly. Ilo Zhang smiled. Oh, when we are at our age, there is nothing I can't think of. If there is any, I probably just want to see the Scorpion Kid again. I have been away from the village for so many years. I don't know where this kid has gone. Chio opened. He opened his eyes and said with a sigh, Scorpion, don't worry, with that kid's ability, he won't get mixed up too badly. Ilo Zhang said, yeah, Scorpion is a genius. Puppetry is in his hands, and he will definitely exert an unprecedented power. Unfortunately, I don't know if I have a chance to see it. Hyundai sighed. Well, sister, there are some things that are fate, and naturally there will be. If there is no fate, it can only be said that there is no fate. Yes, Chio said, closing his eyes again and fishing in peace. By the way, sister, I heard that Konoha also sent someone to congratulate him. Ilo Zhang said suddenly. Really? That hypocritical village sent someone over? The old lady who played with slugs would not come here in person, right? Chio said rather uncomfortably. Obviously she was very upset with the so-called slug-playing woman in her own mouth. But it's no wonder that Chio lost terribly in Tsunade's hands when the ninja battle was first. The puppetry and poison that Chio is proud of is a joke in front of Tsunade. It's no wonder that Chio will be upset. Hee hee. Sister still remembers Tsunade. Ilo Zhang smiled. It can only be said that that woman is too annoying. Let's talk about who is this time. Chio said softly. Ilo Zhang opened his squinted eyes, and gently said a name that made Hyundai's face changed wildly. Hyuga ... Kakashi. What? Chio opened his eyes abruptly, unconsciously exerting force in his hand, actually smashing one end of the fishing rod directly. Sister, calm down. Ilo Zhang seemed to have expected Chio's reaction a long time ago, so it's not surprising. You mean, the son of white teeth? Yes, it's him. Sister, calm down. Beifang is dead. I know. But this flag. Kakashi. As Chio spoke, There was a hint of light in his eyes. Upon seeing this, Ilazang said, "Sister, Kakashi Hagai has a very important position in Konoha now. Don't mess around. I tell you this to put you in peace, not to make you act." "Ha ha, don't worry, I know how to measure." Chio laughed twice, and fell into the silence of fishing again. It's just that the slightly trembling hand makes people know that she is not at peace at this time. Chapter 433 Kakashi and Gaara in Fenying Building. Gaara looked at the silver-haired young man in front of him, looking at each other, as if returning to the time when he was in Konoha prison 2 years ago. Konoha collapse plan. Gaara ran away, was stopped by Naruto, and was seriously injured. He felt Naruto's mood for his companions, and became a little soft. But the end of a war is naturally unavoidable to settle accounts. Gaara was knocked down by Naruto, and was rescued by Kankuro and Temari, who came here. But this time they didn't escape. The Xianglin and Shijio who came afterwards arrested all the three seriously injured. Afterwards, he was thrown into Konoha's prison. It is precisely because of Ren'Zierli Gaara's arrest that the negotiation between Konoha and Sane will go smoothly. But few people know that when Gaara was locked up in Konoha prison, Kakashi had seen him. At this time, looking at Kakashi with a lazy face, Gaara remembered the content of the conversation with Kakashi. Gaara was kept alone in a special cell in a gloomy Konoha prison. There are many seals attached to his body. This kind of preferential treatment is indispensable for people's strength. After all, the general seal cannot stop the chakra of the tail beast. Once the chakra of the tail beast broke out, this little Konoha prison could not withstand the terrifying power at all. At that time, Konoha prison will be destroyed. For Konoha, it was a disaster. Gaara sat quietly on the bed in the cell without saying a word. The killing intent in his eyes had disappeared at this time. Instead, it is a kind of thinking and confusion. Is everything I do right or wrong? What is the meaning of my existence? Ailuo muttered to himself, but didn't know how to do it. His life seemed to be lost all of a sudden. The route that had originally used killing and abuse to prove his existence seemed to be blocked by a guy named Uzumaki Naruto. I don't know why. Gaara is strangely envious of Naruto. The yellow-haired boy had a fate completely different from his own. And the starting point of the fate of the two is so similar. Yashimaru, if you are still so good, why do you hate me? Obviously we used to get along so well. Gaara thought of the gentleman. It was the death of that gentleman that pushed Gaara into the final abyss. Just when Gaara was in trouble, the door of the cell opened. What came in was a young man wearing Konoha's Shanglin uniform. Gaara looked up, with a dark blue mask and silver hair. I don't know why. Gaara can feel the lazy smile on his face even if the person is wearing a mask. Those crescent-like eyes made Gaara feel a gentleness that seemed familiar. Yashimaru. Gaara was a little lost for a while. It seems you are thinking about something, Kakashi said. It's you. Gaara also reacted at this time. This person seems to be Uzumaki Naruto's instructor, and he suppressed Shu in his body before. He is a very powerful ninja, and being able to enter here at will, presumably his position in Konoha is not low. But in an instant, Gaara analyzed the general situation of the person in front of him. Although the conclusion is so, Gaara does not have much fear of Kakashi. Now he is already a prisoner of the ranks. No matter whether it is a strong person or an ordinary person, he can't win. Therefore, fear is a useless emotion. Gaara will never show it. It seems you still remember me. Kakashi smiled. Naturally, a person like you, no matter who you are, will never forget once you have seen it. Gaara said lightly. Kakashi seemed quite surprised when he heard the words, but quickly said with a smile, "Oh, unexpectedly, I still have this ability. I didn't notice it before." Ignoring Kakashi's wrangling, Gaara asked straight away, "What are you looking for?" "It's really straightforward. I originally wanted to talk about something else." "It's really distressing for you to be like this," Kakashi said helplessly. Gaara glanced at Kakashi without speaking. Kakashi was boring and didn't care. He sat in a chair beside him and said, "Seijin has already lost and is negotiating with Konoha. but you can rest assured that we will return you to Sajin. I have never worried about this. For people like me, there is not much difference between living and dying, Gaara said with a bleak expression. After becoming Shura who only loves himself, Gaara will not feel his own existence at all except for the short-term pleasure of killing. Gaara is tired of such days. It seems that you don't like your life now. Kakashi smiled. Gaara did not answer, just lowered his head. I have a student, and you have seen him. He is called Naruto Uzumaki, Kakashi said suddenly. Gaara heard the name, raised his head, and looked at Kakashi. Gaara has enough interest in the yellow-haired boy who defeated himself. Presumably you have also noticed that there is a monster similar to you in his body. I love Liu Wenyan slightly moved. Although there was speculation in his mind, when it was confirmed, he still had different feelings. Is that person really the same as himself? Then why does he have so many friends and the courage to give his life for others? Why is life trajectory completely different? You should be curious, why Naruto, who had the same starting point as you, is now in a completely different situation from yours, Kakashi said with a smile. Gaara looked at Kakashi, and what flashed in his eyes was the desire for knowledge. Because Naruto is different from you. He is a guy who will never give up. No matter how much wronged or criticized, he will survive. He will also cry, will not be reconciled, even will be resentful. But no matter what, when he wakes up the next day, he will forget all this and pick up the yearning for life again. After hearing this, I love Liu, his throat was a little dry, and he didn't know what to say. After a long time, he slowly said, "Can anyone really do this?" "Of course, what you saw is a living example." Kakashi smiled. Gaara lowered his head again, wondering what was thinking. Kakashi continued, "I've heard about you. Some things may not be known to you. Would you like to hear it? For example, about Yashimaru." Hearing the familiar name, Gaara suddenly raised his head and looked at the smiling Kakashi. Chapter 434 The Truth. What did you say? Gaara said excitedly. This was the first big change in Gaara's expression after Kakashi came in. The original facial paralysis attribute seemed to be broken at this moment. It is a very important existence for Gaara. This meaning is like that of Hyuga to Naruto in the original book. You are the only light from Gaara's miserable childhood. Although this light finally died out. But the meaning he represents can never be replaced. It seems that you still have feelings for this person. Very good. At least it means that you are not a person without feelings. Kakashi smiled. Seems to be very satisfied with Gaara's reaction. What are you trying to say? Gaara looked at Kakashi fiercely. The original murderous aura was released at this moment. It's just that chakra was sealed. His body was restrained, and his killing intent seemed to have no deterrent. Tell you something you don't know. I think maybe you have the right to know. Life is already sad enough, plus misunderstandings, it's too bleak. Are you sympathizing with me? No, it's not sympathy, it's a pity. So, now make your choice, whether to listen or not, Kakashi asked with a smile. Gaara hesitated slightly, and finally sat where he was, and said firmly, "Listen." The death of Yashimaru has always been a scar in Gaara's heart. At that time, he was still young and didn't feel anything wrong. But now in retrospect, the problem is not so general. If Yashimaru really hates herself, why should she be so gentle to herself? Even if he had accepted the order of the 4 generations of Fennying, that kind of gentleness could not be disguised. Gaara has been hostile by other people since I was a child, so he can feel very clearly whether this intention is true. Even when I think about it now, Gaara can feel that the gentle light radiating from Yashimaru during that period of time with Yashimaru is definitely not fake. Moreover, Yashimaru is still his uncle. Even if Yashimaru wanted to kill Gaara, there were opportunities in the process of getting along. So why bother to pretend to be a stranger to assassinate it? However, the final assassination took place. There are many doubts, but Gaara, who has fallen into the darkness, will think about these. Gaara, who is now sober, feels that there are many articles in it. Gaara is not stupid, on the contrary, he is very smart. Becoming a wind shadow at a young age, even if it is Shin's expedient measure, it is enough to show its potential. Seeing Gaara accepted his offer, the smile on Kakashi's face became more obvious. The story begins when you were born. Your mother's name is Kaora. When you gave birth to you, she died of dystocia. I love Luo Wenyan. A faint flash in his eyes. Yashimaru told Gaara about this matter before he died. This is why Yashimaru hates herself. He is indeed a catastrophe. He brought death from birth. At that time, the monk Renzulai Fenfu just passed away, so you were selected as the next Renzulai. The reason? Probably because you happen to be Fennying's son. Renzuli's choice has always been related to the shadow. People are the first choice. I love Luo Wenyan's expression is even more bleak, because of this boring reason, he is burdened with that ridiculous thing. Your mother, Chiarong Luo, had one last breath at the time. She opposed it, but the objection was invalid. In order that the village can continue to hold this powerful weapon, your father, the fourth generation Fennying still compromised. And your mother Gaara left you the last thing. Do you know what it is? Kakashi said, then suddenly asked. Gaara didn't react for a while, and was stunned for a long time. Mother left something for herself? Why did I never know? Was it taken by his father? It must be, otherwise, how could you have never seen it before? Gaara shook his head and said nothing. It's sand, Kakashi said faintly. But it stirred up the ripples in Gaara's heart. Sand? Gaara repeated blankly. Yes, it's the sand. You have wondered why the sand is out of your control and automatically protects you. Isn't that the power of Shu? Kakashi shook his head and said, the power of Shu is destroyed, so how can it protect you? Those sands are the last blessings your mother left you. Ailuo was shocked when he heard the words, and looked at his hands. There was still fine sand floating there. Gaara seemed to feel the warmth from the sand at this time. This ... is the last blessing of mother? Gaara was a little stunned. For a moment, the warm sensation in the sand flooded like a tide, making Gaara feel strangely at ease. It seems you have felt it. Kakashi smiled. Gaara moved his palm and said, you unlocked the seal that sealed my chakra? Aren't you afraid that I will escape? You won't, because you still want to know the next story. And, with me, you can't escape. I still have this confidence. I love Ro Emeron. Kakashi is right. He will not run, nor does he want to run. Your mother loves you deeply, and as your uncle, Yashimaru naturally knows about this. Therefore, his love for you has never been less. Then why did he assassinate me? Why? Gaara suddenly said with excitement, tears overflowing from his eyes uncontrollably. That was the deepest scar in Gaara's heart, but at this time it was torn apart bloody. Because he is a ninja. Kakashi said coldly. Ninja? What a heavy word. This identity may carry the heaviest responsibility in this world. Ninja? Gaara said blankly. Yes, as a ninja. Obeying orders is a bounden duty, so he must do it. Because this is the order of the 4 generations of Fukiage. Order? Why even my father wouldn't let me go? Gaara murmured. I will not comment on your father. In my opinion, his actions are really not worth mentioning. His purpose of sending Yashimaru to assassinate you is just to test your equipment. Test a 6-year-old child. It's really a loss for him to think of it. Kakashi snorted disdainfully, extremely disdainful of the 4 generations of Fennying. Even if children in this world mature prematurely, how much can a 6-year-old child have? Not everyone is Yuukai Hitachi, who can look at problems with Hokage's eyes at the age of 6. Chapter 435 The stories that have to be told. Gaara stood up on the spot, murmuring and repeating the word Kakashi just said. Test, one life. 4 generations of Fennying did not even believe in his own children. Even his wife's younger brother did not let go. Such a person, as Fennying, I can only say that Shane has come to where he is today. It's not unreasonable. Kakashi sighed, but Gaara didn't hear him. At this moment, his mind was filled with the smile of Yashimaru before he died. Now that I think about it, there is love, relief in that smile. Gaara can't understand why his father is unwilling to give himself a beautiful childhood. Seeing Gaara's confused look, Kakashi whispered, Gaara did not respond to Kakashi's call. Kakashi frowned. The chakra inside Gaara seemed to be rioting. It seems that Gaara still lacks the ability to bear this matter, and suddenly got into a dead end again. Kakashi shook his head, knotted his hands and pressed it on Gaara's belly. Seal. Chakra, who was about to go violently, instantly became extremely honest under the seal of Kakashi, and no longer made any waves. Gaara's mood has become much more stable. Thank you. Gaara gasped heavily and spit out the word with difficulty. The word thank you is very strange to Gaara. Kakashi smiled and said, it's okay, but it seems that your mood has stabilized. Okay. The reason why Gaara's emotions suddenly got out of control just now was because of the shock after hearing about it, and also because the chakra started to raging. But after being suppressed by Kakashi, the agitation disappeared. Well, the story is over. I don't know what you think. Kakashi looked at Gaara and said with interest. Gaara also looked at Kakashi, his turquoise eyes twinkling suspiciously. Why do you know this? All these things happened insane, and Kakashi was far away in Konoha. Gaara really cared about how to know these things. On the one hand, it is related to the authenticity of these things. On the other hand, it is also related to whether Konoha planted a spy in Cheyenne. Oh, I didn't expect that your first question would be this, which surprised me a bit. Don't worry, I naturally have my intelligence system. Perhaps as you guessed, it is not necessarily that the sand has my spy. Kakashi looked at Gaara, lost in crescent eyes, giving people an unpredictable feeling. Gaara lowered his head, not knowing what was thinking. After being defeated by Naruto, Gaara has decided to abandon the original way of survival. He envied Naruto, so he planned to follow Naruto's path. Now that he knew about Yashimaru, he had a bigger wave in his heart. It turned out that my own world had already appeared in light before, but it was blocked by others. Now that the light is no longer there, then you will become the light. If Fennying is incompetent, then he will become Fennying. The same thing will never happen again to myself. The village that my mother and Yashimaru love, I also want to protect it. The enlightenment rising in my heart made Gaara completely reborn. Seeing Gaara's appearance, Kakashi smiled and said, it seems that you have made a decision. Gaara looked at Kakashi, with a lot of doubts in his heart. Why are you telling me this? From Konoha's standpoint, my original appearance should be more beneficial to Konoha. Yeah, Zilly, a person who only knows about killing, is indeed better to deal with. As for why I did this, I probably saw the shadow of Naruto in you. That is an endless dark abyss. I hope you can get from it, come out. Not only for yourself, but also for the people who sacrificed for you, as well as the people who miss you now. Those who miss me? Gaara YY questioned. Kakashi smiled and said, Kankuro and Temari have always cared about you, but your indifference keeps them out. Kankuro, Temari. Gaara whispered these two names softly, recalling the days I used to get along with them, and a smile appeared on the corners of my mouth. Yes, I didn't notice it before, but I recalled it now. The two figures did keep approaching themselves, but they were both blocked by themselves. Thinking about their expressions and fears, Gaara laughed at himself every time. The warmth is always there, but the closed one has never understood it. Well, since you already understand, then I will give you a gift. Gaara looked unclear. Kakashi smiled, but did not explain. A flash appeared behind Gaara, and a hand knife slashed on Gaara's neck. Gaara only felt black before his eyes, and then fainted. Upon seeing this, Kakashi pulled away Gaara's clothes, and made a seal with both hands. In the darkness, Shu suddenly felt a chakra pouring into his domain, and immediately, Shu yelled, "Damn it! What are you doing?" But Shu's roar didn't work at all, and the powerful force suppressed it and couldn't breathe. Afterwards, Kakashi saw Gaara, who was sleeping, and nodded in satisfaction, then turned and left. No one knows what Kakashi did to Gaara. Gaara doesn't know it myself. The only thing he knows is probably Shu. Gaara was released 2 days later and left Konoha with Maki, Temari, and Kankuro. The The memories came to an end here. Gaara looked at the young man before him again. At this time, Gaara and Kakashi were the only two in Fennying's office. Originally, Maki would not agree to the two being alone. After all, Kakashi's strength in the ninja world is well known. Even if Gaara's strength has improved, I am afraid it is not Kakashi's opponent. But under Gaara's insistence, Maki had no choice but to compromise. After all, the two countries are still allies, and if they dare not even meet alone, it seems that Shane is too cowardly. Long time no see, Kakashi Hagai, Gaara said softly. Yeah, I didn't expect that when we met again, you were already fennying. It seems that you have achieved your goal. Kakashi smiled. Thank you, Gaara said suddenly. Kakashi was taken aback, but it soon became clear why Gaara should thank himself. Welcome, this life is more meaningful than before, right? Gaara nodded, a soft color flashed in his eyes. Chapter 436 Enmity. Temari and Kankuro were sitting in the corridor outside Fenkiji's office. Kankuro, Gaara and that Hagai Kakashi have been chatting in the room for so long? Temari said strangely. I don't know, if it's just some work, it shouldn't be said for so long. But I haven't heard that Gaara has any personal relationship with that Kakashi. When it comes to meeting, I only met 2 years ago. Kankuro was also puzzled. This is really strange, but I didn't expect that Konoha would send Kakashi over. His name in the ninja world is very loud. It is said that Kakashi repelled Ozemaru during the Konoha collapse plan last time. The four shadows reincarnated from the dirty soil are simply terrifying. Temari exclaimed. It's really amazing, but it's not invincible. After all, the strength of a person reincarnated from the dirty soil can't reach the height of his life. That's true. Kankura looked out the window and said, I didn't expect Gaara to become a wind shadow. This was absolutely unimaginable 2 years ago. I didn't expect so many things to happen in more than 2 years. Father, when I die, Gaara has changed a lot. Yes, but Gaara can have today. As a sister, I am very happy. Temari smiled. Kankuro also nodded. Well, me too. I still don't understand why my father didn't let us play with Gaara when I was a kid. Gaara can also show such a warm smile. He has never been a monster. Who knows? Father's thoughts. Temari sighed. Anyway, Gaara becomes fennying, and Shane will inevitably rise to a higher peak. Well, I think so too. Just as they were discussing, two figures walked in. Kankuro and Temari looked at them, and couldn't help being surprised. Master Chio, Master Ilozang, why are you here? Are you here to attend Gaara's succession ceremony? Kanjiro said respectfully. In the past 2 years without fennying, these two old people have done a great deal. Until Gaara began acting as the position of fennying a few days ago, the two continued to retreat. Ilozang smiled and said, it's Kankuro and Temari. We heard that Gaara will formally take over the position of the 5 generations of fennying, so I deliberately came down from the mountain to participate in this succession ceremony. The two adults are interested, and the succession ceremony will be tomorrow. At that time, they will arrange specific positions for the two adults. Temari said respectfully. Ilozang smiled and said, okay. Trouble you guys. Seeing that Shane's Jr. had already raised Shane's roof, Ilozang was happy from the heart. Unlike Konoha's Danzo, Mito Menyun and Shunji Xiaharu, Ebinzo and Chio have a weak desire for power. Otherwise, he would not live in seclusion on the mountain. With the status and prestige of the two people in Shane now, it is a simple thing that cannot be simpler if you want to do fennying or dominate. In other words, Konoha's infighting is probably the most serious union, needless to say, the most united village among the 5 ninja villages. Yannian, 3 generations of Tuaing veteran and strong, can suppress all dissatisfaction. Uain, which was originally messed up with soil, is now being repaired by Trumim and turned into a monolith. Cheyenne, although the strength is at the bottom of the 5 forbearance villages, it can also be regarded as unity. Konoha, perhaps the original 3 generations were too indulgent in the elders, so that the 3 elders would jump out and jump. They are all in their 70s, and they still think about fighting for power all day long. Now that Tsunami is in charge, he has to face the checks and balances of these three people. After all, some things can be suppressed without violence. This is also one of the reasons why Kakashi was unwilling to assume the position of the fifth generation of Hokage. After all, if Kakashi was doing Hokage, he would definitely not keep these constraints. Different from Ila Zhang's happy appearance, Chio looked a little worried, and the expression on his face didn't have much joy. Konoha's mission is here? Chio said. Yes, Chisama, I personally picked it up. Fennying's Amu is now meeting them. Kankuro said respectfully. Who is the leader? Kankuro was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand why Chio was so concerned about this matter, but he still replied, it's Minister Konoha, Kakashi Hagai. As soon as the voice fell, Kyondai's body exuded an uncontrollable murderous aura, and the three people present were all startled. Sure enough, it's him, Chio murmured. Ila Zhang grabbed Kyondai's hand and said, Sister, don't mess around, Shane today can't stand the toss. Kyondai heard the words, his murderous aura slowly dissipated, and then whispered, I see. Temari and Kankuro both broke out in cold sweats, and they are indeed legends in the village. Just why did Chisama suddenly burst into such a murderous aura when he heard the name of Kakashi? Is there any enmity? However, the two are not people of the same era at all, and it is impossible to say that they will be enemies. Kankuro and Temari were a little worried. If Chio really had any conflict with Kakashi, it would be an unbearable thing for Sandyuki today. Just when the four of them were speechless, the door of Fenning's office opened. Kakashi and Gaara came out of it. Master Fenning, Temari and Gaara hurriedly came forward to see them. Gaara nodded, and then I saw Chio and Ila Zhang. Gaara was surprised, and stepped forward and said, Master Kyondai, Master Ila Zhang, why are you two going down the mountain? Hee, Gaara, my sister and I are here to congratulate you on taking the position of Fenning. Thank you, Master Ila Zhang. Chio's gaze was staring at Kakashi as soon as the two of them came out, and their eyes were very complicated. Kakashi also looked at Chio. As a ninja, he had a strong sense of malice. Kakashi could feel that from the old man's body. Hostility towards him was exuding. When I saw Gaara's address to her, I understood where the hostility came from. Kakashi is also helpless about this. On the battlefield, each is his own, but no one is right or wrong. Life and death are no more than a moment. Either you die or I die. I can't blame others. If this 1,000 generations really wants to do something to themselves because of the hatred of the previous generation, then Kakashi will definitely not be polite. The people present obviously also noticed the strange atmosphere, and for a while, all their eyes were on the two of them. Hammered Kakashi. Very good. With the demeanor of the white teeth, Chio looked at Kakashi and said coldly, Chapter 437 Make an appointment. The atmosphere between Kakashi and Chio suddenly became a little subtle. Everyone present can tell that Chio is absolutely hostile to Kakashi. It seems that the next second is likely to be a direct shot. Kakashi looked at Chio's wrinkled face like the 3 generations of Naruto, and slowly smiled. Chisama praised, compared to my father, I am still far behind. Chio squinted his eyes and said, ha ha, restrained, White Fang is not as good as you at your age. The words were cold. The atmosphere became more solemn, and the air seemed to become a little cold. Temari and Kankuro were both surprised. Is this Chio going to play with Kakashi? Let alone the question of whether it can be fought or not. This is first of all a diplomatic disaster. I really want to keep you here, Chio said softly. Kakashi was indifferent when he heard the words, but the smile on his face gradually expanded. Ila Zhang and Gaara were both surprised when they heard this, and they didn't expect that Kyondai would suddenly say this sentence. When everyone was nervously wondering what to say, Chio suddenly smiled. The wrinkles all over the face are squeezed together at this moment, like a blooming chrysanthemum. Ha ha ha, amusing you. You are fooled. Chio gave a wicked smile. Gaara and others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Ila Zhang said, Sister, now is not the time to make a joke. Haha, I'm really sorry. Chio laughed. Kakashi looked at Chio, still with a gentle smile on his face. He could feel that the Chio just now really had plans to do something, and that killing intent was real. But it seems that because of some scruples, this killing intent disappeared invisible. Chisama really likes to joke. Kakashi smiled. Konoha's messenger, you are very welcome to Chien, and I hope this trip will make you feel satisfied. Chio said lightly. Thank you Chisama for your blessing. Chio glanced at Kakashi again, then turned and left. The rest of the people are a little confused. It's really a personality to just leave. Ila Zhang hurriedly rounded up and said, my sister is probably not feeling well. I will go and see, Master Fennying. We just want to retire, Master Ila Zhang. Please. Ila Zhang immediately followed the pace of the 1,000 generations and walked out of the Fennying building. Sister, you were too impulsive just now, Ila Zhang said. Chio sighed and said, can't this revenge be avenged? Sister, we are all very old. Don't we still know this kind of thing? When the white tooth died, didn't you already put it down? At this time, why bother with this junior? Yeah, I put it down at the beginning. But if my son and daughter-in-law did not die, maybe they are now famous figures in the ninja world, and the scorpion will not leave the village. The family is happy. How could it be like? Now that I am a lonely person. Chio looked at the clear sky and said slowly, there was no cloud in the sky. Sister, there are not so many ifs. Each is the master on the battlefield. White Fang is dead, and this enmity has passed. The son of White Fang is now in the high position among Konoha, unable to move. Shane I can't touch it either. Aside from this, the current Shane can't keep him. You just felt his strength. Even if you and I join forces to deal with him, it's at most 5 to 5. Gyondai was silent upon hearing this, and then said softly, I understand. Ila Zhang breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. He was really afraid that Chio would not be able to think about it for a while, and the friendly relationship that Konoha and Sane had finally established would be lost. In the Sandy Embassy, Kakashi had sat safely in his room. In front of him, he had brought 10 anbs. The mission of this trip is not secret, so these anbs have removed the anb's clothing and restored the appearance of a normal Konoha ninja. Danzo, Xio, you have to strengthen your vigilance work around the embassy, so as not to disturb it during the night. Heifeng, Xin, the two of you are in charge of patrols, and the rest are in groups of 3. Working in shifts every 3 hours. Yes, Minister. Everyone responded in unison. Tanzang stepped forward and asked, Senior Kakashi, is there any danger in Shane this time? Kakashi shook his head and said, I don't know, but it's necessary just in case. Chio's son and daughter-in-law died in my father's hands. Now she also has a bit of hatred towards me. Even though it's a problem, she may restrain the relationship between Yi and Shane. However, she does not rule out the possibility of doing it. It is always good to prepare in advance. That's it. Tanzang nodded and said, My Lord Minister, what kind of old lady from 1,000 generations dare to hit your idea? If she dares to do something, I will be the first to destroy her. Little tiger, don't be so impulsive. Don't do this if you don't have to do this. The relationship between Konoha and Sane has just stabilized, and Fennying of the 5 dynasties has great goodwill towards Konoha. This is the result of hard work. It cannot be destroyed just because of this small matter. Between countries, not everything must be resolved by violence. Peaceful diplomacy is very important. Hearing this, Hyuga Tiger scratched his head. Apparently he didn't understand Kakashi's statement very well. Kakashi sighed. Hyuga Tiger's vision was still a little short. War is not arbitrarily provoked, and the things involved are far more than superficial. In short, remember not to act without authorization, Kakashi said. Yes, Lord Minister. Although Hyuga Tiger still didn't understand, he knew that Kakashi was right. Well, let's all go to rest, according to the division of labor just now, and allocate time for each action. Yes. As night fell, Kakashi lay on his bed, sitting cross-legged. The Xianzi chakra in the body is constantly accumulating. The silver-white curse on the back is also gradually being perfected. The fusion of the three fairy arts has been around for a while, and the degree of completion has been close to 70%. Kakashi estimates that it will be possible to fully integrate successfully in a few months. At that time, this fusion of celestial arts might bring a lot of surprises to yourself. Kakashi opened his eyes, and the natural energy around his body dissipated. The fusion is fairly smooth, but these eyes. Kakashi touched his left thigh. The fusion of the two pupils was much slower than he thought. I want to come to the original writing of Sasuke's writing wheel to fit me, and it took a constant time to merge. It seems that it is not strange that I, a foreigner, merged a little longer. At this time, a small puppet suddenly climbed in from the window, no more than 20 centimeters long and ugly in appearance. Kakashi was a little surprised. Just about to step forward to find out, the small puppet suddenly opened his mouth and popped a note. Kakashi observed for a while and only picked it up after confirming that there was no poison. It's no wonder that Kakashi is now cautious. This is in Shain's territory, and when it comes to the skill of using poison, the entire ninja world has not broken his wrists with Shain. After all, Tsunade walks the road to save people, and he disdains the poison. Kakashi opened it and saw his own tiny print on it. Sand hiding in the gobi, waiting to talk. Chio. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, got up and left the embassy. Chapter 438. 10 people near Song. Kakashi's departure fell in the eyes of the patrolling tiger Hyuga. Hyuga tiger was a little strange. Kakashi wanted to ask where he was going so late. At this time, Kakashi's voice rang in Hyuga tiger's ears. Xio, I'll go out for a while, so you can continue to monitor the embassy. Hyuga tiger was taken aback, then nodded and continued his work. Shain Gobi is a training ground for Shain. Unlike Konoha's lush greenery, Shain is surrounded by gobi, and there are not many green plants. Kakashi sometimes wondered why the first generation of Fenning did not let the first generation of Hokage come to the country of the wind to engage in planting work during the Five Shadows talks. After all, according to legend, the trees around Konoha were made by the original Hokage's Mifune. It can be seen that this matter has the possibility of being implemented. In this way, the environment of the Kingdom of Wind has improved, and it is much more reliable than the so-called money and land. A country's geographic environment is better, and its impact on the economy is not so big. Perhaps it was the first generation of Fenning who was afraid that the first generation of Hokage's Mifune would become a monitor. These are not issues for Kakashi to consider. He shuttled around in Shain village and soon came to Shain Gobi. There was not too much wind and sand at this time, and the line of sight was very clear. Kakashi looked from a distance and saw the thin and petite figure as expected. You are here, Kakashi. Chio looked at Kakashi, who appeared not far away, and said softly, I don't know if Chisama called me here late at night. What's the matter? Chio didn't answer Kakashi's question right away, but looked at the crescent moon in the sky. The atmosphere became a little silent for a while. Kakashi did not speak, Chio did not speak, and no one broke the silence. Kakashi, do you understand what it's like to lose a loved one? After a long time, Chio finally spoke. Kakashi laughed when he heard the words, Master Chio, if you have investigated me, you should know that I experienced the pain earlier than most people, and more than once. Looking at Kakashi with a smile on his face, Chio was a little surprised. Yes, for Kakashi, how could Chio have not investigated? It was because of the investigation that I was even more alarmed. Not only was he shocked by his strength, but also by his experience. The mother died, the father died, the base friend died, the teammate died, the teacher died, and the teacher died. Throughout his teenage years, Kakashi has experienced misery that many people could not experience in his entire life. Under such a heavy blow, he can still stand here at this time, and Chio has to say that this person is really worthy of admiration. I'm afraid that if I changed to another person, am afraid I'm already degenerate. But Kakashi didn't. He still lived in this world strong and burst out with a strong light. Let no one ignore it. Yes, you must understand. Then, you should also be able to feel the pain of losing my son. Chio said softly. Kakashi frowned, and said, Chisama, I can understand your mood. If you want revenge, I will not escape from Kakashi, but the friendship between Konoha and Sane is hard to reach. Relationship. Are you going to destroy it? I have spent my whole life for Shane, so naturally I will not send Shane into the quagmire of war again. Then what do you want to do? Kakashi looked at Chio and asked with some confusion. Chio didn't speak, but took out a scroll and unlocked the seal on it. Bang bang bang. The blue chakra condenses 10 groups, each with a piece of talisman paper. Then 10 white puppets appeared. 10 people near Song. This is the masterpiece of Bunziman, the ancestor of the puppet master. There are 10 people near the Song dynasty, and it is also my most powerful puppet. Today, you and I will fight, regardless of the outcome, regardless of life or death. No matter what the outcome, I can be worthy of me. Heart. As the age increases, Chio's heart becomes more and more susceptible to self-blame. She blamed herself for not saving her child, and for not preventing the red sand scorpion from defecting. Nowadays, facing the enemy's son, Chio can't kill him, so he can only choose this way. Regardless of the result, if you work hard, you are worthy of yourself. Kakashi was slightly surprised when he saw this, but he did not expect that Chio would summon a group of 10 people near Song. These 10 puppets can be said to be the powerful puppets that the puppet masters dream of. 10 puppets cooperated to attack each other, and the power formed was enough to slaughter a village. But seeing Chio's attitude, Kakashi probably understood what she meant. This old man is just seeking a psychological comfort. In this case, Kakashi might as well fulfill her. Kakashi received Chio's invitation at the embassy, and he had predicted that tonight might not be calm. Unexpectedly, the battle is still inevitable. Of course, Kakashi didn't have much fear about it. In that case, the first battle is. After this battle, the enmity between you and me has been wiped out. Of course, in this age, and I don't want to do more useless things. Well, after the battle is over, I will tell you a piece of information that interests you. Kakashi smiled. Hyundai was a little confused when he heard this. What information he was interested in. What information? You'll know later. Now, let's do it. Kakashi said. A white light flashed in his right hand, and Qianting had already appeared. The sharp blade carries a deep chill. Chio no longer talks nonsense when he sees this. Any information? Let's talk about it. After the battle. The battle between the two was on the verge of breaking out. In the distance, Gaara and Hyuga watched from a distance. Master Hyuga, what is her plan for Hyundai's armor? This battle is meaningless, Gaara said softly. Hyuga smiled softly and said, Master Fenning, this is just my sister's obsession. This time I've ended it and it'll be fine. I think it's a matter of discussion. My sister is measured. I am worried that Chisama will be injured after all. Master Fenning can rest assured that my sister has long been prepared for injury. For my sister, a little injury during the battle for a lifetime is nothing more than a trivial matter. Well, since Master Hyuga said so, I don't have any opinion. I just hope this farce can end sooner. I sighed. Hyuga nodded and looked at the battlefield between the two. Sister, you are still the same. Hyuga said silently in his heart. During the battle, Chio stretched out his palms, and in an instant, 10 blue chakra lines popped out of his fingers and connected to the back of the 10 people near Song. Chio's momentum suddenly changed. Puppet skill amber. With a soft drink, Chio's eyes fell on Kakashi's body. Seeing this, Kakashi squeezed the long knife in his hand, and the corners of his mouth under the mask slightly cocked. Chapter 439 Knife Broken Puppet. There are 10 people in Jinsong, 10 puppets, but their effects are different. Kakashi didn't do anything at this time, but based on the positions of these puppets, he could probably guess some. Puppet Master, Shane's special type of ninja. By making puppets, and using the chakra line to operate, release organs, poisons, forbearance, etc. to defeat opponents. It can be said that the ability of the puppet master is all on the puppet, so close combat is a great weakness. This is also one of the reasons why the red sand scorpion wants to make itself a puppet. If you are too weak in melee combat, you will make yourself a puppet. In this way, the puppet and the puppet master will become one, and the biggest weakness will be eliminated. Among the 10 people in Jinsong, there are 2 puppets, which are specially used to protect the puppet masters. The 2 puppets were separated on the left and right sides of Chio, and they seemed to be fighting hand to hand. The remaining 8 are scattered all around, and they seem to be close attack types. A female puppet with dual swords. It seems that this is its weapon. The rest of the puppets don't know where their organs are for the time being, so Kakashi can't see through their attack methods at a glance. Really an astonishing number of puppets. Do 10 have different functions? Kakashi said softly. Did you come to such a conclusion just by looking at it? Really powerful observation. Chio admired. Kakashi did not answer, and the blue light appeared in Kianting in his hand. That is the chakra of thunder attribute. So, let's start. After Kakashi finished speaking, he ran towards the 1,000 generations. So fast. Chio was surprised. The fingers of both hands kept flipping, except for the 2 puppets who protected themselves from moving. The remaining 8 puppets came out. The blue-faced puppet took the lead and attacked Kakashi first. With a punch, Kakashi dodged, and at this moment, several pointed steel cables suddenly appeared on the head of the blue-faced puppet. The cable was shining with cold and looked extremely sharp. There is no doubt that if this is inserted into a person's body, it must be directly pierced by the destiny. The pointed steel cable inserted into Kakashi from the front. Kakashi didn't rush, and Kianting in his hand made a semicircular arc shape, blocking all the pointed steel cables one after another. Ding ding ding. The countless sounds of collision seemed to form an elegant note. Kakashi took out a handful of kunai with his left hand, condensed his right eye, and instantly threw it out. He found a gap in the countless pointed steel cables and inserted it into the neck joint of the blue puppet. Place. Click. The kunai with the wind attribute chakra directly cut the blue-faced puppet's neck, and the pointed steel cable broke without attack. However, all of this did not end there, and a white-haired puppet followed closely. His arms stretched out quickly, forming an enveloping force. There are spikes on both arms, so sharp, Kakashi's back is directly blocked by him. The white-haired puppet spit out 3 orbs from his mouth at this time, with some charms on them. It's a bomb. Kakashi made a decisive decision, and his hands sealed. Ninfa. Needle Jizo. The silver-white hair became hard as iron, abruptly blocking the 3 ball bombs. Throwing Kianting with his right hand, he pierced the white-haired puppet's hair. The puppet is instantly crushed. His figure flashed, and he caught Kianting again. Kakashi looked at Chio with a torch. Chio was unmoved. The puppet's attacks were chained one after another. As long as the puppet was still there would be no chance to breathe. The red-faced and white-faced puppets also caught up at this time. The left hand of one and the right hand of the other were held together, and a high-speed rotating 4-bladed chakra appeared on the neck of the red-faced puppet. Kakashi has reason to believe that this chakra knife has the sharpness of cutting gold and jade. There are so many tricks. Kakashi sighed in his heart, but the movements in his hands kept on. The chakra of Thousand Ting's thunder attribute condenses, forming a terrifying thunder voice. Hanmu sword technique. Thunder blade strike. The thunder attribute chakra attached to Kianting instantly stretched and turned into a blade. The blade pierced directly into the forged chakra knife. Sparks are flying. The red-faced puppet's 4-blade chakra knife broke at the sound and broke into 3 sections. In a moment, 3 puppets were already destroyed in Kakashi's hands. Chio in the distance was shocked when he saw this. Terrible speed. Terrible destructive power. These puppets are all made of very hard materials, and none of them can withstand his blow. What a terrible sword technique. Looking at the figure in the distance, Chio seemed to have seen the invincible figure on the battlefield that year. The same silver-white hair, the same speed, and the same knife skills. The difference is that one person uses a short knife and the other uses a long knife. But it's too early to say this at this time. Chio moved his hands again, and countless chakra lines shot out and attached to the puppet's body. The fewer the number of puppets, the more Chio can concentrate on the puppets. The power that the remaining puppets can exert is stronger. The red-haired female puppet was now brandishing a pair of knives and slashing towards Kakashi. Kakashi was not to be outdone. Painting in his hand had a violent collision with her double knives. Ding! Mars splashes. Kakashi was slightly surprised, but did not expect the quality of this pair of knives to be surprisingly good. You know, at this time, Kakashi's Thousand Ting is almost the same in texture as Daishuen's Kizuna sword. And this pair of swords confronted Painting, and there was no gap at all, which was really amazing. It is indeed a masterpiece of the original puppet master. The speed of the red-haired puppet was very fast, and the double knives kept slashing towards Kakashi. The two swords went out together, and the speed was amazing. But speed has always been Kakashi's strength. Kakashi's Thousand Ting turned into a silver light, fighting constantly with the pair of knives. The sound of steel collision keeps coming. At this moment, the two puppets stood together, and the third puppet stood on the shoulders of the two puppets, forming a triangular formation. The three puppets got the tiger seal at the same time. At the same time, the tongues of the three puppets came out, and they read, Buddha, Dharma, and sang. Chio snorted softly. The three treasures are sucked. The powerful wind pressure radiated from the three puppets, forming a powerful tornado. At the same time, the horrible suction also rushed to Kakashi. The red-haired puppet who was fighting with Kakashi instantly withdrew from the ninjutsu category of sambo sucking. And when Kakashi turned his head, he saw the terrifying suction tornado rolling towards him. Oops! Kakashi gave a low cry, and the suction had already sucked his body over. Quite a little bit of the smell of the sky. Chakra surging at Kakashi's feet, forcibly stood still. His hands quickly became imprinted. Chapter 440 Chidorichimoto Fire Escape. The Art of Dragon Fire. The scorching dragon-shaped flame spurted from Kakashi's mouth. Chio was shocked. He didn't expect Kakashi's reaction speed to be so fast, and he didn't expect Kakashi to use this scale of fire escape in an instant. Fast printing speed. The three treasure sucking is a ninjutsu that absorbs the target in front of the three puppets and destroys them through wind pressure. But at this time, Kakashi had not been absorbed into the attack range. He had regained his focus, and his entire body was firmly nailed to the ground. The powerful chakra control tightly adheres where Kakashi is standing. At the same time, the terrifying dragon-shaped flame flew towards the three puppets unscrupulously. The powerful hurricane at this time helped the dragon flame to become even hotter. The wind helps the fire. Bad. Chio cried out that it was not good, and with a sudden mention of his hands, he prevented the three puppets from standing still on the spot and using the three treasures to absorb them, and then brought them back. At the moment when the three puppets left, a huge dragon-shaped flame blasted where the three puppets were originally. Boom! With a loud noise, a big pit was smashed out of the original place, and the pit was completely dark, apparently burnt by flames. It's just a moment, you can use such a terrible fire escape. This Kakashi. In the distance, Ilazan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The name of the person and the shadow of the tree. Although Kakashi has a great reputation in the shinobi world, before he has actually seen it, which strong person would feel that he is inferior to Kakashi? But at this time Ilazan saw this scene. He also sighed. Chio was relieved to see that his three puppets were not injured. This is already a blessing in misfortune. This is not the time to relax. Kakashi's voice suddenly appeared in Chio's ears. Chio was startled. His hands moved. Two empty-handed puppets immediately stepped forward and blocked Kakashi's path. Thousand Ting waved. It was directly missed. With a punch and bombardment, Kakashi withdrew his knife to resist. Ding! The huge punch knocked Kakashi back by half a step. Chio took the opportunity to open the distance. The puppet master absolutely must keep a distance from the enemy. Once in close combat, it is very troublesome, not to mention a speed ninja like Kakashi. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and looked at the two puppets thoughtfully. For a puppet to exert such great power, apart from the chakras imposed by the puppet master, all that is left is its own materials. I have to say that the materials of these puppets are really good and outrageous, Kakashi secretly said in his heart. The chakra condensed in his left hand, and the blue thunderlight directly covered the entire palm. Thousands of birds sing together. The two puppets were pulled by Chio and then withdrew to Chio's side. At the same time, the red-haired double Zord puppet struck again. Behind him, the other four puppets also swarmed. Kakashi dodged again and again with the two swords bowing left and right. Right here, Kakashi roared in his heart, and the chidori in his left hand flew out a few blue chiban in an instant. Chidori Chimoto. The blue thin needle rushed to the joints of the double Zord puppet's neck and hands. Chidori Chimoto demonstrated his terrifying penetrating ability at this moment. Call out. A large number of Chidori Chibon was blocked by the pair of swords, but most of them still penetrated the wrist and neck joints of the pair of sword puppets. Click. The arms of the double Zord puppet fell directly, and the puppet head also flew out. How is it possible? Chio was shocked. No matter how hard the puppet is, there are weaknesses. These joints are the biggest weakness of the puppet master, Kakashi whispered. Chio looked at Kakashi bitterly, and she naturally knew what Kakashi was saying. It is a puppet, where there is connection, and where there is connection, it will become a weakness. But just now Chio was manipulating the pair of sword puppets at a very fast speed, but this Kakashi was still able to see the direction of the attack, and used ninjutsu to destroy its joints. This kind of vision and judgment was only seen in Chio's life. Moreover, the destructive power of the blue chakra 1000 Ben is amazing. You must know that although the joints are relatively fragile, the materials of this puppet, which is nearly 10 people, are also very hard. But it was still penetrated by this blue chakra chibon. Terrifying penetration. Chidori Chimoto, a ninjutsu developed by Kakashi in his early years. Originally imitated Sasuke's moves in the original work, but later added a change to the Shuriken shadow clone art, which became more powerful. This is the only way to penetrate the pair of sword puppets with one blow. It seems that it's almost over here, Kakashi whispered. It's not that simple. Chio waved his hands, and the remaining 6 puppets danced instantly. White secret skills. A collection of dreams. The 6 puppets surged up at the same time in an instant, forming an encirclement. Kakashi looked around and looked rather solemn. Although those puppets cooperated closely, they all went up one by one, so Kakashi was able to defeat them one by one. But now it seems that these puppets are planning to swarm them. In this way, it would be equivalent to fighting 6 people at the same time. But in this way, the requirements for the puppet master are also extremely high. It is equivalent to thinking about 6 combat methods at the same time. For the puppet master, this is not only a requirement of operation technology, but also a requirement of brain power. It seemed that Gyondai had operated 10 puppets, but only 3 or 4 were actually used, and the rest were just waiting and watching. Kakashi didn't know if Chio was able to operate 10 puppets at the same time in his heyday, but now, Chio, who is in his 70s, certainly doesn't have this ability. Once a person ages, energy is the first thing to decline, and operating a puppet requires a lot of energy. Chio first closed his eyes tightly, and then his eyes widened. With a soft drink, the 6 puppets launched an offensive at the same time. 6 fists bombarded at the same time, and Kakashi jumped into the air with a move. Hands not printing. Earth escape. Earth corridor. A stone wall suddenly appeared on the ground, wrapping up the 6 puppets. But just when the stone wall was about to reconcile, the puppet's iron fist bombarded it. Boom! The stone wall shattered instantly. The other 5 puppets jumped up. A puppet's right hand flew out and grabbed Kakashi's body. 1000 ting flicked. Smash open the puppet's hand. But the other 4 puppets approached Kakashi at this time. People are in the air, there is nowhere to borrow. Kakashi's hands are sealed. Shadow clone technique. The same figure appeared on the left with a bang. Kakashi stepped on it hard, and the whole person flew to the distant Chio like an arrow from the string. At the same time, the shadow clone was directly destroyed by the puppet. Chapter 441 Cut off reward plus more. Chio is not in a hurry. The chakra line in his hand is constantly dancing, and he is constantly moving. Kakashi fell in the position where Chio was originally, raising smoke and dust. Turning around, Chio had already reconciled with his puppet. Kakashi frowned. This Chio looked old, but his movements were not sluggish. It was much stronger than the average Shangnin. Before, Kakashi had also seen the combat methods of Kankuro, the puppet division. Looking at Chio now, the gap between the two is really not that big. Of course, it is inevitable that Kakashi saw Kankuro 2 years ago at that time, and lack of strength is inevitable. After all, Kankuro at that time was at best the level of Nekunin. But speaking of the puppet master, Kakashi remembered the puppet master that he had encountered before when he went to the Dragon Vein. Baizu. I don't know if this guy is in Cheyenne now, or if he has already defected. These thoughts flashed through Kakashi's mind, and in a moment, Kakashi rushed to Chio again. To defeat the puppet master, you must either be close to knocking him down, or you must destroy all the puppets so that no puppets can use them. In Kakashi's view, destroying these puppets is too much trouble. Therefore, Kakashi chose the first way. And the first way is to get close. I won't let you come near. Chio snorted coldly, and the 6 puppets flew out again. It's really troublesome, Kakashi murmured, and the 6 puppets had acted again. Iron claws fly. Chained. 4 punches together. For a time, Kakashi was besieged by 6 puppets and was tired of coping. It seems that my elder sister has already used all her strength. Using the white secret technique with such a great effort, I am afraid that I will be weak for a while after that. Ilozang shook his head and said. Gaara watched the battle in the field and didn't know what was thinking. Suddenly, Gaara said, the 1000-generation mother-in-law is about to lose, and her movements have gradually slowed down. Ilozang sighed and said with a smile, years are not forgiving. My sister used to be able to use the Dream Collection to operate nearly 10 people with ease, but now there are only 6. This is only 2 minutes, and it has reached the limit. Chio gasped slightly at this time, and his hands gradually became heavy. Damn it, is the mental load almost reaching its limit? No, faster. Chio gritted his teeth. His hands gradually recovered their original speed. Kakashi was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that this time would be able to squeeze himself. It seems that we still have to break through this offensive and open this deadlock. I have already seen the attack methods of these puppets very clearly, Kakashi secretly said in his heart. And then Qianting's hand turned into a thunderlight and got into the wrist of his right hand. Hands not printing. Soil escape. The technique of beheading in the heart. Kakashi's figure escaped into the soil. The 6 puppets instantly lost their target of attack. Chio was also taken aback, looking for Kakashi's figure. Suddenly, a jagged right hand grabbed one of the puppets by the ankle. Swish. This puppet was buried directly in the soil. Boom. Kakashi exploded out of the earth, hitting the puppet's head with a kick, and the sawdust was splashing. Damn it, it was a blind spot of vision just now. Chio whispered, and the chakra line in his hand danced again. But at this time the puppet was actually motionless. Chio was surprised. What's the matter? Kakashi chuckled and said, your chakra line has been broken. Chio was taken aback and looked at the chakra line, and sure enough, the dense chakra line didn't know when it was cut. How is it possible? When is it? Chio said in surprise. The memories of just now were constantly tumbling in my mind. Soil escape ninjutsu popped out of the soil. By the way, there was just a flash of blue light. Kakashi raised his right hand, holding a Kienban shining with thunderlight on it. The 1000 birds that I condensed with Chidori will be able to cut in an instant as long as they aim at your chakra line. Kakashi said softly. How is it possible that so many chakra lines were cut completely in an instant? There is no one left. What a keen observation power is this? Is it a writing wheel? Thinking like this, Chio couldn't help but move up to Kakashi's left eye. No, he hasn't lifted the forehead at all. Chio was puzzled in his heart. At this moment, a smile appeared at the corner of Kakashi's mouth. "It's over, Chisama." As soon as the voice fell, Chio felt a little coolness in his neck. Looking down, it was a black kunai that was braving in the moonlight. With a cold touch, Chio had no doubt that this Kyuwu had the ability to take his own life. Looking back, it was a tall body, the same silver-white hair, and Konoha's green vest. Kakashi. No, it should be said that the shadow avatar. Did you separate the shadow clone and sneak into my back when you used the soil to escape into the ground? It's really good, I didn't even notice it at all. The shadow clone smiled and said, "You are too focused on operating the 6 puppets, so you relax your guard on the surroundings." Gyondai laughed at himself upon hearing this. The shadow clone is right, Chio has indeed relaxed his guard against his surroundings. No, to be more precise, Chio has more than enough heart but not enough energy. Just like the 3 generations of Naruto, Chio has also grown old, and his strength has long been compromised. This is a problem that anyone has to face, and that is aging. It is because Dashimaru hates this feeling that he studied the art of immortality. It seems that the outcome has been divided. I wonder if Chisama will continue? Kakashi walked to Chio and asked in a low voice. "It was me who lost this period of hatred. So far, I hope Konoha and Sen can cooperate sincerely in the future to create a better era," Chio said slowly. At that moment, the shackles in Chio's heart seemed to be untied, and the whole person was relieved a lot. Chio fell to the ground as soon as he weakened. The high concentration of energy has already made her exhausted. Just when Kakashi's shadow clone wanted to hold Chio, another figure appeared beside Chio and held her back. "Sister, you have worked so hard. Take a good rest." The familiar voice made Chio feel at ease and slumped on Ilozang's back. Kakashi was not surprised when he saw this. He had already felt that 2 people were looking at him and Chio in the distance. Needless to think, Kakashi also knows who these 2 people are. At this time, a gust of sand drifted by. Gaara also appeared. "Kakashi, I'm sorry about this time." Kakashi shook his head. "It's just some grudges that will be resolved sooner or later." This is the fate of the ninja. Chapter 442 Takeover Ceremony. Gaara was silent, and then said, "Then we will see you tomorrow for the succession ceremony." Sand formed a cloud of sand under the 3 of them, and returned to the village with Chio and Ilozang. Departing with it, there are the wreckage of puppets scattered on this piece of Gobi. Kakashi watched Gaara leave, touched his silver hair, looked at the crescent moon, moved his feet, and returned to the embassy. "Your Excellency, are you back?" As soon as Kakashi entered the embassy, Hyuga Tiger greeted him. Kakashi nodded and asked, "Is there anything abnormal?" "No, everything is normal." "That's good. The night patrol can be reduced appropriately, there shouldn't be any problems." Hearing this, Hyuga Tiger was puzzled, but he would not question Kakashi's order. Yes. Hyuga Tiger retreated, but Kakashi returned to his room. The problem of the 1,000 generations should be considered solved now. The strong have always respected their promises, so if nothing happens, Chio should let go of his resentment towards himself. After all, I am not directly related. This trouble should be solved. The rest is to watch this succession ceremony. Lying on the strange bed, Kakashi fell asleep. When I woke up again, the sun was already shining by the window. Today, Shane Village is extremely lively, because this is their long-lost day when Feng Ying will take office. Since the death of the 4 generations of Feng Ying 2 years ago, the villagers in Shane Village have been worried. After all, there is no shadow in a village. Just like the snake has lost its head and the sky has lost the sun. The village is like a dish of loose sand. Although there is high-level management, the awkwardness cannot be raised. Today, all of this will change, because Sane's 5th generation Feng Ying has taken office. If it were 2 years ago, Gaara would take the place of Feng Ying. I am afraid that the voice of opposition would overturn the entire Shane. But not now, because in the past 2 years, Gaara's changes have been seen by everyone. That love for the village, that care for companions. Such a person is qualified to inherit fenning. Of course, there are also people who are dissatisfied, but nowadays, even if they are not convinced, there is nothing they can do. The overall situation is set. Under the Wind Shadow building, there stood the entire Shain villagers and ninjas. They all looked excitedly at the silhouettes of the Wind Shadow robes above the Wind Shadow building. "My Gaara!" a young female ninja exclaimed excitedly, just like the fans in reality. With this yelling, it seemed to have inspired some effect, and everyone shouted, "My Lord Gaara!" The scene boiled for a while. Tens of thousands of people shouted loudly, so that the whole village was immersed in joy. Gaara looked at the dense figures downstairs, feeling a little excited. The female ninja who just called her name is the student she has led over the past 2 years. In terms of worship, I am afraid that no one in the whole Saiyan admires Gaara more than her. Gaara clenched his fists excitedly, but still had the iceberg face on his face, and said in his heart, "I finally got here. Naruto, I got to this top before you." Gaara barely calmed down, stretched his right hand forward, squeezed his fist, and signaled for silence. The voices of tens of thousands of people recovered calm at this moment. Gaara looked at the people in Shain and said, "From now on, I will be Shain's 5 generations of wind and shadow. My name, Sandstorm I Gaara." "Master Fennying." "Master Fennying." The voice below sounded again, filled with endless joy. Not far behind Gaara, Kankuro and Temari looked at each other with smiles in their eyes. Unexpectedly, Gaara has become so popular in the village. Temari praised. Yes, Gaara's efforts in the past 2 years have not been in vain. Most people in the village have accepted him. Kanjiro nodded. "Kankuro, I seem to have seen Sagama's bright future." "Me too." The two of them looked at the small figure with scorching eyes, and they felt a sense of peace of mind. Also standing aside are Kakashi, Amazura, and Hyuga Tiger. They stood here as Konoha's congratulatory guests to witness the historic moment. There were not many waves in Kakashi's heart at this time, because he has seen similar scenes twice. At the age of 13, the 4 generations of Hokage wave Feng Shuiman took office, and the cheers of the mountains and the tsunami were the same. Even worse. Popularity is something like Konoha at that time. No one can compare with Miss Mizumon. 2 years ago, Tsunade took office as the 5th generation of Hokage, and it was the same atmosphere of celebration. Therefore, Kakashi has long been immune to this shock. Amazura and Hyuga Tora also sought Tsunade's successor, so they didn't show any surprised expressions. It's just that Hyuga Tora looked at Gaara's back, as if he had seen another person. Of course, this person is Kakashi. Hyuga Tiger originally hoped that Kakashi could be in the position of Naruto, but Kakashi refused. Therefore, this is a pity in Hyuga Tiger's heart. It would be great if Minister could become Hokage. Hyuga Tiger murmured in his heart. But soon, this idea was thrown out of my mind. No matter what the minister's status is, he is the only object of my Hyuga Tiger's allegiance. On the other side, Chio, Ilao and Mazan are on the side. Maj's eyes are gratification, Ilao Zhang's eyes are appreciation, and Chio's eyes are on Kakashi. The enmity is gone, but the piece of information Kakashi said yesterday made Chio very concerned, because he knew that Kakashi's so-called intelligence was related to his grandson, the Red Sand Scorpion. Gaara finished his inauguration speech and put on the blue wind shadow hat. Kakashi stepped forward and stretched out his hand, smiling. "Congratulations, Gaara." I also showed a smile on Gaara Bingshan's face, took Kakashi's hand, and said, "Thank you." The succession ceremony came to an end here, and Kakashi didn't have the turn to worry about the rest, and Shia naturally had someone to take care of it. At this time, in an office in the Fennying building, Chio, Irazo, and Kakashi were all sitting in it. "Kakashi, what information did you want to tell me yesterday?" Chio said straightforwardly. Kakashi looked at Chio and said faintly, "Naturally it is the information you want to know, about the Scorpion of the Red Sand." Hearing this name, Chio couldn't help but his pupils shrank, And the secret path really did. Where is he? Chio asked tremblingly. Chapter 443 Twilight. Perhaps you have heard of an organization, Kakashi said. Giondai was a little confused upon hearing this. What organization? Dawn. Akatsuki. Chio pondered for a moment, and seemed to have some impression of this so-called Akatsuki. At this time, Ila Zhang said, I have heard of this organization. It is a terrorist organization that engages in terrorist activities. I heard that the 3 generations of Tuiying from Yannian used their power to participate in the war. Is that organization? Chio also remembered this time. This organization impressed Chio very deeply, and it is said to be a very strong organization. Chio looked at Kakashi. At this time, when he mentioned this organization, he would naturally not mention it for no reason. In other words, his grandson is related to this organization. Kakashi did not sell Guanzi, and said directly, Akatsuki organization has 10 core members. One of them is Konoha's rank rebel, Oshimaru. And we also investigated this organization because of Oshimaru. Although Dashimaru has now separated from this organization, we are still investigating this organization. In the results of the investigation, we found that almost all the core figures in this organization are rank rebels. Later, after Uekai Hitachi rebelled against Konoha, he also joined the organization. All rank rebels? Chio and Ebenezer both showed surprised expressions. Rank Ryunin. This also means that these people at least have the strength of the elite. And the elite Shangren? Even in the 5 great ninja villages, there will be no more than 10 in each village. If all this is true, then the strength of this organization is even more terrifying. It is completely comparable to the top strength of any one of the 5 major villages. It's even worse. Yes, and your grandson, the Scorpion of Red Sand, is also in the Akatsuki organization, and is one of the 10 core members, codenamed Jade Girl. Kakashi said slowly. Hearing the words, Giondai looked pensive, and seemed to be digesting the news. By the way, there is another news. Maybe you will be more interested. Kakashi smiled. Seeing the smile on Kakashi's face, Chio suddenly felt something wrong, but still asked, what? You haven't investigated the disappearance of the 3 generations of Fennying, right? Chio and Ilozang stood up when they heard this, looking at Kakashi with cold eyes. 3 generations of Fennying, known as the strongest Fennying, but disappeared more than 10 years ago strangely, indirectly detonating 3 wars. It can be said that this is Shin's shame. Now it is mentioned in Kakashi's mouth that Chio and Ebenezer have reason to believe that this is a provocation. Kakashi smiled upon seeing this. Don't be nervous, I'm not malicious, I just want to tell you the truth. Chio and Ebenezer looked at Kakashi quietly, looking forward to the following. There are intelligence reports that in the hands of the Red Sand Scorpion, there is a puppet that can use the sand and iron secret technique, and its appearance is exactly the same as that of the 3 generations of Fennying. Kakashi slowly told this news, which really shocked both Chio and Ilao Zhang. They didn't expect that the 3 generations of Fennying would be killed by the Red Sand Scorpion, and they would become puppets. How can that be? How old was the Red Sand Scorpion at that time? How could he have the strength to defeat the strongest Fennying? Could it be? It's poison. Chio suddenly realized that the Red Sand Scorpion was a genius, not only in puppetry, but also in poison production. When the Red Sand Scorpion was 16 years old, his poison-making skills were already comparable to those of the 1,000 generations. If it is to use poison, under the care of the 3 generations of Fennying, I am afraid. This also explains why even the corpses cannot be found, because they are all used as waste by scorpions. Chio felt a few years old again for a while. Most of the village that he spent his entire life guarding was destroyed by his grandson. Is this a kind of retribution? Giondai's figure staggered a bit. Ila Zhang hurriedly supported her. Sister, are you okay? Chio shook his head and said, it's okay. Kakashi, is your information accurate? Since we are an ally, I will naturally not deceive you. There are some other information that I will hand over to Master Fennying at that time. Other information? Chio asked. Well, if you want to know, You can go to Master Fenying. Okay, that's all for me. I'll go now. After Kakashi finished speaking, he left the Fukiage building, leaving only Chio and Izura. The two were silent for a while, and neither of them spoke first. Finally, Chio sighed and said, "Do you think Kakashi's words are true?" "Sister, don't you already have judgment in your heart? Why do you even ask me?" Ilozang replied. "Yeah, there is an answer. I can't think that after so many years, hearing the news of Scorpion again makes me feel so shocked." "Sister, what are you going to do?" "What should I do? I'm already a half-fine earth person. What else can I do?" "The sky of the ninja world can't collapse. Even if it collapses, it won't be my turn to clean up. The Scorpion has come to this point. After all, still my responsibility." "Sister, well, you don't need to say. The purpose of descending the mountain this time has been achieved. Let's go back to the mountain to live in seclusion. Our time has long passed." As Chio said, he opened the door, and his thin body was even more rickety at this time. Ilozang shook his head, still keeping up with Chio. "The times are moving forward, and there are always newcomers who will appear, and there will always be old people who will retire. Young people have passion, and heroes are afraid of twilight." Although there were some twists and turns in the mission of this trip, it was still a complete success. After saying goodbye to Gaara, Kakashi returned to Konoha with his crew. After reporting the mission situation to Tsunade, he finally ushered in a rare holiday. Having said that, Tsunade really spared no effort to use Kakashi. In his free days, Kakashi instructs Sasuke to practice and open up his potential. As the reincarnation of Indra, Sasuke's potential can be said to be extremely strong. In order to develop Sasuke's kaleidoscope, Kakashi taught Sasuke the spiritual practice methods. Although it can't help Sasuke directly open the kaleidoscope writing wheel, it is enough to let Sasuke have a more thorough grasp of the writing wheel. 1 month passed in this way. Kakashi received another letter from Shisui. "Huh? The intercolumn cells have been studied." Kakashi was happy. As a result, Itachi's body should get better. In Jin Shinobu, Kakashi reappeared. "Shisui, you said the experiment was successful?" Kakashi asked. Shisui smiled and said, "Yes, this is it." In the syringe in Shisui's hand, there was dripping green medicine, which was the solution of the cells between the columns. Chapter 444 Injection. The problem of fusion and exclusion has been solved, Kakashi asked happily. Shisui shook his head and said, "The problem of fusion and exclusion cannot be solved." "Can't solve it?" Kakashi asked with some confusion. "After all, the intercolumn cells are the cells of the first generation of Hokage, with strong independence, and their repulsive power is not something that can be completely eliminated by the research itself. Even if it can, it cannot be achieved by Jinrenkan's medical level." "Then you called me over. Did you find another way to solve this rejection?" Shisui smiled and nodded and said, "Yes, I found a problem. This repulsive force is not obvious on my body, or it is very weak. I thought it was due to the transplantation of Dash-1 at first, but later discovered that, although the left hand made by Oshimaru is excellent, it still has the drawbacks of rejection. But it is not reflected in my body. There is only one reason, and that is Uchiha's blood." As Shisui said, his eyes closed and opened, and the scarlet writing wheel eyes appeared in an instant. "Uchiha's blood?" "Yes. When the repulsive force cannot be eliminated, you can only choose to cancel each other and merge. And the Uchiha bloodline is one way." Kakashi suddenly heard the words, "Compared with the celestial body in the Senjutsu, it is true that only Uchiha's blood can counteract each other. Danzo's right hand is made using the principle of mutual restraint between the cells between the pillars and the writing wheel. But this method has certain drawbacks, that is, when a kind of power is out of balance, it will cause great damage to the body. However, if it is someone who has brought Uchiha's blood to the top, this kind of malpractice becomes insignificant. Uchiha, who has transplanted intercolumn cells, has never heard of Bakufuji." Needless to say, Madara opened the eyes of reincarnation directly with the help of the cells between the pillars. With soil, half of the body is full of interpillar cells, but there is no backlash, but the power of the divine power is developed to the peak. Only Danzo, who used the writing wheel eyes and the cells between the pillars, was backed up. Therefore, it can be concluded that Yuuki's blood and intercolumn cells do have complementary effects. Do you think Itachi's Uchiha bloodline can suppress the interpillar cells and counteract this side effect? Yes, if my prediction is correct, after the intercolumn cells enter the body of Itachi, that power should be suppressed by the power of Uchiha's bloodline. At that time, backlash should not exist. Of course, the specific situation will be. I don't know how, I can only know after trying. Will this be a bit risky? Kakashi frowned. Although it is true in theory, if a problem actually occurs, it may not be so easy to solve. Itachi's body can no longer be dragged on. Recently, Itachi has been looking for drugs to suppress his illness, but those drugs are not very effective. They can only be delayed for 1 or 2 years, and they will eventually cause some damage to the body. If you continue to use it, maybe even the intercolumn cells won't work anymore. Kakashi heard the words silently and said, "It seems that this can only be done. Have you notified Itachi?" "Well, I have made an appointment with Itachi, but the dried persimmon ghost shark next to Itachi is a troublesome guy. Although it is a partner in name, it was actually sent by the masked man to monitor Itachi. Don't worry, with Itachi's ability, it won't be difficult to get rid of the dried persimmons and rendezvous with us." "Of course I know this. Time is almost up. Let's go." "I have placed your flying thunder god Kumo at the agreed place," Zishui said. Kakashi nodded, pressing Shishui's shoulder with one hand. The flying thunder god technique flashed past, and the two disappeared into the laboratory. Somewhere in the land of fire, the figures of Shishui and Kakashi suddenly appeared. "This is it," Zishui said softly. Kakashi looked around. It was a forest with a high mountain behind him and a cave under the high mountain. Not long after the two arrived, a dark figure came from a distance and fell in front of both of them. A big robe with red clouds on a black background, scarlet A's, and 2 deep lines of law on his face. His face was slightly pale. "This person is Uchiha Itachi." "Itachi," Zishui whispered. Kakashi also looked at Itachi. Itachi looked at the 2 people in front of him, and smiled slightly. In this muddy world, he only has these 2 friends in front of him. "Shishui, Senior Kakashi. Is there anything to call me over this time? The ghost shark is still very keen, and I can't stay here for too long." "Itachi, how is your body?" Zishui asked. "It's okay," Itachi said lightly. Kakashi shook his head helplessly, and said, "Itachi, you are still so aggressive. Look at your face, and what looks good?" "Senior Kakashi, I just haven't had a good rest recently." Itachi's voice was still so calm, and people couldn't hear much emotion. "Okay, Itachi, don't be brave. I know from Granny Cat, you're asking her to find medicine, aren't you?" Zishui said. Hearing this, Itachi also knew that his physical condition probably couldn't be kept secret. "Sorry, I don't want to worry you." Zishui patted Itachi on the shoulder, and smiled. "You guy, as usual, always likes to carry everything by himself. Don't worry, Kakashi and I have found a way to treat you." Itachi was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't expect that Shishui and Kakashi not only knew their physical condition, but also found a cure. There was a slight warmth in Itachi's heart. This feeling of being taken care of by others makes Itachi very useful. Shishui took out the green potion and said, "This is the intercolumn cell solution we developed based on the intercolumn cells in my left hand. It has strong vitality and should be able to offset your previous body injuries. If it goes well, the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes that are overloaded should also be improved and a certain degree of vision can be restored." "Interpillar cells?" Itachi murmured. "Yes, Itachi. Give it a try. Although there is a certain risk, it is much better than the medicine you are using now. You don't want your body to collapse so quickly, but there are still many things you haven't done," Shui whispered. After hearing the words and thinking for a moment, Itachi nodded in the end. Shishui was overjoyed and said, "Okay, let's get started." Itachi nodded and pulled up his sleeves, revealing his thin arms. The arm that has not been exposed to sunlight for a long time looks a little white. Shishui picked up the syringe and pierced Itachi's arm forcefully. Chapter 445. Postpone. Ferret only felt a pain in his arm, and the green potion entered his body like sulfuric acid. An unspeakable burning sensation instantly spread from the arm to the whole body. Itachi snorted and felt a bit of weakness in his body. Itachi, this is the interpillar cells starting to invade your body, you have to hold on, Shishui said nervously. Unlike when transplanting his left hand to Shishui, the pain that must be endured at this time is much stronger than Shishui. The left hand of the water stop transplant is the result of scientific research on -1, which is very mature. So the process of transplantation went smoothly. After all, there is the guide Anza who is training Oshmaru. The medicines used by Itachi are the cells extracted by the people of Shishui and Jinren village on Shishui's left hand, and they are not as mature as -1. Although the effect is similar, there are indeed many differences in the process of use. The biggest difference is that when entering the human body, there will be severe pain, and that kind of pain is unbearable for ordinary people. Itachi at this time was enduring this kind of pain. He closed his eyes, cold sweat began to appear on his forehead, and his body began to twitch slightly. But there was no sound. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain silently. For Itachi, this kind of physical pain has long been unable to move him. Obviously he is a 19-year-old young man, but he has a bearing capacity far exceeding his age. Maturity represents a kind of responsibility, and wisdom means that you have to bear far more than ordinary people. Both Shishui and Kakashi looked at Itachi in silence. They didn't say any words of comfort. Although their faces were worried, they believed that this little problem could not knock down this strong man. This person who never shows pain to others will not want to see their worries. Time passed by, and the twitching of the body gradually calmed down. Kakashi and Shishui are both happy when they see it, which shows that the side effects of the medicine are slowly subsiding, and Itachi has suppressed this side effect. After a while, Itachi opened his eyes suddenly. In the eyes of the scarlet writing wheel, the jade was connected into one piece, forming the shape of a three-sided sickle. Itachi, how do you feel? Shishui asked. Itachi smiled and said, it feels good. I can feel that powerful vitality is spreading in my body, repairing my body's injuries, and excess energy poured into my eyes. It offsets the side effects of the original kaleidoscope writing round eyes, and the vision is much clearer. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief and said, in this way, it should be a success. Itachi nodded, and he could feel that his body was gradually returning to its original healthy function. If this trend continues, it takes up to 3 days to recover the healthy body it had before using the kaleidoscope to write the wheel. It's even worse. This beautiful feeling made Itachi even a little unbelievable for a while. The patient dragged on for too long, and even the feeling of health was almost forgotten. Itachi, the cells between the pillars have a certain amount of backwashing power. Although I think Yukiha's blood can be suppressed, you have to deal with it carefully. If there is a problem, remember to contact me with a crow as soon as possible. Shishui said. I will. Trouble you, Shishui? Do we still need to be so polite between us? Shishui smiled and patted Itachi on the shoulder. Itachi also smiled. All this seems to have returned to the time when I was young. Itachi and Shishui were getting along in the woods of Konoha. Shishui was injured and Shishui helped to deal with it. What Shishui gave to Itachi was not only ninjutsu and experience, but also more of his brother's care. Itachi does not have an older brother, but he regards Shishui as his own. This feeling was something Itachi hadn't experienced for a long time. I just don't know when I can return to the original life. Akatsuki, the Masked Man, and Nagato, these are all mountains weighing on Itachi, but fortunately, he is not alone, and there are two friends who are fighting side by side with him. Shishui and Kakashi. Well, Shishui, Senior Kakashi, I'll go back first. After a long time, the ghost will be suspicious. Both Shishui and Kakashi nodded. Itachi disappeared in the woods and continued to wear his mask, living an undercover life. Itachi's problem is finally solved. You can breathe a sigh of relief. Shishui stretched his waist, and the whole person seemed a lot more relaxed. After learning about Itachi's condition, Shishui has always been a little worried. After receiving the news that the intercolumn cells can treat Itachi, Shishui has been studying with the medical ninja in Jinren village day and night. Now the merits are finally fulfilled. Thank you. Kakashi smiled. Shishui smiled and said, "It's nothing. Now I hide in the dark, so I can only do this. By the way, maybe there is another thing for you to help." Kakashi smiled. Shishui was taken aback, and said, "What?" Kakashi smiled mysteriously, and whispered a few words in Shishui's ear. Shishui's expression was slightly surprised, and said, "Really? Of course, this matter will trouble you. Don't worry, no problem," Shishui promised. Kakashi made a seal with both hands and separated a shadow clone, saying, "I can't disappear in Konoha for too long. Let my shadow clone do it with you. It is good." Konoha, the home of Flag Key. Kakashi has returned home. His own shadow clone had already done another thing with Shishui. Kakashi looked at the green medicine in his hand, which was a bottle of intercolumn cell solvent left by the water stop. Shishui handed over to Kakashi, to the effect that Kakashi took care of it himself. Kakashi looked at the small bottle of green potion thoughtfully. Hidden in this green potion is the mysterious and powerful power between the thousand hands pillars. Although even if it is injected with this medicine, it will not become as powerful as the Senjuzuma, but it can also enhance the chakra and body functions. "Do you want to use it?" Kakashi whispered softly. After thinking for a moment, Kakashi still shook his head, took out a scroll, and sealed it up. The side effects of this green medicine are too great and need to be suppressed by Uchiha's blood. Although Kakashi has a writing wheel eye, it does not have Uchiha's blood. A writing wheel eye has already caused a lot of pressure on Kakashi's body. If this interpillar cell is injected again, Kakashi's body is bound to be. It will become a battleground between the two. When the time comes, the body may not be able to withstand it. If it becomes Danzo, the gain will not be worth the loss. The risk is too great, and Kakashi has no need to take risks for the time being. And the harvest is uncertain. For the time being, Kakashi decided to wait for his celestial arts and eternal eye to be resolved before considering this issue. Chapter 446 Shinobu. "Hey, Sasuke, have you found the trace of the earthwork order?" In the forest, a girl with cherry hair whispered into the wireless microphone above her head. "No, how about you?" On the other side, the black-haired boy also responded. "Strange, where did this guy go? There is no trace at all." "Teacher Kakashi, have you found it?" the Serapha girl continued. At this time, the silver-haired young man was leaning against a tree, and he was enjoying the book with the green cover in his right hand. On the back of the book, there is a very obvious pattern of the 18 forbiddens. "Ah? The trace of the earthwork order." "Have you not found it yet?" Kakashi said lazily. "Mr. Kakashi, we are not the 8th class. The investigative ability is originally a weak link. What's more, this earthwork order is still a hidden master," Sakura complained. "Well, time is almost here. It's time to go back to Konoha," Kakashi said, looking at the half-slanted moon in the sky. The sun is going down. Putting the intimacy paradise back into his ninja bag, Kakashi's right hand oozes blood. Hands not printing. Boom. A puppy appeared in front of Kakashi. "Yo, Kakashi." "Parker, find someone," Kakashi said, passing a piece of rag to Parker. Parker sniffed and said, "Leave it to me." As he said, he swooped and left. Kakashi said into the infinite microphone, "Sasuke, Sakura, let's go with Parker to arrest people." "Yes, Teacher Kakashi." Sasuke and Sakura said in unison, and then disappeared in place at the same time. "Today's weather is pretty good, so it's a bit wasteful," Kakashi murmured. In the forest, a man with long black hair was breathing heavily. "It's really bad. It's Konoha's Kakashi Hyuga who leads the team personally. Tufangling couldn't help but explode, and he had been a betrayal for many years. Before doing a big vote in the country of fire, He didn't expect that he would meet the Kakashi team. This kind of luck is no one. This is indeed unlucky for the Earthwork Order. Kakashi and Sasuke Sakura had just completed a task before, and they were on their way back to Konoha. As a result, Tsunade issued an urgent order to directly let the Kakashi team set off halfway to capture the Earthwork Order. This is where the situation is today. Although Earthwork Order is a forbearance, facing the capture of the three Kakashi, it is naturally not enough. No matter who among the three is, he will not be pleased if he meets them, let alone the three of them together. At first, when Chu Fangling met, he didn't take it seriously. After all, Sasuke and Sakura were too young. In the ninja industry, in addition to genius, young means low strength. But where is the genius so easy to meet? Unfortunately, what Chu Fangling didn't know was that the three people in front of him were all geniuses. Therefore, under the collision, Earthwork Order was directly beaten. Moreover, Chu Fangling found out sadly that the guy who led the team was the legendary Hyuga Kakashi. Fortunately, the Earthwork Order has a secret escape technique, otherwise, it would be dead in the first round. It seems that these three people shouldn't have any tracking skills, and I should still have a chance to escape. I have to flee the country of fire as soon as possible, otherwise, I will die. Earthworkling vomited a mouthful of blood, looked for the next direction, and was ready to run away. Finally found you. Sasuke's voice floated in Earthworkling's ears, making his face change drastically. With a little harder toe, the earth moved the whole person away like an arrow from the string, and at the same time looked at Sasuke with horror. How is it possible? How could you find me? Chu Fangling said in disbelief that he believed in his hidden abilities. Even if he was an elite, if he was not good at tracking skills, he would definitely not find himself. Unfortunately, no matter how strong your hiding ability is, it is of no use under my nose. Parker jumped up on Sasuke's head and said triumphantly, "Ninja dog?" Earthwork asked in surprise. "Parker, how many times have I told you, don't lie on my head?" Sasuke said angrily with blue veins on his forehead. "Well, don't care about these details. Who makes your haircut look like my doghouse?" "I feel very close when I see it," Parker said. "Asshole, come down to me," Sasuke said angrily. When Parker saw it, he jumped and landed on a tree aside. "Really? It's a big deal. I'll use my pad to massage you later. It's very comfortable." As Parker said, he stretched out his own paws, showing his own pads. "Stupid. Who wants that thing? It's really a kid with no vision. Very comfortable." Parker vomited. Chu Fangling looked at this person and dog, completely ignoring him, and arguing on his own, and felt very upset. But when he didn't care about it at this time, it was more important to run away quickly. "It's now," Chu Fangling secretly said in her heart, and wanted to escape from the rear. But at this moment, a handful of kunai inserted in front of him. "Hey, where do you want to go?" Sasuke turned his head and looked at Earthworkling coldly. "Damn it, it seems we can only fight," Chu Fangling said ruthlessly. At this time, Kozakura also rushed over from the other side. "Sasuke, Parker, why are you two arguing again?" Sakura said helplessly. "Oh, Sakura, you are here too." Parker greeted him warmly. "I see, Parker, you are lying on Sasuke's head again." "Well, Sakura, why do you care about these details? Asshole, do you want to catch me?" "So much nonsense." Earthworkling was immediately furious. "As a traitor, I also have dignity, okay? It's too much for you to be like this. You don't put me in your eyes at all. Just you talk a lot." As Sasuke said, Shun appeared directly on the back of Earthworkling, and then, a hand knife directly sent him a coma package. A mount. The Earthwork Order only had time to let out a muffled hum, and then fell down. "Cut, really weak." As expected of Sasuke-kun, "That's amazing," Sakura said admiringly. "Ah, it has been caught, then we can go back." Kakashi also appeared in front of the two at this time and said lazily, "Kakashi-sensei, you are lazy again." Sakura accused. "Huh? What are you talking about?" "Ms. Kakashi, you want to fish in troubled waters again," Sakura said helplessly. Kakashi touched his hair and said with a smile, "Well, after this mission is over, your share of the mission should be almost the same. After becoming a shinobu, we won't have many opportunities to team up. Oh, Shinin? Sasuke clenched his fists when he heard the words, and a wave of pride rose in his heart. Chapter 447 Naruto returns. This time, the people who passed the application for Shinin were Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, Hyuga Neji, Libra Shijigo, Uzumaki Karen, and above. Tsunade announced the list of newly promoted ninjas, and then handed out the ninja vests to several people. Although the waistcoats of Zongnan and Shangnan look similar, the materials are completely different. To put it simply, it looks similar, but the equipment of Shangnan is better. The vest is just a symbol of status, you can wear it or not. However, if it is some formal occasion, it is better to wear it. For example, the battlefield. Great. I finally became a shinobu, Brother Kakashi, in less than 3 years. I succeeded, Xianglin said excitedly after taking over the shinobu vest. Kakashi on the side smiled when he saw it. Ah, you are all excellent. You will be stubborn before the age of 16. You will become Konoha's golden generation. The future Konoha will depend on you for support. Everyone looked at each other after hearing the words, all showing solemn colors. Yes, Teacher Kakashi brother. The 5 people in front of them all have a good relationship with Kakashi. Sasuke, Sakura, Shijigo and Kashin. Needless to say, they are all taught by Kakashi. And Neji's father was saved from death because of Kakashi's relationship. After that, Kakashi removed the caged bird from Ninja's body, allowing him to fully use the power of the white eye, which is equivalent to the grace of reconstruction. Therefore, Neji respected Kakashi and was not inferior to Sasuke and others. And these people will become Konoha's backbone in the future. Their potential is far from reaching the limit. In time, they will all become elites, even shadows. Okay, let Kakashi tell you about Shinin's job requirements. Go on. I still have things to do. Tsunade issued an eviction order. Tsunade has indeed a lot of official duties recently, so I can't chat with these people. Yes, Tsunade-sama. When everyone saw this, they retired. After leaving the Hokage building, I saw other Konoha Xiokiang waiting at the door. Ningsi, you really became a shinobu. This is youth. I will surpass you sooner or later. Let's play a game. Xiaoli was the first to shout. I refuse. Ningsi refused mercilessly. Ah, why is this? Xiaoli wailed. Brother Ningsi, you are so amazing. Uncle Nike will definitely be proud of you, Hinata said shyly. Thank you, Hinata-sama, Ningsi said respectfully. Ningsi has now grown into a qualified sister-in-law, who is very gentle with Hinata, tenderly making Xianglin a little jealous. Had Xianglin not known that Hinata liked Naruto, maybe he would have done something. Today, Hinata has grown his hair, looks more gentle, and looks more and more stunning. Jungo, congratulations on becoming Shangran. This is my gift to you. Step forward every day and handed a gift box to Shijigo. For me? Shijigo said slightly surprised. Yes, for you. I hope you like it. Tanshin said with a grin. This is the rare shyness hidden in his eyes. Xianglin on the side joked. Every day, why did you give Zongwu a gift? Didn't we have none of them, huh? Yours? That, I forgot. Tantan said in a panic. Oh, really? Xianglin smiled wickedly. Of course it is true. Next time I will make up for you, mainly because this thing is suitable for Shijio, so I bought it. And there is no other meaning. Tantan quickly explained. It's just that the wanting look makes people feel a little funny. Zonga blushed a little when he saw this. How could he not see his daily thoughts? Kakashi and Luigi could not help but smile. Girly feelings are always poetry. It's nice to be young. Cut. I didn't expect Sasuke and the others to become Shangnin so soon. Akamaru, we can't lose. We must become Shangnin as soon as possible. Inuzukaga said. Wow. Ah, Kakashi, my forever opponent. I didn't expect that 2 of you in class 7 would become Shangran this time. It seems that I lost again this time. Kai shouted. I'm sorry, Teacher Kai. I let you down. If I can become a shinobu with Ningsei, I won't hurt you, Lee. It's not your fault. Teacher K. Kai and Lee cried again. Nings and Tantan turned their faces away, and both felt a little embarrassed. They often feel ashamed of these two live treasures, even after so many years. Well, in order to celebrate Sasuke and they have become shinobu, let's get together tonight, Kakashi said with a smile. Long live Teacher Kakashi. Xiaoqiang cheered. Amidst the laughter, Hinata couldn't help but think of Naruto. Naruto-kun, where are you now? Everyone is here, you are the only one left. Hinata thought this way and looked into the distance, where Naruto had left, but he didn't know where Naruto was now. In the land of fire, a white-haired middle-aged man with a yellow-haired boy is walking through the forest. Laughter Fairy, you are too slow, hurry up, Naruto called. Naruto, what are you doing in such a hurry to go back? Jiraiya said helplessly. Didn't Mrs. Kakashi wrote in a letter to say Sasuke and Sakura are about to become shinobu? I must catch up with this Zongnin exam and quickly become Zongnin, so that I can have a chance to surpass them, said eagerly. It's this thing? Then you don't have to hurry. Jiraiya also said. Why? Naruto asked in confusion. This time the Zongnin exam was held in New Iron. It's useless for you to rush to Konoha now. Moreover, the registration time has already passed. Now Iron should be holding the second test. What? Naruto let out an exclamation, slipped his feet, and fell straight down the tree. Jiraiya stopped when he saw this, and said, really? Your kid will fall like this? It's really embarrassing. Blame you, lecherous fairy. This is terrible, and I can't keep up with the Zongnin exam. Then I have to wait another half a year. Ah! Naruto shouted, clutching his head. It's just a title, don't care so much. How can I not care? Sakura and Sasuke are both more senior than me. Won't they want to command me? The scene of Sakura and Sasuke ravaging herself together instantly appeared in Naruto's mind. That's unspeakably miserable. You kid, you really care about some weird things. Speaking of this, Jiraiya couldn't help but remember that Tsunade and Oshimaru had become shinobu first, and his face was bitter. Well, go to Konoha, otherwise, we will spend the night in the wild tonight. Yozai. Then I will go back and let them see the results of my practice. Chapter 448. All 448. Konoha's night was not deserted at this time, on the contrary it was very lively. The source of this excitement is in the Kima family house. At this time, Kima's house was full of people. The 8th class led by Zairayong and her, the 9th class led by Luju and him, the 10th class led by Asuma and him, the Kai class led by Kai. The 7th class is missing Naruto. In the courtyard of the Flagwood house, a barbecue rack was set up, and Dingsu was busy working on how to cook later. The girls go to wash the vegetables, while the boys go to carry things. For a while, it was a bit more busy. Kakashi and other leading teachers did not get involved, and sat lazily on the side. Of course, these things require students to come. Just a few of them just look at them. It's really rare to have such a leisure time. Luju took a sip of the sake in his hand and said softly, yeah, I am really relieved to see that these students can now be alone. Hong looked at Hinata and others who were busy in the courtyard, with a smile from the bottom of his heart. It was the same when my father was still alive. Unfortunately, my father has been dead for almost 16 years. Thinking of this, Hong felt a trace of sadness in his heart, but soon the sadness was diluted. Today is a happy day. Hong's emotional changes all fell in Asuma's eyes. The flash of loneliness in that eye made Asuma feel a little distressed. Red, Asuma called softly. Okay. The two looked at each other, and the scene was a bit pink for a while. I said you two have been in love for several years. Why haven't you married yet? Is it possible that 3 generations of adults disagree? Kakashi quipped. Luju was also intrigued when he heard the words, and said, yes, Asuma, you and Hong are not too young anymore. It's time to get married. Kakashi, Senior Luju, what are you two talking about? Asuma said, blushing slightly. Red is also a little shy. Everyone is so familiar, don't we know what your situation is? Kakashi smiled. Yes, Asuma, Hong has been with you for so long, Don't you plan to marry someone? Of course not. Perhaps because of fear of misunderstanding, Asuma reacted immediately. But this also recognizes the relationship between himself and Hong. After seeing Lujiu and Kakashi's smirk, Asuma reacted. Senior Lujiu, you still have a deep routine, Asuma said helplessly. Lujiu took another sip of sake and said, Asuma, the relationship between you and the 3 generations of adults should also be eased. Don't keep regrets when you are young. I know this, but I just can't pull it down. Asuma didn't hide it, and directly stated her reason. Asuma, this is what's wrong with you. Is it because you can't pull your face down? Let Hong keep following you like this? Kakashi looked at Asuma seriously. Asuma was taken aback when she heard the words and looked at Hong, who was staring at her. Yes, Hongdu has been with herself for so long, can't she let go of her boring self-esteem? Asuma suddenly picked up a bottle of sake and poured it into his throat. Asuma! Hong cried out worriedly. Having drunk the wine, Asuma stood up and said, Kakashi, you are right, I am going to find the old man. Hong, wait for me. Asuma, I'll go with you. Hong also stood up and said. Asuma smiled upon seeing this. Okay, let's go together. With that, the two left the Kima family house together. These two guys really ran away on a whim. They haven't started yet. Lugia helplessly smiled. Senior Lugiu, the two of them finally made up their minds. If they don't go quickly at this time, I'm afraid they will regret it tomorrow. Kakashi smiled. That's what I said. Lujo smiled. Shikamaru came over at this time and asked, Dad, why did Asuma leave with Teacher Hong? Are they not attending tonight's party? Lujo replied, the two of them had something to go to the 3rd generation of adults, so they left first. 3 generations of adults. Shikamaru was taken aback for a moment, and said, what's the matter? Sir, don't worry about it. Oh? Shikamaru thought for a while, then smiled suddenly, and then went to help Ding-si. Shikamaru, this kid is really smart. He can understand it just by saying it. Kakashi admired. He is still far away. Compared with this, I still care more about when this kid can find a girlfriend. Look at the people in the same period. At this time, most of them have people they like. Lujo sighed. Tao. Oh? How did Shikaiju-senpai know if Shikamaru is not? Kakashi smiled. Shikamaru is more afraid of trouble than I am. I probably think that liking women is also a troublesome thing. That's true, but there will always be women who will surrender him. Kakashi smiled. Listening to your tone, it seems that this person has already appeared. Lujo said in surprise. Perhaps, let them worry about the children's affairs, and let's just leave it alone, don't you think? Senior Lujiu. Kakashi, you said these little ghosts. What about yourself? You are almost 30. When I was your age, Shikamaru went to ninja school. Lujiu vomited. Senior Lujiu, there are some things you can't rush. Just your kid is reasonable. Lujo scolded with a smile. Kakashi smiled and drank the sake from the glass. When everything is over, I have the courage to give her happiness, right, Ms. Kakashi? Miss Lujiu, we are all set here. Can we start? Ding-si yelled. Let's start then. Lujo smiled. Okay. Ding-si heard the words and instantly turned on firepower. As a qualified foodie, the ability to cook is naturally not bad. At Konoha's gate, Izumo and Ziti were still looking at the gate. Ziti, time is almost up. Close the gate and open the barrier. It is good. Just as the two were about to close the door, 2 figures, one large and one small, came over in the distance. Wait a minute, Izumo, 2 people are here. Ziti cried. Huh? Who is it at this time? The 2 stood at the door, waiting for the 2 to return. Soon, under the moonlight, both of them could see the person who came. Naruto Uzumaki, Master Jiraiya. Oh. It's Izumo and Ziti. Are you waiting for us? Jiraiya smiled. No, Lord Jiraiya, we don't know the news that you are coming back. We are about to close the door. That's right, let's go in first. You close the door. Yes, Lord Jiraiya. Laughter immortal. Shall we report to Granny Tsunade now? Naruto asked. Of course it is necessary. otherwise, it will be treated as an intrusion. Let's go. Huh? I still want to go to teacher Kakashi in them first. It's the same if I go back later, it won't be so short. Okay. Naruto had no choice but to agree. Seeing the two people's backs gradually moving away, Ziti smiled. Unexpectedly, after almost 3 years, Master Jiraiya finally returned with Naruto. Yes, Izuma replied. Under the moonlight, two people who have returned at night are walking towards those who missed them. Chapter 449 Reunion in the Moonlight Naruto Building. Tsunade took care of the day's official duties, stood up and stretched. The beating peaks show the fatigue of the owner. It's finally solved. Hokage's work is really exhausting. Kakashi guy is really smart. Tsunade vomited. Silent on the side held the dolphin and smiled. Sunazama, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Okay, I see. Mute, you are more and more like a housekeeper now. If this goes on, you will not be able to marry. Mute heard the words, and instantly turned into grayish-white. Sunazama, Mute said bitterly. Tsunade laughed loudly when he saw this. Mute, you are really getting cuter. Tsunade-sama. Silent complained again. Okay, stop teasing you. Didn't Kakashi and the others hold a celebration party at Kaima's house? Let's go and join in the fun too. That's not good. You are Hokage-sama, how can you mess around with them? Mute hesitated. What's wrong? I have already decided, and the official business is done. You have no reason to stop me. Tsunade said with a glaring grin. Okay, but Tsunade-sama, we have said that we can't drink more, let alone get drunk. Otherwise, tomorrow's work will not be able to continue. Mute said. Okay, I see, you are really long-winded. Tsunade said disgustedly. Mute heard that he was very aggrieved, and that all of this he did was not for you to be able to do well in Hokage. At this moment, the door of Hokage's office was knocked. Strange, who is it going to be so late? Tsunade wondered. Please come in. With a creak, the door opened, and two figures, one tall and one low, came in. Two figures, one white and one yellow, are particularly eye-catching. Tsunade and Silent were taken aback when they heard the words. Jiraiya? Naruto? Tsunade asked in surprise. Oh, Tsunade, long time no see, your upper circumference is still so plump. Jiraiya said with a wretched smile. The green veins on Tsunade's forehead rose up, and said, Jiraiya, I think you are looking for a fight again, right? Jiraiya also laughed twice when he heard this, and said, Tsunade, just kidding, don't do this. Laughed a fairy, I told you to converge a little bit. Naruto murmured, then looked at Tsunade and Silent again and said, Mother Tsunade, Sister Silent, it's been a long time. Mute said with joy, Naruto, has your practice ended? Naruto gave a thumbs up and confidently said, it's over very smoothly. I am very good now. Tsunade nodded, and said, it looks like it has indeed become stronger. That is, I passed the very difficult test of the lecherous immortal. I am definitely better than Sasuke now. By the way, what about Sasuke and Sakura? Shouldn't they have gone home to sleep? Naruto asked. Sasuke, Sakura, Neji, Shigogo, and Care have all become Shanin today. To celebrate, everyone held a celebration at Kakashi-senpai's house. It should have just begun now. Mute said. What? Shinobu? How could it be so fast? Upon hearing this, Naruto instantly turned pale. Didn't you say that it's a bit good? How come you already have it as soon as you come back? There are 3 of them, Xianglin, Shijigo, and Ningsai. How can they be so fast? Wait, is it that I was the only one to endure it during the same period? Naruto asked nervously. Mute and Tsunade looked at each other. Mute laughed. Yes, Naruto. How could this be? Naruto hugged his head and screamed. Tsunade smiled and said, Naruto's personality hasn't changed at all. Okay, stop calling. Mute and I are planning to go over, and you two will come with us too, just to give them a surprise. Hearing this, Jiraiya approached Tsunade and said, I'll go wherever you go. Tsunade, you stay away from me, if you don't want to be beaten into the hospital just after you come back. Jiraiya immediately stepped away when he heard that, Tsunade's small punches could not be bearable. Really, you are still as violent as before. Jiraiya also complained. Okay, let's go, Tsunade cried. But the three of them turned their heads to look at Naruto, and saw Naruto squatting in the corner, drawing circles in gray. Everyone is Zongren and Shangren, and I am the only one in the end. It's too shameful that I won't go there. Naruto spit out while drawing circles. Seeing this, Jiraiya grabbed Naruto by the collar and lifted Naruto up. Ah! What are you doing, fairy? Naruto, don't be awkward. Don't you want to see everyone? Of course I did, but, well, these are the things that follow. I'll go. Jiraiya also smiled. In desperation, Naruto had no choice but to follow Jiraiya and the three to the Hagaki family house. However, Naruto's heart was still full of excitement about the upcoming meeting. Kakashi Sensei, Sasuke Sakura, Shiji Okare, and everyone, I don't know what they have become. Flagwood House. Dingsi showed off his superb barbecue skills, and he managed the barbecue for more than a dozen people alone. Of course, most of them were eaten by himself. Everyone is so happy, so good. Hinata looked at everyone in the courtyard having a great time, and couldn't help showing a happy smile. It feels so good. Hinata looked at Sakura and Sasuke, and said secretly, I don't know when Naruto-kun will be back. At this moment, Kakashi suddenly looked at the door, where four people walked in. Hello everyone, see who I bring here, Tsunade exclaimed, hands on hips. For a while, everyone looked at the door. In addition to Tsunade and Silent, they also saw the familiar figure. Naruto? Sasuke called out first. Yo, everyone, my Uzumaki Naruto is back. Naruto said, a big smile spreading involuntarily on his face. Friends, long time no see. I miss you so much. Naruto. Everyone gathered around. Naruto, I didn't expect you to grow taller, now you are taller than me. Sakura said. The tail of the crane. Has your strength improved? If it is too bad, I will be beaten as a pig. Sasuke said proudly. Naruto-san, welcome. Welcome back, Hinata said shyly, spinning back and forth. Everyone was talking babblingly, so that Naruto's heart was completely filled with warmth. This is probably the feeling of home. They are all the fetters that Naruto cherished with his life. Kakashi looked at Naruto, and the corners of his mouth were also curved. Naruto, welcome back. Chapter 450 Kunai Game. The party became more enthusiastic due to the participation of Naruto and others. After nearly 3 years of absence, the friendship between the people did not become weird. They are still friends who can fool around together. Outside, they are respected Zongren, Shangren, but here, they are just companions. A group of 15 or 16-year-old teenagers were eating and chatting, and the Kima house, which had not been popular for a long time, was refilled with fireworks. Kakashi and others are sitting in another part of the courtyard. Although they are not far apart, they still keep a little distance. After all, they are elders, they are too close. These young people will inevitably feel a little restrained. It was too far away, and it seemed a little estranged. This distance, not far or near, was just right. Jiraiya looked at the frolicking teenagers in the courtyard and took a sip of sake with a smile on his face. Sure enough, Konoha still feels most at home. I haven't seen this scene for a long time. Yeah, I really miss the time at that time, Tsunade said with a reddish cheek. Of course, Tsunade was not shy, but because she had drunk 10 bottles of sake after a while. Seeing this, the silent person on the side quickly persuaded, Tsunazama, you have drunk too much, and you have to work tomorrow. Silent, are you so happy? Don't persuade me. Tsunade rarely got angry, but directly said soft words, so that Silent couldn't refuse at all. Tsunade at this time seemed to be extremely weak suddenly. Perhaps under the gentle moonlight, she removed her strong appearance. Kakashi, let's have a game and drink at the bar. See who drinks more. K launched a youth showdown again, but Kakashi refused. K, today is not suitable for a duel. This wine has to be drunk slowly to taste. Kakashi said, pouring the sake from the glass directly into his throat. The sake is very light, and it falls into Kakashi's mouth, but it feels a little sweet. Kakashi rarely drinks alcohol, because as a ninja, drinking alcohol tends to paralyze his nerves. Therefore, Kakashi drank very few times. It's just that on this occasion, if you don't drink a little alcohol, you always feel that something is missing. Kakashi, this kind of scene reminds me that when Prajanam was still alive, we often came to you to hold parties together. At that time, Kushina was like Naruto now, very noisy, and Mikoto followed like Hinata, taking care of others gently. You and Kai are like today's Xiaoli and Ningxai, one is passionate, the other loves to answer. Hong and Asmu are just like Shijio and Danchin now, talking a little shy and embarrassed. Haha, the reincarnation of fate is really amazing. Jai Lai also pointed to the frolicking teenagers in the field and talked about the past one by one. Kakashi smiled when he heard the words, and he also remembered the scene like that once. At that time, the Watergate teacher seemed to be the current self, sitting aside, quietly watching the crowd frolicking. Miss Jukes and I was always drunk, but the Watergate teacher never stopped, but in the end she silently carried Miss Jukes and I back. At that time, Kakashi was very depressed because of the death of Jitu and Lin. Therefore, Prajanam often places the meeting place in Kakashi's home. One is because this is big enough, and the other is to comfort Kakashi's lonely and self-blooming heart. Kakashi is naturally intelligent, so naturally he doesn't know this. It's just that kind of pain, it's not that easy to heal. In the end, he failed the kindness of Teacher Watergate. After drinking 3 glasses of wine, Kakashi seemed to see those familiar figures again. Master Jiraiya. Kakashi suddenly whispered. Okay. Jiraiya stopped the right hand that was about to drink, and looked at Kakashi. I will not let this warmth be destroyed by anyone, no one can. Jiraiya also froze for a while, then lifted his glass, drank it, and smiled. Ha ha ha, this is also something I'm protecting. Jiraiya also looked at Naruto in the field. Over the past 2 years, Jiraiya has also felt the power in Naruto that is different from ordinary people. It wasn't chakra, or 9 tails, but the heart that could change ninja world. He was already convinced that Naruto was the one he was looking for. Son of Destiny. Kakashi looked at the bright moon in the sky and didn't know what he was thinking. At this time, Naruto ran over and said, Kakashi Sensei, lecherous immortal, and Tsunade mother-in-law, it's so boring for the 3 of you to drink here, come and play with us. Cut, I don't play games with you little ghosts, it's boring. Tsunade said disdainfully, and took another drink. Mrs. Tsunade is really boring, Naruto murmured. Tsunade didn't pay any attention, and finally he could drink like this. How could he give up? Hey, Teacher Kakashi, fairy, are you too interested? Naruto opened his aqua blue eyes wide and looked at Kakashi and Jiraiya. Almost at the same time, Kakashi and Jiraiya also saw a familiar figure in those eyes. Watergate teacher. Ha ha ha, Naruto, what do you want to do? Jiraiya also laughed. Yeah, Naruto, what do you want to do? Kakashi also smiled. It's very simple. Since it's a ninja, of course it's a ninja game. As Naruto said, he knotted his hands and separated 10 shadow clones. Each shadow avatar held a kunai engraved with the word forbearance. I used the shadow clone to place the 10 kunai in every corner of the village, and the one who found it would win. In the end, if there is no kunai, the courtyard must be cleaned up. You say okay. Kakashi heard the words and laughed. The method is a good method, but there is a problem with the way of hiding. What is the problem? Naruto said, somewhat cautiously. Using your shadow clone, don't you know where it is? Naruto, I taught you the magical effect of shadow clone, but it was not for you to use it. Kakashi smiled maliciously. Really? The shadow clone still has such a function. Ha ha ha, I forgot. Naruto said, smiling dry and touching his yellow hair. Everyone on the side cast their eyes with contempt. In this way, in that case, leave this concealed matter to me. As Kakashi said, 10 shadow clones were also separated, and then dispersed. Well, Kyuwu is like this, as long as you can find one, you don't need to clean it up. Kakashi showed his flying thunder god Kyuwu, indicating that everyone was looking for this thing. Everyone nodded when they saw this. There are 10 kunai in total, and you are 15 people in total, so at least 5 people must stay for cleaning. Depart in 10 minutes. Mission time, 1 hour. Mission scope, Death Forest. Come on, everyone. It is good. Everyone responded in unison.